Who's the stupidest person you've ever met, and what story perfectly sums up their stupidity? My brother. He is genuinely the stupidest person I know. He has broken his arms 5 times, 3 for the right arm and 2 for the left. This is how he did it. 1. Age 7, dancing on a table, fell off. 2. Age 15, smoking pot with friend, cop shows up and he runs, jumps a fence, shorts get caught, he falls out of them onto his arm. 3. Age 17, ran in front of his friend's truck as it went down the road at 30 miles per hour. 4. Age 19, was trying to hide from someone and jumped over a couch and somehow broke his arm. I don't remember how he broke it the other time. I just know it's been 5 times. He was arrested for possession of a firearm when he is not legally allowed to own one. It was his friend's firearm. He pointed it at a cop. He got expelled from my high school. Twice. He got expelled from public school on the last day of school for writing raped a pregnant beach. Call it a threesome on a final. Note, these are rap lyrics. He did not actually rape a pregnant woman. He had 2 lines in a mandatory play. He still messed it up. While in prison he got a marijuana leaf tattooed on his face. Upon seeing him for the first time after prison he said, "Mom thinks I'm getting it removed, but I'm only gonna make it better. I'm also gonna get Chinese lettering down my face. We are painfully white." He dropped out of high school before finishing the 10th grade. Not because he had to, just because he didn't like school and wanted to do drugs instead. He ended with a 3 in history and a 6 in math. I don't know what his other grades were. When he was 15, my uncle was 30. It took half an hour to explain to him why he would not always be half of my uncle's age. He genuinely believed that the Ebola scare a couple years ago was the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. I'm sure if I thought real hard I could come up with someone more stupid, but this story is pretty good. There was this receptionist at the veterinary office we have taken our dogs to over the years who argued with my dad about how to pronounce his own name. He went in to pick up some prescription for our dog Daisy and this girl asked the typical name of dog, name of owner type questions. "We have it listed as Michelle and you don't look like Michelle," she says. Dad asked how it was spelled on the monitor and sure enough it was still spelled Michael. Dad's name. He said that says Michael. That's my name. And she argued with him about it. He had to get his driver's license out to show her, and even though she finally relented to let him pick up whatever it was he was down there to pick up, she was adamant my dad has been mispronouncing his own name for 50+ years. The best part is dad tells us this whole story and we think nothing of it till like 3 months later, when mom took the dog in for a checkup. The girl still thought the owner of the dog was Michelle, and that my mom must be in a lesbian relationship. Mom gently corrected the lady that it was Michael and again this girl was adamant it was pronounced Michelle. Mom, bemused, said something along the lines of it's literally a name from the Bible. It's pronounced Michael and has been for thousands of years. The receptionist sat in silence outside of the minimal amount of talking needed for the rest of that visit. Edit. Wow, this blew up. Woke up to like 200 responses, so I'll just respond here. Thanks for the heads up about the Hebrew thing. In hindsight that was silly. Makes me wonder when exactly that spelling started to sound like we say it today. Also this is just my recollection of the story because I heard it all secondhand through the parents, so I'm sure I've embellished it without realizing, and this was all over a decade ago anyway. As for Homegirl, she was very much a typical white girl. My guess is she had a foreign friend that spelled her name that way and pronounced it Michelle and she figured that was just the only possible way to say it. It's more the arguing over how to say it than anything else. Who argues with someone on how that person says their own name? I once called an Uber driver. When he arrived, he immediately asked me, "Are you going to X location?" I said, "No." He responded, "Great, because I'm not going to take you to X location." "Fine," I said. The journey got underway, and I was curious as to what he would have done if I'd said that yes, I wanted to go to X location. So I asked him, "Hey, what would you have done if I had said that I did want to go to X location?" He responded, "Look man, I'm not going to faking take you to X location, okay? I told you already." I was a bit befuddled, but I tried again. No, I don't want to go there." In fact, you already know where I want to go. It's on your destination map. I'm just curious, what if I did want to go to X location? Would you have refused me the trip? Would you have driven off? He said, look man, I can't change the trip now. And anyway, I told you I refuse to go to X location. You gotta understand I'm busy. We spent nearly 15 minutes with variations of this back and forth. He was a fluent English speaker, by the way. By the end of it, I was 100% convinced that he couldn't understand the syntax of a hypothetical. He literally couldn't understand the question of X situation, which is not the case. Then what action would you take? I wasn't even mad, just astonished. How had he navigated through life thus far? What were his financial decisions like? I really wanted to follow him home and make a reality TV show about him or something. Reminds me of someone I used to live with. I heard panicked shouting from the kitchen, so I rushed in to see what was happening and saw him holding a burning paper towel in his hand, waving it around and holding it so the flames were climbing towards his hand. I told him to drop it and quickly stomped it out. Turns out, he had turned on our gas stove with the paper towel nearby for some reason. I don't know if you can be stupider than screaming about something about to burn you without doing anything to stop it. Edit. Thank you for pointing out that this might be part of his panic response, because I feel like it slightly invalidates that story. Here's another one about the same guy who is about to graduate from a private college. He returned from a flight to an empty and locked house, but during his travel he had lost his keys, of course. So he gets to the house and calls everyone else living in the house. The earliest any of us will be there is in half an hour, which we tell him. He freaks out over this and starts cussing us out. Even the one who offered to go home earlier to let him in on the phone, he says, I'm just going to kick the door in, and I hear him kick the door a grand total of 4 times before he picks his phone back up to cuss us out some more. I'm with half my housemates on campus. We see how desperate he is, so we tell him he should try to climb in through an unlocked bedroom window. We tell him it's been done before and exactly how to do it. But then he had this stroke of pure genius, which blew us away. He goes, but if I come in through the window, how will I get my bag in? We have a simple non-auto locking door, and his genius brain couldn't figure out how to unlock it from the inside. We had to talk to him for at least 10 minutes to explain the concept. There was this guy at my high school that wasn't too bright and was mostly harmless, but about halfway through decided he was gonna be a thug. One day he goes into a class of first years when their teacher wasn't there and robs all their electronics, cash, and valuables at knife point without covering his face, and before he left gave them his real name, saying, and you better not tell them it was me, Jim Conrad, that stole all your stuff. He then proceeded to leave school grounds with all the stolen stuff, but decides against stashing it off campus, and so came back with all the stolen stuff in his backpack, and went back to spy on the class with his backpack full of loot, while police officers were there taking statements to make sure they weren't ratting him out. Edit. For those that want the end of the story, but it's too buried to find, the kids will rat him out, and when he hears his name he steps into the class proclaiming he'd gut them if they didn't take back saying he did it. With the officers still in the class and all his loot on his back, he was expelled and arrested, and when word got to our year group everyone just facepalmed. Edit 2. I don't know why he's so stupid, but it wasn't an isolated act of idiocy. It was quite well known by everyone in my year group how dumb he was. In fact, he didn't even qualify for admission, but his family called in a ton of favors to get him in on recommendation. Helped a client out to his car with some merchandise. He struggled for a bit to get into the vehicle. I, jokingly, asked if it was his car. He backed up, looked at it and said, nope, no, this is not my car, and went to a different color and make of car in the lot. There were only 3 cars in the whole lot. Edited to answer some of the questions. He was not elderly or have any obvious deficiencies, not to say he didn't, but we had a lot of interaction with him, and he seemed mostly to just not listen/pay attention. I work in a veterinary clinic, so he was a client, not a customer. I was helping him out to his car with some dog food. He does have 2 vehicles, but one is a big pickup and the other is a small car. 2 of the vehicles were cars and 1 was an SUV. I remember because it was such a bizarre exchange. And the cars were nothing alike. I don't remember exact models, but 1 was maroon and 1 was silver. He was notorious for being numb. No matter what we did or instituted, after an appointment he had with us, he would always forget everything we had said and lose the paperwork we sent with him between our office and his house. His girlfriend would always call in a tizzy that we told him nothing of what was going on with the dogs, or how to use the medications, or whatever. And he liked to argue with the veterinarians that whatever they diagnosed was wrong. They currently go to another local clinic after fighting with one of our vets, but will be back after fighting with the other one. They've been back and forth a few times. Oh. He also bought a puppy and wanted his ears cut. We don't do that, so he went a couple states away to have them done, but then didn't tape them up properly and now they're cut and floppy. Poor dog is sweet but dumb, untrained, and looks stupid because of this stupid guy. I double edited to add he just called to book the dogs in to board with us starting tomorrow. I jinxed the radio silence by talking about him. No. When I was in the Navy, there was a cook on my ship. He once served rare chicken. I genuinely couldn't tell whether he was trying to cover up his limitless incompetence or if he genuinely believed that rare poultry is a real thing. He was dumb enough to believe it. Another time, he just filled a pan with ground beef and called it meatloaf. Another time he was supposed to make sugar cookies, several hundred of them for the whole crew. He didn't bother to read the label on the container he opened, and apparently he didn't taste the batter at any point, and he actually made salt cookies. He used up all the remaining salt in the pantry, and we had unseasoned food for the remaining several weeks of the mission, during which time the captain assigned someone to be the cook's bodyguard. Edits. I was not aware that chicken sashimi is a thing. Still, intentionally uncooked meat and unintentionally partially cooked meat are very different. This was the latter. You can't make salt from seawater for several reasons. 1. There are no facilities to do it on board. 2. No captain would jeopardize the success of a military mission by unnecessarily feeding the crew food of unknown cleanliness. You couldn't just assign someone else to cook. I didn't specify, but this was on a submarine. There are no spare people to reassign, and cooking is already the easiest, least able to cause disaster job on the ship. I work for a small retailer, and we had that guy for a while. He would call every day and ask the same questions. And no, not in different ways or something that could be construed as clever. The same person also couldn't figure out the key fob for his own car and had to have his 5-year-old daughter let him into his own car. He has kids. Let that sink in for a second. He's incapable of basic math besides addition and subtraction. We buy stuff, and when we tell him he gets 30%, he doesn't understand what that means. He also asks every time how much he's getting, despite not understanding the answer. I'm not sure he actually knows how to drive. We have a dumpster in our parking lot, and he manages to bump it every time with his car. Every time he leaves we have to go move it, because he hits it on the way in and out. Back to the fact that he's a father somehow, he's also an awful parent. We have witnessed him telling his kids they are worthless and terrible, stupid, dumb, and any number of insults that are more applicable to himself. Unfortunately, that's not something we can report to CPS. I have watched him, on more than one occasion, fail to open the door to the bathroom and simply walk into it face first. He once came in with a hamburger of some kind, and while eating it, pulled a packet of mustard out of his pocket. He did not put this mustard on his hamburger. He instead bit into the packet and sucked the mustard out. I could keep going. One time, he left his daughter in the car and she locked herself out with a key inside. Instead of walking 2 buildings down to the car repair place, he took a rock and broke the driver's side window. Our store has both a publicly accessible web page for making orders from home as well as in-store kiosks. Despite him owning a modern Android smartphone using it to look up food, he claims he doesn't have the internet to use our website from home. His wife, girlfriend, I don't actually know, calls him just about every time he's in, and he lies to her every time saying he's on the way home and that he's stuck in traffic. As many of you might have guessed, he's not particularly well groomed, although he usually has something in his hair. What that something is, I'm not sure. I think that's all I've got. He recently moved further away, so we don't see him very often anymore. In everyone's military career there is that guy you kind of want to help then realize it's a waste. That guy didn't just take the cake, he took the cherry on top. 2. First encounter with this guy was when I found his weapon in a porta crapper. I walked out with my weapon and his, saw a high-ranking sergeant, and turned the weapon over to him. Turns out this was that guy's squad leader. 10 minutes later I see that guy doing rifle PT in full battle rattle with a sign around his neck stating, "I forgot my weapon in the sheeter. Don't be like me. I'm a dumbass." This would not be the last time he lost his weapon or important field gear. I found out later on the unit tried to dump this dude off onto another battalion. He got sent back to us for refusing to cut his hair and follow various other orders. When we were overseas, he had a random outburst in the chow hall, shouting, "You don't see a dick in my bussy." We found out it was because his ex-wife was dating other dudes. Later on he had his weapon taken away from him because he threatened to shoot people in his squad. Not long after that he was found masturbating to a Family Guy. There were a slew of other things as well. After deployment that guy got put onto micro as my driver. He wasn't allowed to drink because he would get white girls wasted and overdramatic. He once threatened me that he was going to turn himself into the sheriff's office instead of reporting for duty because he got rejected by some girl. When I told him to do it, because I'm not a babysitter, he started sobbing saying it was my job as his sergeant to fix his problems. Unfortunately, he showed up the next day for duty. For some reason he decided to tell the section he was a webcam model. We asked how he knew they were girls and not guys. He said, "You can tell." Turns out he was showing his dinghy to girls and dudes for $2.99 a minute. The night before going out to the field we do inspections to make sure everyone packed what they needed. He took it upon himself to wake up early to remove all his clean uniforms and clothing from his bags. So he left for 2 weeks in the field, no showering in the field, with field gear and the clothes on his back. We figured this out on day 3, when his stench was billowing out of his driver's hatch. Not to mention he was constantly masturbating in the hatch while we were still on the track. Just add that to the stench and critter fest that was going on up there. More often than not my number one man would have to punch the crap out of him to wake him up. When we got fire missions he would give us life's advice on how to scam the VAT, other forms of government such as food stamps, and told us an easy way to get free cash is to put your name on class action lawsuits. At one point he told me the army owed him his sergeant's stripes because he had been in for 9 years and it's the least they could do for him. I told him I would never allow that to happen as long as I was in the army. He had no filter for saying stupid things. It was like his burnout brain was directly linked to his mouth. Unfortunately for the rest of us in the crew, we wore CVC helmets, which meant you had constant communication with 3 other people. He was the bane of my existence for 3 years. In the end I got him to get out of the army. We all end up reflecting on that guy. People get annoyed that he is basically scamming $2,600 a month off of various assistance programs. I ask them, do you really want that guy in the workforce? This is the safest situation for all of us. Sleep easy at night knowing he isn't in the army anymore. Reddit. Well, unless you're in Iowa, then he might be trying to bang your daughter or son. A guy in my program, who I'll call MM, was so uniquely stupid that he felt like another species. His way of expressing it was by constantly proving wrong the old adage, there are no stupid questions. His questions were always stupid, borderline unanswerable, and usually took 5 minutes to ask. My favorite instance of this was when we were learning about the concept of logic gates, specifically AND gates and OR gates. To people unfamiliar with the concept, logic gates take in 2 element A and B and output element C. The only qualities of these elements are whether they are true or false. An AND gate will output true if element A and B are true. An OR gate will output true if element A or B are true. Anyways, our prof starts giving real world examples, like, say you have married couple. If partner A or partner B wants a divorce, either could initiate it, so that would be an example of an OR gate. Alternatively, say you wanted to shoot someone. You'd need bullets and you'd need a gun to fire them. That would be an example of an AND gate. Our prof says all this, to which MM asks the surprisingly succinct question, So, did the gun cause the divorce? You'd get a story like this on average once per lecture. Edit. A lot of people are pointing out that question could be reasonable given the topic and how it was explained. Or maybe he was joking. I get this a lot when telling the tale of so I'd like to give some additional examples for context. This time only some of them require light programming knowledge. His head almost blew up the first time a negative was offhandedly multiplied by a negative. His nickname, minus minus, comes from a never-ending question he spewed out because of it, where he just kept saying so, minus minus, literally. Every class we had required a computer. He never brought one. It was always in the shop. At one point, our teacher used Angry Birds, Star Wars edition for a physics example. Unprompted, starts defending midichlorians. We're 3 months into a course on operating systems, where we did nothing but mess with the terminal in every lab and lecture. It's our first test and is bugging everyone who'll listen for help, which would have been straight cheating, so the teacher walks over. Asks him earnestly how to install the terminal. During a final exam he asked how to spell molecular. It was a multiple choice test. The teacher, who was wise to him, said to check question 13b, because it doesn't exist. 15 minutes later, he says he can't find it, and asks if he can at least get a ruler. Had him, of course, in my group for a final project, where we had to make a physics-based game. At the start of the semester we were given a survey to rank our preferred position: programming, lead, art, music, design. For some reason, my group was composed entirely of people who had said only wanted to program, except who didn't have time to fill out his preferences. Assigned him to art because I didn't expect anything from him and I knew I could cover it. We asked him to draw a 64x64 pixel block representing a cube-shaped alien. Every week for 5 weeks he came to me, saying he was working on it, until the final week, where he said I didn't have time. Finally got it out of him, with the condition he would have his name taken off the project if he didn't contribute. I wish I still had it so I could show you how bad he messed up 64x64 pixels. It came in an ML attachment with the message "Here's the aliens." When I was in high school auto shop, the group of guys I had 4 classmates were just great. We were all friends, and each of us knew a fair bit about cars. That with the amazing teacher we had, and it was just a great experience all around. Except, there was one kid in there named Bailey, and Bailey was a real lemon. I could tell you about 100 stories about Bailey's sheer stupidity, but if I had to sum it up best, it'd be this: out in the parking lot is a car with a flat tire. My teacher says, "Bailey, take this portable air tank, fill it to 100c, and then put 30c in the tire." So Bailey goes outside. And about 10 minutes later, I realize he's still out there. So, I'll let my teacher know. He gets kind of nervous, saying, "Holy shit, I hope he didn't misunderstand me, and he's trying to put 100c in the tire." So, I ran out there hoping to stop him before he blew himself up. And I see him there with the air nozzle on the tire valve, but it's still flat. So I ask, "Bailey, what's wrong? The thing won't go." So the first thing I do is check the big obvious air gauge on the tank, which is bottomed out at 0. "Bailey, did you fill this thing with air at all?" "Oh, I have to do that." "Oh, yay. You do actually have to fill the thing with air. It doesn't just come from nowhere." So he waddles back inside, where I have to show him how to connect the tank to the air hose, which is pretty fucking easy for anyone who has never used compressed air. And then it's time for round 2. So he goes back out to the tire, and I triumphantly go to my teacher and say, "Well, he failed to actually fill the tank first. But we are good now." "Did you mention the air pressure?" "Oh, shit." So I ran back out again. "Bailey, how much do you have in there?" "Oh, I dunno, maybe 90. "Oh, P.S.I. Holy fuck. Back away from that thing right now," I shout. So he does, and after I cautiously look to see if the tire has begun changing colors, I slowly approach with my pencil gauge, expecting the gauge to blow apart when I connect it. Instead it registers 20c. "Bailey, get the fuck back inside. I'll do this. Okay you/karma commando _ and that's Bailey." I could probably start a subreddit of Bailey stories. A cousin of mine, all at the age of 14, asked why China doesn't just tell us who won the election. It's tomorrow for them. Didn't know how to cook soup. Didn't know how to wash a pot. He put about a half a cup of water in the pot, rubbed about a 5x5 centimeter area with his index finger, and then put it on the strainer. Complained that the paring knife he was about to use was bent. Proceeds to use it to attempt to pry open hard plastic packaging on something he bought. Bent a spoon nearly 180 degrees trying to scoop out ice cream. Use the thinnest spoon in the kitchen instead of the ice cream scoop sitting right in the same drawer. Frequently leaves his expensive electronics outside. He left a $100 plus Mophie battery pack outside on the lawn about 6 inches from the sidewalk. I grabbed it and brought it inside. Later I asked him if I could see it, and he looked around for about 20 seconds then declared he must have put it somewhere and forgot. Took apart his brand new scooter that he just bought while we told him repeatedly not to do it because he won't be able to put it back together. He was not able to put it back together, began to get extremely angry at Christmas because he couldn't figure out how to use his new GoPro. He kept trying to get me to help him with it. I told him to read the instructions. He said he didn't want to. I didn't help him. Once told me that video games and movies are gay, and I should be into something cooler and manlier, like fashion. Constantly talks about how tough he is. Quit MMA after 2 lessons because he was afraid to spar with the other kids. Constantly talks about how smart he is. Cannot tell time. And if you can believe it, he's gotten even worse lately. I can't really talk about it, but everything I've listed here is just the tip of the iceberg. It's terrifying to me that he will be legally able to drive soon. I'm sure there's more. If I think of any glaring examples, I'll post them here. In a third-year chemistry course, we were working with titanium IV chloride or titanium tetrachloride or TCl4. A bit of background information. TCl4 is extremely dangerous. Not only is it an incredibly strong acid, it is also highly volatile and reacts violently with water, including water vapor in the air, to generate hydrochloric acid, colorless, and titanium hydroxide, a dense white cloud. When the container is opened, the TCl4 vaporizes rapidly, and plumes of white smoke begin spilling out of the bottle. Due to these properties, special precautions must be taken when handling it. It is kept in special containers. You must wear gloves when handling anything that has been in contact with it, and most importantly, the bottle can only be opened in the fume hood, basically a box with a powerful vacuum attached to prevent harmful vapors from escaping into the room. One guy opened it at his workstation instead of in a fume hood, like he was supposed to. Billows of white smoke immediately rose from his bottle and he began choking. Now, instead of screwing the lid back on, he decided to toss the bottle away. Luckily the bottle did not break, but TCl4 spilled everywhere. The higher surface area of the puddle allowed it to vaporize unimaginably fast, ripping the hydrogen out of what little moisture was in the air that cold winter day, and spewing strong acid and poisonous smoke into the room. The entire building was evacuated. I'm not too sure what happened after that, since the lab was cancelled and I was dismissed. A week later, I walked into the lab and I could still smell hydrochloric acid. I've never seen that guy since. I can only assume he's being kicked out of that course. TLDR Dumbus opened a bottle of unimaginably destructive liquid, realized it was a bad idea when he started choking, so he threw it on the floor and the building had to be evacuated. I was leasing an apartment and the landlord one day called me up and told me I had to move out immediately because they had a cousin who was going to move in from another state due to a blah 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 story I don't care about and is not my problem. I reminded them that I had a lease with both our names on it which stated I had 6 months left there, so he needed to find some other arrangement for his cousin. End of conversation. A couple days later said cousin showed up with a key to the apartment and let themselves in, was very aggressive and in my face about wanting me to leave as soon as possible. I told them more or less to fuck off or I was gonna call the cops. They left but not without a big hissy fit. Next day I had the locks changed. A couple of days after that the cousin broke into the apartment, literally by kicking in a window, this being the place they were planning on living in. It so happened I was there at the time. As soon as I heard the banging on the door and then window I called the cops, and when the guy came in, They swiped the phone from my hand with the 911 call in progress and started yelling at the operator on the phone. I told him it's gonna go really well for you when the cops show up and you have my phone in your hand and a busted window in the apartment. You should probably go while you can. He did put the phone down and I snatched it back and we had a general TV drama shouting match for a minute, but I firmly refused to simply leave, especially since all my stuff was still there. Then he called the cops on me from his phone. I thanked him for doing that, since 2 911 calls from the same place are probably gonna get a faster response. Also my girlfriend was with me and his girlfriend, or sister, I don't really know tbh, they look related, but maybe that's just the law of attraction, was with him, Bonnie and Clyde yo, so they got into their own side cat fight, and also both called the cops. 6 or 8 cops very quickly showed up after all these calls, rammed in the door, and arrested the guy and girl immediately with guns drawn on them, with him protesting in a very rude manner to the cops that I should be arrested because his uncle said he could move in. Yeah, that's obviously gonna go well for you. I was seriously amazed at how many cops piled into this apartment. At least a half dozen. Completely overwhelming odds even to people that stupid having an absolute wall of guns drawn got through to them because the one smart thing they did was allow themselves to be handcuffed without resisting, even though he was muttering about this is bullshit the whole time and the girl just had this resigned and frankly pathetic look that made it clear this wasn't the first time this guy had screwed up and dragged her into a bad situation. I never saw them again or heard any more from the landlord. Gave a basic report to the cops on the scene and showed them the lease and my ID. Never heard from them again either, so I don't know how it worked out for the family. Shortly after this happened, the landlord shut off the power and water. Talked to a lawyer about my rights, but decided it just wasn't worth having a confrontation that might drag on for some time while I'm living in a place with no heat or running water in the dead of winter with a busted window and door kicked in. So I moved out as fast as I could. I did leave them with a nice fridge full of rotting food and a seriously nasty toilet, and didn't pay rent the last month I was there, cause I didn't expect to get the deposit back at that point. The smell of rotting turkey from that fridge surely permeated the carpet. So, I went to school with a kid called Aaron. His stupidity was legendary. He got into an argument when we were at the zoo with a zookeeper because he thought tigers were female lions. That zookeeper was the expert on tigers. Aaron thought he won the argument because the keeper walked away. But this best one was in class. It was science class. Our normal teacher, a real beachy old woman, was in hospital to get her left shoulder replaced. We had a substitute teacher come in. Our sub was an Arab woman, the non-religious type. Also, Erin is a racist. She walks in the class and puts her books down. That day we were learning chemistry. You can see where this is going. Immediately Aaron says that the bomb making class is down the hall. She gives him a stern look before warning him 10 minutes later as she is pouring a very dangerous combination. He decides to scream bomb, startling the teacher. Because of this she knocks over the flask and the contents. It starts smoking, so she pulls the emergency lever and rushes us out of the room. Aaron ends up getting expelled by the school, our third expulsion in as many years. Turns out the sub-teacher was married to the vice principal. His parents tried to get him back in the school, but they refused to let him back in. They tried other normal schools but none would take him. Really wish I knew if he got his dream job as the world's best police officer. My in-laws came to visit us a few weeks ago. They got an Airbnb flat nearby because our place is too small to accommodate them and, well, Mill always does dumb stuff that infuriates me, so I can't have her around me 24/7. I go to pick them up in my car. Note that she had been in this car numerous times previously. Now, their saving grace is that they were ready for me on time. But to walk the approximate 50 yards from the front door to my car took about 5 minutes because Mill gets so easily distracted. Oh look, Frank. That looks like a frog, she says as she bends down to pick up a blob-shaped piece of metal that had been driven over hundreds of times. She shows it to Phil, Frank, and they stand in the middle of the street observing this thing. I'm on the other side of the street trying to beckon them onwards and away from this dirty piece of junk they've discovered. I'm also looking at all of the windows to see if anybody is watching this embarrassing stupidity. Finally, Mill starts moving again and tries to open the door of the car that happens to be closest to where I'm standing. Remember, she's been in my silver car many times. She's trying to open the door of a black car. How the alarm didn't go off I'll never know. She even asked me why I was standing next to a car that's not mine. Well, the street's jam-packed with parked cars and this just so happens to be the car that was closest to me when her display with the frog stopped me in my tracks. So we eventually got around the corner to where my car was parked. It's a busy narrow street with lots of traffic, so you don't want to be wasting any time getting into the car. One of them had to get in the side away from the pavement because the pavement side seat has my son's baby seat installed. They stood in the middle of this road holding up traffic while they looked for something to wrap this frog thing in. I'm feeling the heat and tell them to hurry up because it's dangerous, and the cars who decided not to pass were getting impatient. Once they were finally in the car, Mill joked that I was talking to them as if they were my 2-year-old son. No, he's far more compliant. It was raining out when I got to my friend's house with my buddy. Everyone was leaving and getting into a vehicle and prompting us to tag along. Not knowing what was going on, I told my buddy I was with to hop in. As we were driving down the main road in my city, Portagevi, towards an area just out of town, the people explained that they were going to rob a Husky gas station. I now realized I was in the wrong situation and told them how stupid they all were and to let me out. One of my friends turned around with a knife and tried to tell me that I was going to be involved and that there was no way they would let me out. I didn't know how to react, but I know you can't force me to be a criminal, so I burst out laughing. We were driving, and I noticed that some of them were drunk and high on coke, not in a good state of mind. The buddy I brought was all about it, started putting on a mask and sheet. I remained quiet till we got to the destination. So foolish, I did 2 laps around the place and finally stopped in behind the store. The guys got out to rob the place, and I got out and just walked away. The friend whose house it was decided to tag along with me, and I'm glad he did. He wasn't the brightest, but obviously smarter than the rest. I was young at the time, so I called my only friend with a car and said, "Man, some hectic shit went down. I'm stranded an hour outside the city. Can you help me?" Solid dude, won't forget that. Got home and found out the next day half of them got ripped up by police dogs. They drove away from the city and crashed in a cornfield. Drove right past the RCMP station. Like, what the fuck? The friend I was with threw away a scholarship to Tampa Bay for rollerblade hockey. The big boy in the group got ripped up by dogs so bad it was gross, fat hanging out and shit. Another dude got his nuts bitten by a dog, while that last dude hid 1,000 in the cornfield and got it later when the charges were dropped because of the severity of the dog attack and there were no videotapes. They put the dog down and released them a month later. You don't have to be a leader, but don't be a follower. Age 18 to 20, I worked at a Midwestern hardware store. The third assistant manager was this guy named Russ. He is by far the dumbest person I have ever met. He was extremely lazy with a sprinkling of Darwin Award-worthy incidents that often led to missed work due to injury and the inability to perform any physical work while working. I ended up actually doing a lot of his managerial duties because of this, even though I was a PT employee. The incident that nearly made my head explode, and actually was the catalyst for me finally putting the gears in motion to quit, was the day he asked me if I wanted a second job working with his wife's company. He said that, like him, she was also in sales, but it was her own company. He decided to show me her company's organizational structure on a piece of paper while we were standing at the department desk. He put an X at the top of the page, representing his wife. Below that he put 2 more X's that he explained were similar to his roles, management. And then he put 4 more X's underneath and explained these people were like me, the salespeople. He had literally just made a faking pyramid on this piece of paper. So I said, "Oh, so it's a pyramid scheme." He got angry, crumpled up the paper, and said that because of my age I obviously didn't understand how businesses worked. That sealed it for me. Edit to clear confusion. I knew it was a pyramid scheme because it was the picture he drew, and the way he described everyone's roles just made it pretty obvious. Also, knowing what he had previously told me about his wife, I knew she wasn't running some small sales business with an office and a handful of employees prior to this. I also remember him saying something like, and then these people, in one of the rows, recruit their own people to manage. I wish I remembered what he said his wife was selling, but this happened 10 to 11 years ago. I worked as a delivery driver a few years ago. Helpers didn't last long. Most of them were big dumb animals, but this kid was an absolute specimen. He belonged in a museum of oddities. Let's call him Hamdrew. Hamdrew was about 25, claimed to have graduated from a community college with a degree in broadcast journalism. He later explained to me that he'd gotten in due to a clerical error and talked like Fry's grandfather Ennis from Futurama. Well, Hamdrew was pudgy and weak, and his body was not meant to carry heavy things. I have no idea what he thought it was going to be like, but the day I met him, he watched me loading a box truck full of furniture and I tried to explain to him it was like this all day every day. He said he understood and could handle it, but I could see in his eyes that he was thinking about Cake Point. I was stuck babysitting this for many months while he dropped things, ran into walls, made awful grunting noises every time he picked up a pillow, and basically made my life hell on a daily basis. He was a very nice man-child, but his incompetence knew no bounds. Of all the nonsense I witnessed, this incident was by far the most absurd. One morning, months into our working relationship, while loading our delivery truck, or rather, while he watched me load things and I tried to keep him out of my way, Hamdrew asked me if I want him to dolly a couch onto the truck. I did. He asked if I wanted him to bring it on backwards and put it in the spot I have clearly placed pads down for. I did. I turned around to check some paperwork while he struggled to dolly the couch on the truck. A few moments later I heard him call out my name. I walked over to the truck and looked inside. No sign of Hamdrew. I made a confused face and asked what he wanted. I heard his muffled voice coming from behind the upright standing couch. Me. What are you doing, Hamdrew? Narrator. I blocked myself in, and I don't know what to do now. I'm stuck. Me. What do you mean you don't know what to do? Just put it back on the dolly and come out the way you came in, Hamdrew. But then how do I get the couch back in this way? Me. Visibly angry. Are you faking with me? You can't not understand how to get out. It's not possible. About this time I had to sit down. I think I was having an anger-induced stroke. My manager walked by and asked me what I was doing. I pointed at the truck. He looked inside, confused. He asked me where Hamdrew was, and I pointed into the truck again and said he was stuck in there. He started laughing and asked me what I was talking about. Me. I'm 100% serious. He's blocked himself into a corner with a couch and he says he doesn't know what to do. Manager. How what? Well, help him I guess, right? Me. This isn't a problem I can solve. This is natural selection. If he can't work this one out on his own he'll just starve to death eventually. Manager. This can't be real. Hamdrew. Just put it back on the dolly and walk it out. I hear some clanking and I can see him trying to pick the dolly up and move it around the couch. There isn't enough room. We sat and watched him for 2 or 3 minutes while he struggled to solve this real life Tetris level. It was the most baffling thing I've ever witnessed. Before you take Hamdrew's side here and get mad at me for being mean to the boy, please consider the following. We'd been loading trucks together for months, so this wasn't some new concept for him. Also, it's just moving furniture from one spot to the next like big puzzle pieces. If there's an empty space, you put a couch there. You can't wedge yourself into a small space against a wall with a giant couch. It's insane. I had to let it play out. I can't believe this thread is this old and no one has mentioned Kevin. It's not uncommon as a teacher to have students who are a bit behind the curve in certain aspects, but 99.99999% of the time they are keen on something. They might not understand how to identify a noun or what the theme is, but they somehow know how to make a mean plate of nachos. You learn pretty quickly to not judge fish for their tree climbing ability. Yeah, I know. I thought this was the rule when I was teaching until I met Kevin. Kevin isn't his real name, but it doesn't matter because he can't spell it anyway. Kevin was a student of mine during my last year of teaching. He came to my classroom with very little to show for his academic past. He had moved a few times and thus was missing a lot of typical test scores that we used to try and ballpark their ability. Don't worry, it was a ballpark. We didn't make major decisions until we actually had a chance to talk and work with a student for a bit. I thought that's fine. I'll just do some one-on-one with Kevin and see what's up. One-on-one with Kevin was like conversing with someone who'd forgotten everything in a freak, if not impossible, amnesia incident. There was no evidence that he had learned anything past the 2nd grade, and now he was in 9th grade. Flabbergasted, I figured we needed to get more serious with this. If he was going to be in my class, I needed to know why and how. I decided to meet with him, his guidance counselor, his parents, and another teacher to see what was really going on. This is where it all became clear. It was by some incredible fluke that his family hadn't been wiped off the face of the earth years ago. Odds are his entire heritage was based on blind luck and some type of sick divine intervention that saves his family every time a threat presents itself. Kevin was the genetic pinnacle of this null achievement. Even my instructional lead, a woman who could find a redeeming tray in a Balrog, failed to see any reason this kid or his family should be alive today. So here's a list of events that made it abundantly clear that God exists, and he's laughing uncontrollably. Kevin frequently forgot when/where class was. On more than one occasion, I had to retrieve him from other classrooms. Kevin ate an entire 24-pack of crayons, puked, and then did it again the next day. This is 9th grade. I have no idea where he got crayons. Kevin's dad wrote tuition checks and mailed them to me, his English teacher. This was a public school. When I gave it back to Kevin, voided, to give to his dad with a brief note explaining that this is a public school, Kevin got in trouble for trying to spend it at 7-11 after school. Kevin was removed from the culinary arts program after leaving a cutting board on the gas stove and starting a fire. Twice Kevin threw his lunch at the school resource officer and tried to run away. He ran into a door and insisted it wasn't him. Kevin stole my phone during class. I called it. It rang. He denied that it was ringing. Not that it wasn't his. Not that he did it. No, he denied that the phone was actually ringing. He tried it 3 times before the end of the year. Kevin called the basketball coach a motherfucking beach during gym. Basketball tryouts were that afternoon. Kevin tried out. It didn't go well. Kevin's mom could never remember which school he went to. She missed several meetings because she drove to other schools, none of which he ever went to. Kevin tasted himself in the neck before a football game. Kevin kept a bottle of orange Kool-Aid in his backpack for about 4 months. He thought it would turn into alcohol. He drank it during homeroom and threw up. Kevin said the N-word a lot. Kevin was white. The high school was 84% black. Kevin got beat up a lot. Kevin stole another student's iPhone and tried to sell it back to them. Kevin didn't understand that his grade was dependent on tests, quizzes, homework, class walk, and participation. Kevin finished his first semester with a 3% average. He tried to bribe me with $11. Kevin spit on a girl and said you should get out of those wet clothes. The girl was the Spanish student teacher. Kevin didn't know dogs and cats were different animals. Kevin tried to download porn onto a computer in the library at the circulation desk while he was logged on. Kevin asked a girl to prom. He was in 9th grade and freshmen don't go to prom by asking for her phone number and then texting her his address. Kevin got gum in his hair constantly. Kevin regularly tried to cheat on assignments by knocking the pile over, grabbing one before I had picked them all up, and then writing its name on it wherever there was room. Kevin had several allergies, but neither his parents nor he could remember what they were. They were very concerned that the holiday party at high school, we don't have those, would have peanuts. When they finally got a doctor's note, he was allergic to amoxicillin. Kevin and his parents took a trip to Nassau. How the fuck did they even get airline tickets and forgot all their luggage at home? I didn't believe him when he told me until I talked to his mom, who told me the first thing when I saw her at the bi-weekly meeting. Kevin's grandfather apparently died in a chainsaw accident. I can only assume God was looking the other way that day. I was at university with a guy who was academically brilliant but was seriously life stupid. He would ace every exam he ever took but had zero common sense and just seemed to lurch through life from one dumb situation to the next. We'll call him Rob, because that was his actual name. My absolute favorite example of this was the time he lost his little notebook. It was a pocket-sized notebook that he used to draft thoughts, ideas, poems in. He was an English literature major and was also in the process of drafting a screenplay, so this journal of pretentious scribblings was apparently pretty valuable to him. Anyway, he was running for a bus one day and it fell out of his pocket, but he didn't realize until he got home. He was pretty bummed out because there was no way of him replacing it, but he appeared to have been handed a lifeline when he got a text message from a guy who had found the book on his way home, which had Rob's number written inside. Great. The problem was that the information page in the front of the notebook also had a section which said reward if found, and then a space for you to write an amount. As a joke, Rob had written £100 because he obviously couldn't have foreseen a situation where he would ever have to pay it. Well, the guy who found it, who was a seriously grumpy old man, basically demanded the reward money or he wouldn't give the book back. Rob tried to explain to him that it was just a joke and that he was a student and couldn't afford £100, so please just give it back. But the old guy wasn't budging at all. Rob was actually just going to cough up the money to get it back, but we all convinced him that it was crazy to pay a stranger £100 for literally no reason. Rob was going to the guy's house to collect it, so it wasn't like this old guy had to put any effort in or go anywhere. He wasn't being inconvenienced in any way. We told Rob just to take him a bottle of wine as a thank you gesture, but to stand firm that you don't owe him any money. Anyway, Rob goes to this guy's house, tries to give him the bottle of wine, but the dude told him that he didn't drink, so didn't want to take it. But he still wanted the money. Rob was apparently just standing in this guy's living room, basically being mugged because of his own stupid joke. In the end, Rob ended up compromising and giving the guy £50 just to get the hell out of this situation. The best part of the story? On the way home, the bottle of red wine that the old guy wouldn't take broke in Rob's backpack, destroying not only the notebook, but also his cell phone. I shared one already, but I have another that's faking weird. So I was on job sites, new single home construction, all the time, and we are always around kinda the same group of guys depending on what stage the house was in. There was this guy who was tall and had full sleeve tattoos and a beard. He acted tough as fuck and told us all kinds of stuff he did in the military. He ran the .50 calorie machine gun on the Hammer. He'd tell us all these stories about the people he shot and the kids they had to run over. They weren't allowed to stop because of IEDs. For about 5 years, he said he lived in town and was married with 3 kids. He also said he did real estate on the side, owned part of a bar in the neighboring town, and his dad was a broker at the big real estate firm in town. By the way, all of us believed this for 5 years. He was very convincing, and we had no reason to doubt him. Till another guy who served in the military started working with us. One day a new guy calls this guy out for shit about the military story he just told that didn't make sense. Turns out he ends up getting fired because he lied about his service to get the job. Wasn't an agent, didn't own a house, wasn't married, didn't have kids, his dad wasn't a broker, and didn't own part of any bar. Nothing he said was true for the 5 years we knew him. Found out he lived with his mom in some shitty apartment building on the edge of town. Seen him at a bar last year standing outside smoking cigs with some guys. As I walked past him, he was telling them about his military career. My current roommate. He has quite a few character traits that make him a poor roommate. A complete lack of understanding of when he should be quiet, general uncleanliness, and subpar social skills. The thing that stands out to me, though, is that he is profoundly adept at losing things. He has lost his phone on multiple occasions and is on his second since I met him. He has lost his student ID more times than I can count. Recently he got a second student ID in case he lost the first, and within 2 days of acquiring the second he had lost both. The most mind-boggling example of this, though, is when he lost his bike. We live on a campus where biking is incredibly popular, which attracts a good amount of bike thieves. Because of this, as a student here it is very likely that your bike will be stolen, or you will know someone whose bike is stolen. So when one morning my roommate went out to bike to class and realized he couldn't find his bike, he understandably assumed it had been stolen. He filed a police report and they told him if anything came up or if he had any updates to give them a call. In the meantime he bought a new bike to get to classes quickly. A few weeks went by and one day he came into our room extremely excited and proclaimed that he had found his bike. It was parked at the dorm next to ours, not 50 feet from where he usually parks it. He called the officer that he filed the report with and said that he had found his bike. When asked where he found it, he said to the officer, "I found it at the dorm next to ours. It was weird though, it was locked up with my lock. I don't know why the thief, would put my lock back on and park it so close to where they took it from." At the pre-cell phone era time, I worked in a machine shop that had mostly male employees. When I was invited to camp with a few of them, I decided to go. I liked camping and boating and had no reason not to point, so I drive my own car. Boss drives him. 2 others drive this. But Dumas, he left his apartment in his car, towing a trailer with his boat, only to break down on the highway a few miles from home. When someone stops to offer help, instead of doing something intelligent like, say, going home and fixing his car, he leaves his car on the shoulder of the highway and manages to talk the Good Samaritan into towing his boat to the lake. He gets there and launches into the first of many comments about how his car broke down because I was there. "It's just like having a woman on a boat," he said, over and over and over again. Well, whatever. The entire group climbs into the 2 boats, his and the supervisor's, to go fishing on the water. As dusk sets in, they need to get the boat's lights on, but Dumas's boat doesn't actually have lights, so he borrows a flashlight from the supervisor to tie to the boat. Except, oops, he drops it in the water before he can. Cue more comments about a woman on a boat, except I was not actually on the boat he was on, so it's getting darker. Supervisor asks if anyone wants to sleep on his boat, and I opt to because I don't really want to hear any more from Dumas, because I could very well get into it with him over his idiotic remarks about me being there. Next morning, I heard about all the excitement I'd missed. Dumas tried to get back to camp, but landed a mile downshore, where he left his boat, while trying to find the campsite. He finally finds the tents, and sits drinking with everyone till the wee hours of the morning, complaining all the while about a woman's presence. Eventually, he pulls out a gun he has packed, and lets off a few rounds into the sky before others convince him to shut up and sleep it off. Of course, he hasn't actually brought a tent, so he rolls out some blankets near the campfire. You bet, it caught on fire. Next day, we are getting ready to leave. He asked me to give him a ride back to his apartment. He actually asked me to tow his boat first, and when I said no, decided he would come back for it, because everyone else noped out of it. In my town we have 2 Navy bases with sea schools. Squids probably know which Gulf Coast town I mean. Anyway, we get a lot of washouts who linger around after failing the Navy, and usually go home eventually. Well, this guy was by far the stupidest. He was thrown out because he'd been drinking underage and got pulled over while driving back underage. But that's not why he was thrown out. He took the cops on a high-speed chase, then ran on foot, eventually getting caught failing to jump a fence. There's a lot of general dumbassery, like losing his mind laughing after his first hit of a weed pipe in a not how drugs work kinda way, but nothing beats how he got kicked out, nor what he did driving home. We'd basically ran him out of town when he basically forced himself on a local girl. It was one of those things that anything could be done easily legally, because he pushed her so hard she basically consented out of fear he'd get violent and didn't have any way of calling somebody. Anyway, we made it clear we were coming to kick his as if he didn't get out of town, so he called his folks and they rented a car for him to make the long drive from Florida to Cali. When he got back he called one of my friends and told him he made it back home. During the drive he was in New Mexico and saw a sign saying Las Vegas, 100 miles and the arrow pointing south. Well, he figured he wanted to see Las Vegas, so he took the exit and headed south towards Las Vegas, only to end up in Las Vegas, New Mexico, a town with a population of 13,753 and 7.5 square miles. This guy was a special kind of stupid. This guy we'll call Tony, who I went to high school with. He dropped out of high school months shy of graduating to work in a weld shop. His older brother worked there too and got him the job. To be fair, $18 an hour is a very decent income for an 18-year-old. Literally weeks later, he got himself a $60,000 truck with all the fittings, and since his car payments were greater than his income, he used a line of credit to pay the rest. Dude was 18 and using debt to pay his debt. The rest of us hadn't even graduated from high school yet, and this guy had already racked up 3x the debt I have incurred from 6 years at university. Looking back on this now, some people at the bank made some serious oversights around this time he started dating a 15-year-old girl. It was very questionable, but technically not illegal, I think. He paid a friend to tattoo his name on her lower back. It was awful point anyways. He came to our graduation after party in his very shiny, very expensive truck and decided to get drunk and drive home. He got into a crash that killed 2 people and he suffered a serious brain injury. He's in jail now for a very long time. Last I heard, he had beat the shit out of another inmate, among other violent behavior in prison, and was moved to a maximum security institution 100 miles away. Did I mention that the 15-year-old girl gave birth to his son? I have a friend who is not that smart, but he is a good give, so we ignore it most of the time. But a couple of times he really outdid himself. The first time we were going out, and he started talking about how he will get rich with this new thing he has found called Way. In case you don't know, Way is a pyramid scheme, where someone invites you, and you invite 50 others, and they invite people and so on. So he was trying to convince us to come with him to a seminar in a nearby town and see what's it all about, and he was saying you should come, you have nothing to lose, it's all free, you only have to pay €50 for food and accommodation. We ended up arguing for about 2 hours with me trying to explain to him that it is not free. In the end he said that when he will be rich from this, he will buy us all cars, even despite the fact that we doubt him. The second one needs a little context. Here in Romania we call strangers Ian, which can be translated to John. Don't ask me why, I have no idea. So my friend's name is John and we were in a supermarket. He was walking with the cart, and because he was looking for something on the shelf he bumped into a guy who said to him, "Watch where you're going, John." He says sorry, and we go on. After like 5 minutes he looks at me and says, "I keep wondering how the fact did they guy know my name." It would have to be the woman who lived next door to us when we lived in New Jersey. She had bought 2 Persian kittens, a male and a female. As the kittens grew, one day as we sat in her kitchen I noticed that the female was in heat. I made a comment about how she needed to keep the 2 separate, and she said, "Oh no, that has already been taken care of." I figured she meant that she had already had the male neutered. 2 months later she called me in a panic one morning that there was something wrong with the female. I went over to check the cat out because I was a licensed vet tech at the time. When I entered her house, I discovered the female Persian, who was still just an 8-month-old kitten, in active labor with a kitten stuck in the birth canal. It was trying to come out with the middle of its back first, so I had to turn the kitten and help it get through the birth canal and out, since this was her first kitten. 4 kittens later we were all finished, and we were sitting at her table having coffee. I asked her how the female got bred in the first place, because I know she was never outside and the male was neutered. She looked me dead in the face and said, "Oh, Charlie, the male isn't neutered." I said to her, "But when I told you to make sure to separate them when Charlotte, the female, was in heat, you told me that had already been taken care of. If you didn't neuter Charlie, what did you mean?" She said, and was as serious as a heart attack. Well, I sat them both down, and I told them several times that they are brother and sister and they should never mess around with each other. I thought they listened to me, but I guess not. You can't make this shit up. I used to work at October, and this particular installment had a habit of putting the pretty, predominantly white, high schoolers in the front line and the predominantly Latinx, middle-aged workers in the kitchen. I come from the Bible Belt, so this isn't exactly a shocking situation. This particular day it's me, D, W, and F on the line, and it's important to note that me, D, and W are white, while F, my BF at the time, is Peruvian and looks very much so. So this fine afternoon in middle America at Qdoba, the four of us are chatting on the line and having fun when this woman walks in, and for the sake of this story, imagine her as Sandra Bullock's character in The Blind Side. Side note, no shade to Sandra. Now this woman walks up to the line, where W is standing at the station to heat the tortillas. I'm on the hot side with all the meats, D is on the cold side with sauces, and F is on the register. The woman comes up to the line and asks W something along the lines of "I've never been here, can you explain how this works?" And so W explains. When she finishes, the woman beams and says, "Oh, so this is like Chipotle, except the staff speaks English." At this point my jaw drops open like a segment from Looney Tunes, and I immediately look over to F to see if he heard. Unfortunately he did, and I could tell he was livid. This herpes sore, but I'll say it's a cold sore. Looking as Suburban Beach continues down the line, and since I'm a lowly 5'2", 17-year-old girl at the time, I can't say anything. She eventually reaches my poor F, who checks her out, and she does the racist shtick of speaking as loudly and as slowly as possible, to which F replies in a way that I feel belongs on r/petty revenge, and says, "Ma'am, I was born in Alaska and I lived in Pennsylvania for 10 years before coming here. I think my English is better than yours, TLDR. Racist white woman comes into Qdoba and accuses the staff of not being fluent in English. Latino cutie tells her off in the best way. I once worked a job that involved vehicles with advertisements on them. While the advertisement wasn't our main product, it did bring in a fairly hefty income to a company that ran vehicles who, by nature, soak up cash like a sponge soaks water. We had one vehicle that didn't have the traditional ads on the side underneath the windows, but was rather wrapped in vinyl with an advertisement over every square inch of the outside except the operator's windows. This car was very popular with our general manager despite its overall cheatiness, because every day it was recorded as being in service. We got almost as much money as the other vehicles combined. Brought in point, the downside was that this vehicle was a real piece of shit. It had several major failures and got to the point where most employees refused to operate it. At the time, I was the night shift supervisor and had been asked for ideas on how to improve service. I was discussing this fact about the operators being hesitant with the GM and how they probably ought to consider leaving it in the shop for a few days and giving the maintenance team as much time as we could in order to fix these issues. Seemed like a decent sacrifice, maybe 5 days tops for months of good service. He couldn't understand why I'd suggest it. He just wanted to run it as much as possible until it broke down again, because then the ad revenue would surely have brought in enough by then to pay for the maintenance the car needed. I couldn't get him to understand that at the rate we were going, it would take months to get to that point, and when a vehicle fries its own brain because of the Texas heat, you're going to have a bad time. These failures would also delay the other vehicles in service, thus driving our passenger base away. It all came to an end when I was operating that vehicle on a typically hot August evening, and I was getting the warning that the computer was overheating. I was having to move one block at a time, alternating between moving and waiting 5 to 10 minutes for it to cool down enough to try again. After an hour or so, I'd made it halfway back to the garage. I tried moving it one more time, made it about 10 feet, and I heard the absolute loudest bang I've ever encountered one before. The computer faking exploded. I laughed so hard I was crying. At that point, we couldn't get it back to the garage under its own power. I had to leave it there with another employee to flag traffic around the stalled vehicle, get in my automobile, and drive a few miles to the place where we kept our tow truck. Then I had to go through the whole process of getting the truck ready and driving this slow, lumbering beast all the way back to where the vehicle was stalled and tow it back to the garage, which in itself took the good part of an hour. After we got everything put away and the tow truck shut down, I went to the office, got on the computer, and sent a status report to the GM that basically said, "This vehicle's brain exploded at XX tonight at intersection. It absolutely will not be moving on its own anytime soon. I have arranged to have the operators stay a little late tonight to help do you a favor by putting this in the back of the shop so it won't block any of the vehicles that actually work. I sure hope that check from the ad company covers this." The GM wasn't happy with me, but I was so jaded at that point that I didn't give a fuck. As far as I know, the GM would only approve band-aid fixes. I don't think the vehicle got the modifications it really needed until after that guy got fired. Now it's an okay vehicle. The joys of working in public transit are endless, I'll tell ya. My first job out of college, I was a junior developer, working under a guy who thought he was God's gift to the internet. He wrote our company's e-store backend entirely in C, and that's in the late 2000s. PHP, Ruby, Net, Java, those are for idiots. Anyone can write a store website in that. A real man will use a non-garbage collected language. Hosted by ICE. Naturally. He had his own version control system, JIT and SVN for losers. Every time he changed the code he'd save a new copy of store.c with a number appended to the file name. I think when I left, the live version was store.c6. There were files numbered 1 to 10, but the live one was 6, because after he saved version 10, the next version went back to 1 again. When I complained, he said just check the timestamps, dummy. But, wait, let's make this dumber. He didn't like writing HTML, so the entire front end of the site was just loading one monolithic JS file, which loaded a string of other JS files. The entire thing, all in static JS files. Sure, it takes about 30 seconds for the initial page load, but it's really fast after that. Mr. Genius didn't think databases were very interesting, so our inventory was stored in JS arrays in inventory.js. Our users' accounts were stored in passwords.js. In order to purchase on our site, you simply had to send an email to support with your desired username. He'd reply back with your password, and then he'd upload a new copy of passwords.js. I told him why not store that information in a database on the server? A hacker could easily just visit /passwords.js on our site and download every user's account at once. He sneered at me. Databases are a juicy target for hackers. Running one is like getting blood in the water. The sharks will come from miles around. But what kind of hacker would have the time to read down to line 897 of index.js to even see that a passwords.js file is being included? My best friend from my childhood is a great guy, but he's so fucking dumb. I've developed an arsenal of dumb shit he's done to make fun of him over the years. In no particular order, I repeatedly ditched class in middle school so he could go home and play Pokemon on top of his garage and eat candy that he would steal from a local gas station. His mom comes home early from work and he'd just be on the roof of his garage for no reason playing Pokemon. It would happen like multiple days in a row and he never thought maybe I shouldn't be on top of the garage again. He would dump gasoline on some dirt in his backyard and create these huge faking fires with like 15 to 20 foot flames every single day at his house, at his friends' houses without their knowledge. He got so many other kids in trouble with his pyromaniac antics, but somehow never got in trouble for it himself. He stole shit all the faking time and had absolutely no subtlety about it. Hundreds of dollars in iPads, accessories and phone chargers from Best Buy, all at once in like the span of 3 minutes, just stuffing shit in his pants and coat. Then his dumbus had the idea to try to return the stuff to get cash for it. I have no idea how he was never caught for it. He's owned so many different vehicles, motorcycles, and trucks, just trading in whatever he has and getting something new whenever he is bored of what he's driving. Never fully paid off. I'm scared to ask how much he owes on stuff he doesn't own anymore. I have so much more, but I don't want to make too long of a post. It's a miracle the dude has survived to age 25. I'm not the stupidest person I've ever met, but I did do one of the stupider things I've ever seen anyone do. I was 21 and had been to a house party. I ran into a friend of mine there, and after a whopping 1 beer, we both decided that shit was lame and we needed to go blow our paychecks in Reno for no good reason. So we leave the party, walking and bullshitting until we get to the car. My friend gestures to the driver's door and says, "Okay, you drive." So I hopped in, dude handed me the keys, and away we went. We were in Reno by midnight, and looking for trouble. After an evening stay in a seedy motel, and losing about $500 each, we decided it was time to go back home. Gotta be ready for work on Monday. Anyway, I rode shotgun and let the music take away whatever other plans I may have had for my money. About halfway back home, the motor just started underperforming. We pulled over and looked under the hood. The accelerator cable had a kink in it, which caused it to slip, and now it wasn't pushing open the carb like it should. A quick field repair later, and we were back on the road. I asked my buddy how much he thought a shop would have charged him for that. His response was me. I thought this was your car. Oh. Holy shit, what have we done? Turns out the keys were sitting on the dashboard, and when my friend handed them to me, I didn't even notice. I don't think it would have changed anything. The point we finished driving the car back into town and hid it in my garage for the rest of the day. I wiped it down, emptied the ashtray, and generally disposed of any evidence that I had anything to do with the vehicle I could think of except for an apology letter detailing what was wrong with her accelerator cable and a $5 chip from the Eldorado. That night around 3 AM, I took it out and parked it exactly where we got it from in the first place, left the note on the seat, and walked back home. I saw it a couple weeks later, though. Apparently we stole it from a girl I went to high school with. I never heard anything about it either. So even though I put a few hundred miles on her car, at least I left her with a life lesson and an interesting mystery to go with it. TLDR, accidentally stole a car and took it past state lines, resolved the issue by cleaning and anonymously returning the vehicle with a diagnosis of what was wrong with it and a poker chip. There was a girl I worked with in retail at a telecommunications company. Let's call her Jess. She didn't really understand the concept of work or doing anything at all. Alright, let's get this list going. She would constantly eat on the counter. You were supposed to be serving customers. She gets hungry. She takes out her lunch on the counter and starts eating it. Openly slices fruit with a knife on the same counter anytime she feels like it. Watch entire TV series on her phone while serving customers. Don't pause it. Let it run while the customers are talking to her. Pretends the customer ain't even there half the time. Doesn't check ID half the time. Ended up disconnecting some random person's phone service and putting his number on another random person's SIM card when some other guy asked for a SIM replacement. Would do anything to get out of serving customers, hiding from them, pretending not to notice them, pretty much anything. Didn't really understand that's what the company was paying her for. She didn't even get fired, she just quit cause everyone was being too mean to her and the atmosphere was not for her. She was doing nothing, getting paid, and she still quits. Bonus, she somehow failed her motorcycle test to get her motorcycle driving license, went to remedial, failed that, went to scooter remedial, failed that too. It's not even a test, it's a crash course designed to teach you to drive motorcycles. I didn't even know there were remedial classes. My friend, let's call him Jay, liked a girl, actually, still does, going on 3 years now. Jay confessed his love numerous times, and she politely turned him down each time. It's a little bit weird, because I'm friends with both of them, and often knew when the awkward asking outs were going to happen. The end of last year, he asked her out. During lunch, in front of hundreds of other kids our age. While holding and spinning a fidget spinner, it was, sat. She just kind of reached across the table and grabbed her friend's hand and said that they were dating and she was lesbian. She's not, but she had decided it was her only option. Nonetheless, he persisted. That summer, Jay told me he had figured out that she liked him. I asked him how he knew or what he had done, since that was pretty out of left field. Jay told me that she had written the heart next to her name in her yearbook. Plenty of girls at our school did that, and she did it to every single person whose yearbook she signed. He wouldn't believe me until I showed him. I told her, and she started putting parentheses after her name and the heart, and saying to clarify this holds no declarations of love, marriage proposals, or other romantic symbols of affection. To this day, Jay still likes her. We'll see how long he persists. But, yikes. Jay also tried to kidnap me at homecoming with his friend because he was jealous that I went with someone, even just as friends. Literally, he tried to half pick me up and drag me away with his friend. I just elbowed him pretty hard and he let me go and then got tackled by one of my friends who was not friends with Jay. Thankfully, no chaperones were there to kick them out, but it was very entertaining. I kind of feel bad for Jay, but I'm sure he'll find the right girl someday, maybe. Girl and guy I know went bankrupt, but anyone who knew them saw it coming from miles away. Some highlights: spending over $100 at McDonald's, then in the same week spending over $100 at Burger King, ordered 6+ pizzas and all the sides to make it a full meal, all at once from different pizza places around them to see who had the best pizza and who took the longest. Point already having nice couch and buying a couch that cost more than their cars and putting it on payments. Throwing the other couch in the corner like trash. Constantly being told they should try and save money, but the girl aka the finance guru saying it's under control. Point guy is at the mall and spends over $2K on a TV. There is nothing special about the TV. It's a basic LCD flat screen. He claimed it was a steal because they retailed for over $5K, maybe in the early 2000s, but I don't remember the dimensions. But this was like 2016, and you buy a LED smart TV of the same size for less than $600. He still argued he saved over 40%, though. Point they argue and get in a fight about if it's fair for her not to contribute to their finances. They consult with their roommate to break up the tie. Roommates not wanting to get involved tell them they have no opinion and it's their decision. She decides she will manage and keep track of all her money and make sure everything goes smoothly, and thus the financial guru was born. Point girl barely works for more than a week, then goes a month or two looking for jobs, and her boyfriend is working multiple jobs. He eventually lands a nicer job and quits 2 other jobs to be able to work the nicer paying job, but keeps another job he can still work. She on the other hand thinks they struck oil and quits her job. She is the finance guru and they can easily afford it. They are sending out RSVP for their wedding. She was told to send them out months ago by her mother, but a month would have to be done. In the process of mailing them, she asks her roommate living under the same roof if she should mail them their RSVP or if she can just give it to them. Point they order cakes for their wedding to sample, but not just like small cakes. They order large birthday party cakes that feed like 20 people, like 10 of them. She eats it by hand from the inside out. While sitting on their couch, some frosting smears on the couch. Zero effort to clean. Leave half-eaten cakes sitting on the couch. I could try and find the pics if anyone is interested. They get married and she quits her job but doesn't tell her husband. When she is called out on it, she summons a pity parade and says working is too hard and she wants to be a stay-at-home mom. Point she stops driving, maybe as a way to get out of working. Not sure. Her husband works nights and drives her to and from work, then goes to work himself. He's made poor financial decisions, but I think he realized way before her what had to be done, and he was trying his hardest. Point they keep spending like crazy. Credit cards are basically free money. They file for bankruptcy, but it's the guy's fault. He wasn't making enough money. The financial guru couldn't pay the bills because she didn't have the funds to pay them because he wasn't providing for them. Point just wanted to congratulate Danielle and Tyler on going bankrupt and racking up more debt than most people do going to law school. One of my clients is a millennial. Supposedly we are all pretty good in technology. Not this guy. He's a typical male bimbo. I was a color grader and was working on a pro bono project with him. After a few hours in the suite, he was satisfied with the colors and I uploaded it to his YouTube. He came back the next day saying that the colors on YouTube were different than the ones he agreed on. This was a while ago, and I didn't know YouTube's compression had changed the colors ever so slightly. Now, an average person viewing the 2 videos on YouTube and off YouTube wouldn't see any difference. You'd need to stop at the same frame and compare them quite meticulously. I too just discovered the change that YouTube did, and so proceeded to compensate for it. Uploaded it on YouTube again and everything was fine. Next day, he came back and said it looked different on his laptop. He brought his laptop and compared it to my broadcast monitor. His laptop was a MacBook Pro Retina. He said it has too much contrast. I told him it's his laptop. I can't do anything about that. He was adamant to tweak the video to suit his laptop as he believes that most people would be viewing on laptops and not broadcast monitors. I reluctantly agreed and spent another few hours compensating for this. The next day, he said it looked different on his friend's laptop, even though it's the same MacBook Pro Retina FACME. I said yes, no 2 monitors look the same. They have different color calibrations. He then went to play his video on every computer in our office at the same time and saw the major differences on all screens. He was in shock. Then he turned to me and said, "Just fix it." I know a lot of really stupid people, including myself, but my parents both take the cake. My mother once needed to send a fax and thought that my multifunction printer could do the job. Said printer, however, could not be used as fax, but even after checking for a keyboard and reading through the instruction booklet, she wasn't fully convinced. I leave the house and come back after 3 hours, only to find my printer torn to pieces and my mother yelling at me that I was an idiot for buying such a useless piece of sheet. She complains about being poor and then buys designer shoes which cost around €300 a pair twice a week. She's also a raging anti-Semite. My father's Jewish. My father is blind as a bat, but doesn't wear glasses because they're for retards. I wear glasses, by the way. This, combined with his habit of texting while driving, brings some interesting results. Nobody ever got hurt, but several inanimate objects, including my own car, an accident which he tried to blame on someone else, forgetting that I was in the car. I also worked with him for a summer, renting out a luxury holiday house. Obviously, we needed to dress in a certain way to welcome the guests. He always showed up in shorts, flip-flops and dirty t-shirts, and then insisted that he had to speak to the guests himself, because of course my English is better than yours. I'm your father, eh? I'm currently working on my MA in English. My parents are horrible, narcissistic people, but damn if they aren't entertaining. A mutual friend. He's 24 and just, his never-ending quest in pursuit of sex, which seems to be his only purpose in life, has him doing absolutely dumbfoundingly stupid things. One time, he met a girl on Tinder who lived in a different state. She sweet-talked him and, thinking with his dick, offered to pay for her flight tickets so they could meet up. She accepted, not the tickets, but the money, saying she would buy them herself. He transfers her the cash and never hears from her again. Easiest money she ever made. Another time, he meets a girl while playing paintball. She immediately tells him she's a lesbian, but that doesn't stop Casanova. He spends almost 3 months courting her, buying her things, once picking her up on the other side of town at 3 AM, only to get told to fuck off. Creep when he asked her for payment. There was also the girl he met at a party I threw. I sent him a pity invite, knowing he was busy. He cancelled all his other plans and came to my party instead. She was a beach and not a mutual friend, but she led him on for a few weeks by sending him stock photos of girls with different skin tones on WhatsApp, saying the lighting is bad, and the idiot believed her. He became her slave during that time, going shopping for her and picking her up / dropping her off at work. Until one day she says the two of them were never happening and he lost interest. There are hundreds of small stories like this. My eldest sister is pretty stupid. Answer a geography exam question with New York as an island, not a city. I don't recall what the question to provoke this answer was, but she was pretty vexed about it. Used square packet cheese to make a cheesecake, thinking cheesecake was made for any type of cheese during Christmas a few years back. I surprised them with a visit for the holidays. The first place I went to was her house. I popped my head in the door. She was talking with her husband. I say hello. Full on has an open conversation with me for about 5 minutes. Calls my mum, invites the whole family over for me to surprise them. They all walk in the down, sit down, have a wee chat, etc. My name moves up, and before I have a chance to sneak down, she lets it slip. Sure, he's upstairs in my bathroom. Used baking soda in a homemade pizza base. My niece, her daughter turned 5, had to be registered for school in the September. The last days to register was the week following her birthday. Her own words, niece's name is only 4. She's a whole nother year before I have to register her for school. She celebrated her birthday 3 days before this, had a full-scale argument with a chef that the ravioli isn't an Italian dish, and lost her car in a 4-story car park. She was on their floor running around for 3 hours, forgot she had applied for university, got an acceptance letter in the post, and didn't open it until the day of enrollment. Thinks emails are outdated. Why would I email someone when I can use my phone and messages? Her response to having a university email account. Despite an hour-long explanation on why computers phone technology in general have gotten more expensive. She still refuses to accept it. Was doing her monthly bills and spending using her fingers, was absolutely astounded that her mobile had a calculator, my personal favorite. Locked herself out of her own house, cried about it, sat in the car until her husband got home at 6 o'clock. The door was open the entire time. This lady is 27 years old and the mother of 2. I once had a project partner for my first hands-on engineering project that introduced himself with, and I quote, "Are you good at designing and building? Because I'm not good at that. Also, are you good at writing reports? Because I'm also pretty terrible at that." Fast forward a couple weeks, and my other partner and I, God bless him, built the entirety of our machine, and all we asked of our incompetent companion was to decorate it, since there was extra credit given for style. A simple task, so we thought. We came back the next day to find out that our machine had a giant Wisconsin W drawn on it in red pen. The reason why this was so monstrously stupid was the fact that we went to Duke, and the week the project was due, we played Wisconsin in the NCAA National Championship. And to add how mediocre this decoration was, the faker didn't even color it in point. Fast forward another 2 hours after my other partner and I spray painted the entire machine over with primer to cover up the aforementioned atrocity. We both haven't slept in over 30 hours and were mentally incapable of starting the written report. We asked our partner to at least start it, and we even hyped him up with such phrases as, "You know, you're a pretty eloquent guy, don't doubt your writing." And with a newfound sense of pride he walks into the back room of the machine shop and closes the door behind him. My other partner and I took a nap in our respective dorms and came back into the machine shop to find that his backpack was still in the machine shop. We were so proud of him, we went to the vending machine and got him some chips. Then we opened the door. This faking kid is passed out on the floor with his laptop open. I'll give him credit for that, but off. We wake him up and ask him what happened. He told us that he typed out the heading, he spelled my name wrong, and his computer got a virus and shut itself off. Then he gets up, tells us he's tired, and goes back to his dorm. Oh, and by the way, the 12-page report was due the next day. After another full day spent in the machine shop accompanied with record-breaking coffee ingestion, my other partner and I type up the entire report and get a solid B overall on the project, as well as a newfound respect for one another. I'm a Norwegian living far north of the wall, and I've had my fair share of tourists boggling my mind over the years. A few times it wasn't really stupidity, just me taking advantage of knowing how to speak with authority and thus being able to convince people of the dumbest things, but sometimes it was just mind-blowing. I'm wandering home from a mate's house in the middle of summer, near midnight, and some Americans holler at me and wave me over. Figuring out their nationality was a Herculean task, and I felt like Sherlock himself as I noted the entire family was dressed entirely in the flag of the US of A, while utilizing the international communication protocol of speaking very loudly and slowly in a southern drawl. I'm not trying to exaggerate here, by the way. Their clothes were literally entirely composed of the flag. All 5 of them. Jacket, pants, hat, and even their freaking shoes. I could possibly hazard a guess at the number of flags required to swathe such ample volumes in them, but the math would get complicated after a while. Of course, everyone all over the world just loves American tourists like that, and I was no exception, so I beam helpfully and inquire what I can do for them. In no way did I feel my heart sink at the prospect, nor did I have to feign a polite interest in whatever issue they were having. "We're here to see the midnight sun. The book says this should be a great spot for it." I glance at the sun beautifully framed between 2 mountainous sides of the fjord, checking my watch to confirm that it is indeed just about midnight. Of course, these people were way too sharp for me to pull one over on them. "Oh no, you're not going to fool us. That's the normal sun. We want to see the midnight sun." Speechless, I eventually managed to figure out that these people genuinely thought that this far north there was an entirely separate sun that stuck its head up above the horizon in addition to the normal everyday plebeian sun. When the ostensibly better half of the pair managed to squeak out a few words past the folds I briefly worried were the results of severe food allergy, I decided to try and save what was left of my faith in humanity and just walked away shaking my head. and we want to see the northern lights. When does the sun go down so we can see them? I'm sure they're not representative of their country as such, but that one has stuck with me, and I'm sadly utterly incapable of not thinking of them whenever that nationality comes up. The sad part is, you can find stories like these all over the world. I sometimes suspect that one family just travels the world and inflicts themselves upon people for the sole purpose of spreading that impression, as I keep hearing other horror stories about American tourists that fit these people to a T. This is a love story between two barely adult boys. We've all done things in the name of love we aren't proud of, but I have never seen anything more stupid in my life. Story time for anyone who cares about young love. I'm a 27-year-old mom who just listened to his stories. This kid at work fell in love with some guy that was a complete user, hasn't had a job since he graduated high school, and has been living off his friends. I'll call my coworker Jim and the asshole Chad. Basically Chad used him as somewhere to sleep and someone to buy him shit. In return Jim got booty. Jim wanted more than booty, relationship, though, but Chad didn't. Turns out it's because he's been getting side booty from 3 other girls in surrounding towns. Jim finds out and kicks him out. Chad randomly appears back in the picture saying how much he loves Jim and realizes how fake everyone else is and to move to another state with him. Jim was excited and almost did until breaking news. Chad wanted to sexual assault to a minor. The girl was 13. Jim doesn't believe it and believes the love of his life. Chad's bail is $25,000. Have to pay 10% of it to get him out for now. Jim takes up 50 hours a week to try and save up, but no bueno. He bought a new car before that and has $500 payments anyways. During Chad's time in jail, he writes to one of the 3 girls he was previously banging because one of those girls happened to be friends with Jim. Jim was a spoiled child, so he gets what he wants, and it was almost like a competition to win Chad's heart. The girl gets a new boyfriend and stops writing to Chad. Guess came to terms with believing he was a rapist or new BF. I don't know. Anyways, Chad is furious about her BF and that's all he talks about. Doesn't care about Jim's love. Obviously. Jim finally is realizing he has been used. Slowly stops seeing Chad in jail, which he has been every week since his imprisonment. Chad realizes he is losing him and wants to marry Jim as soon as he's released and still wants to move away from this place. Jim is convinced, even though everyone else knows Chad's a factored. Tax season comes and Jim pays his bail before Chad's trial. Been in there for almost a year now. The return money wasn't enough to cover the bail, but enough for a down payment for payday loans. Now he's in more debt. Jim's parents kick him out. They live near a school and don't want a soon to be registered sex offender living there if he doesn't go back to prison. Jim gets an apartment he already can't afford because of new car payments and payday loans. Just before Jim released Chad, a new girl started up at our job that is Jim's age and supported Jim doing all this because she is a kid who doesn't know any better too. She is going out with one of Chad's best friends, which didn't help. I'll name Chad's best friend Zach. Zach is a transgender. Ann and Zach want kids and put it in Chad's head to impregnate one of them. A week after getting out of jail, Chad breaks it off with Jim and moves in with Ann and Zach to have a sex fest to get one of them pregnant. I just think it's more of an excuse to end it with Jim. Jim lost his car because he couldn't afford it. Now he's boyfriendless, carless, and soon to be back with his parents while owing the apartment complex 6 months worth of lease rent. This is all I got so far, but I think this is the dumbest shit I have ever seen. So many red flags everywhere. As much as I blame Chad for using Jim, Jim always gets what he wants, and I guess couldn't stand being the loser. I just hope Chad is sentenced to prison. He has 20 years over his head. ATM. I work at a truck stop in rural Texas. If anyone was wondering. Quick edit. Wish I was lying about all this because it really is hard to believe, but I'm not lol. Oh man, where do I begin? I once lived in a flat with 4 other people. I know a lot of people can grow up sheltered, but this goes beyond that. He brought misery and constant irritation to my other roommates, but to me, he was an endless source of comedy. He would always fill our biggest pot with water, boil the whole thing, and then dip his cup in the water to make tea, and then just dump the rest of the water down the sink. When I told him that we had an electric kettle, he told me that he didn't know how to use it. After I showed him how, literally fill and press a button, he told me that it was too complicated and that he would stick to his waypoint. He didn't think you needed to cook bacon. Maybe you don't need to cook bacon that comes from a high quality smokehouse, but this was the budget grocery store kind. Each room had witnessed him eating it at one point or another. We started by gently encouraging him to cook it, but it soon turned to scolding and telling him that he would get sick. We were wrong when we thought he stopped eating raw bacon. Over time, the smells from his room became stronger and stronger. Turns out, he was eating his bacon in his room now, since we kept badgering him about it. I guess he thought bacon didn't need to be refrigerated either. There's so much more to. I would need a few hours to write everything down. My teammate at my last trucking job was one of those people who treats the GPS like a god that will rain hellfire down on him if he displeases it. He would even drive the truck into a lake if it told him to point. We had a load going from central Indiana to somewhere in Florida, and I was asleep when we went to pick it up. About 3 hours after our loading appointment, we were in Kentucky heading south when I woke up to a call from our boss asking what the hell was going on. Turns out, we arrived at the customer and he pulled over to check the load notes and make sure this place, a giant building in the middle of nowhere with a sign that said customer name, truck entrance, was the right place. He stopped just close enough for the GPS to think we arrived, so it cleared the stop and directed us to the fuel stop in Tennessee, and he followed it without questioning how the remaining distance suddenly went from 50 feet to almost 400 miles, so I told him that I have an angry boss on the phone. He has an angry customer on the phone, and both of them are just as eager as me to know why we went to the customer and forgot to pick up the load before leaving. His response was that the GPS told him to keep going and he refuses to mess with computers. Then he tried to tell the boss that it was my fault because I put the route into the GPS point. If you believe what that computer in the dashboard tells you over what you actually see through the windshield, you shouldn't even be driving a car, and this guy somehow made it into a semi-truck. A bass player that I used to tour with. The story. We were leaving for tour and we needed to build a trailer for some of our gear. His stand-up bass being the largest thing. We needed the measurements. The conversation. Idiot. The bass is 68 inches long. Me. After measuring it myself. This says 73. Idiot. Huh. So the tape measure was right. Me. What do you mean? Idiot. Well, I measured it and it said 73, but I didn't think that looked right. Me. I can feel my brain begin to short circuit at this point. So you randomly subtracted 0.5 inches? Idiot. Yeah. Me. Rip. The way he says yeah at the end is like yeah, you get it. With a little head nod and an excited smile. No amount of explaining makes him understand his errors, and he stubbornly insists that he is right. There are 1,000,001 stories like this about him. Number 26-year-old man should be so inept at every single thing he does in life. It hurts my brain to think of him, and he definitely ruined my outlook on people and my hope for the future. I'm a much more grumpy and bitter person than I was before I met him. As stupid as you can possibly imagine someone being, this guy was dumber. Like, idiocracy levels of stupidity, Brando style. He once thought it stopped raining because he rolled his window up and stopped feeling the rain. He's not on drugs or alcohol or anything. He's just a dumb, oblivious moron, and the world is a much worse place for having him. There is this girl I met at the university. First I thought she was crazy or something, but in the end I realized she just wasn't that bright. She always wore strident lipstick, like bright pink or intense red, and she always applied it above the contour of the upper lip. The funny, crazy, cringy, sometimes dangerous things she did through the university classes, I'll tell a few, made me think she is one of the stupidest people I've ever met. First story. It was the first day of school. After the ceremony we had to complete some papers with our personal information. She lives in the same city where the university is, so her mother participated also at the ceremony. When we wrote the papers, she sat at the same table with me, and her mother was dictating her name, letter by letter, then the year of birth etc. She made a mistake while writing her name, and then she started to yell at her mother. It was the first day, so I was very confused. Second story. We were at the microbiology class. We were working with a lot of bacteria strains, including E. coli and MRSA. Teacher told us to be very careful, not to leave the working desk and always work next to the flame, for not letting the bacteria spread in the air while working with it. She opened a strain of bacteria, I think it was Klebsiella, didn't know what kind it, even though it was written on it, and went to the teacher to ask her about that strain. So, she opened the strain and pulled in front of the teacher's eyes and nose also, asking what that was. The teacher got really mad. Then, we did some lab work with those strains and we were supposed to take some bacteria from their liquid medium and put in agarose medium with a micropipette. She did the opposite, put the agarose medium on the bacteria strain, destroying it all. The teacher got mad again. Then, I didn't know what she wanted to do, but she broke the bacteria plus agarose tube on the floor. That was the moment the teacher told her to leave the class. Then, she told everyone that the teacher is crazy and also a bad person. I'll never forget that day. Third story. She had to make a PPT presentation. The text on the PPT slides was very small, so the teacher, who was sitting in the back of the room, told her that her text size isn't proper because people in the back of the class cannot see it. She replied angrily to the teacher, "It's because you stay there, far from the presentation. I stay here in front of it, and I can see it perfectly." Lol. There are many stories with her, but these I remember the best. Honestly, my dad. He has an excuse, at least. His frontal lobe has always been too small, and it's getting even smaller as he gets older. 2 days ago, we went for a family walk. 2 minutes into our walk, I see him eating a chicken sandwich. We didn't go anywhere near any restaurants, and I didn't see him go anywhere on his own earlier. Knowing him, the sandwich needs to be investigated. The following conversation ensues. Me, where'd you get that sandwich? Dad, my pocket. Me, when did you buy it? Dad, I bought it earlier at McDonald's. Me, yeah, but when? Dad, I don't know. Me, was it today? Dad, no, it was yesterday. Me, was it in the refrigerator? Dad, no, why would it be? Me, it's just been in your pocket the entire time. Dad, yes, so. Me, stop eating it. Right now. Dad, why? It's fine. Me, it's not fine. It's an unrefrigerated old chicken. Chicken. Dad, so. Me, you might get food poisoning. Dad, I feel fine. Me, that doesn't mean it won't make you sick. Dad, but I feel fine. I made him feed it to my dog because I legitimately believe that he would have started eating it again the moment I turned away. Back when he was still a somewhat functional adult, he thought it'd be a good idea to deal with the wasp nest by the porch. So he poured gasoline on it and threw a match. The garage door lit on fire. My oldest brother, 9ish, put the fire out. Dad decided to, badly, paint over the burn marks to hide the evidence. Mom came home to wet paint on the garage door. Also, my dad somehow expected all 4 of us to say nothing of it to my mom. We had this employee who literally could not learn anything. Give him a job, he'd fuck it up. Ask him to work with a customer, they'd tell him to never send him out to them again. One even dropped us as a vendor. It got so bad that my boss put him on an employee improvement program with 90 days of in-the-office training under direct supervision of management. About a week into the EEP, the guy knocks on my boss's door and asks, "So, just out of curiosity, when do I get my promotion?" My boss was flabbergasted. Promotion? The dude was inches from being fired. So he asked, "Why do you think you're getting a promotion?" The guy says, "Well, I'm going through all of this management training here in the office. Are you just waiting for a position to open up so I can take it over or something?" The guy thought employee improvement program meant something like junior management training and was completely jazzed to think that his boss had singled him out for great things. My boss just told him they'd discuss his future with the company when the training was a little further along. Needless to say, the idiot couldn't even grasp the basic essentials and ended up being let go for general incompetence. But for one brief shining moment, he got to live with the joy of knowing he was special and being considered for advancement. The idiot that bought my couch over the weekend. Brings himself, which is clearly undersized despite my repeated warnings that he needs a trailer. Completely dismantles the couch. I insisted on payment and acknowledgement that it's his responsibility if/when he breaks it. Even offered to hold it so he could come back another time, but he refused. He put the frame in the elevator door and walked away to get the rest of the pieces, then got surprised when the door closed, nearly breaking it, and wondered why I started yelling at him. Couldn't fit it in his SUV despite multiple warnings it wouldn't, so he had to come back to collect the rest. Tried to pocket my tools and exclaimed that he had no means to put it back together. Tried to change his mind when he came back, even though he now had half the couch at his home and had now damaged it. Multiple reminders that he did this to himself. He then asked for a discount because he'd taken 2 trips, called for help in putting it back together later that evening. I told him to fuck off and blocked his number at that point. I've never met someone so desperately stupid. He could have saved himself so much trouble by just hiring a trailer for and moving it properly. Instead he took apart a perfectly good couch and damaged it trying to shove in his shitty car and ended up going through so much more effort. Stupid not just from his actions, but his flat out refusal to listen to logic. A former coworker, Ashley. I work at a hotel for a few months. So did Ashley. Now, hotels don't really care what you do with the room you rent, as long as you don't break anything or do anything illegal or film-borne, presumably because of the noise and mess. We had a regular named Alfredo that would often keep his reservation, even if he had to leave for a day or two. Guy had really specific taste in rooms and his company was reimbursing him anyway, right? So it wasn't unheard of that he'd rent a room and then no show once or twice before actually arriving. Ashley decided that wasn't okay and ignored 2 people telling her not to rent his room out to another guest. After she did that, I asked her what she planned to do if Alfredo made it into town earlier than he expected and needed the room tonight. He had booked that night specifically because that might happen. She said he'd just have to deal with it. She was utterly convinced that telling a guest who regularly rented several rooms for several days every month to quit beaching would go over well. Hotels absolutely play favorites more than any other industry I've ever worked in. On another occasion, she and a girl named Jessica were at the front desk in the evening. A couple guys came down from their rooms and asked for advice on bars with good food. Jessica gave a few suggestions, and when the one guy asked about a place called Squires, she firmly advised them never to go there for food. They did anyway, and when they came back one of them held his stomach like he was in pain and said, "You were right, we shouldn't have gone to Squires." Jessica goes to respond, and Ashley intercepts with, "See, this is why men should listen to women and not just dismiss our opinions because we are women. We know things. If my ex-husbands had listened more, maybe they'd still be married." She was going to keep going, but Jessica wisely cut her off with, "Or maybe they should listen when locals warn them not to get food somewhere, but I'm sure they've realized that." When we had our Christmas party, people from our sister property, a Best Western owned by the same company, were there. Ashley had insisted repeatedly to our general manager that she couldn't eat red meat and that they had to have chicken or something. He told her the catering was already set in stone, but promised to grab one of those ready-to-eat chickens from a grocery store for her. She agreed. I know this because she bragged about it to me. When the party was about to start, she looked at the catering table and proceeded to lose her shit because there was no chicken, only steak. Even when our GM showed up with the chicken he specifically bought to appease her, she was bitching about the mix-up. Then she kept interrupting people to laugh about how drunk she was, including during manager speeches and award presentations. She had 2 drinks. She was finally fired after picking a fight with a guest over something stupid. A year or two later she briefly worked at the Brick, where my sister was working. Apparently she was still mad about how unfairly she was treated and how she was fired for no reason. A Reddit classic comes to mind, the bus night. Oh my god. I just witnessed the single greatest moment in human history. On a bus, heading home from the city, I'm greeted by an incredibly nice Russian sounding bus driver with a smile on his face. About 4 stops later, in the valley, of course, a bogan hops on with his skanky, I assume, girlfriend. May have been my sister. May have been both. Naturally, he does not have the money for a bus, so of course the boggin, henceforth referred to as Sheet Skull, blames the bus driver. Using all manner of racial slurs, loud profanities and general offensive douchebaggery, Sheet Skull proceeds to be an asshole and make the entire bus shuffle uncomfortably in their seats, all except one man. This man. I wish I could be this man, this average looking hero that stepped up to defend the poor bus driver. Look mate, he's just doing his job. How about you calm down and leave the driver alone? It's not his fault you can't pay. The logic of the situation made a slight whistling noise as it passed over Sheet Skull's head. We could see the Tonka truck gears clunk and grind in this man's underdeveloped cranium. Calm down. It must be a challenge. Are you trying to start me? You wanna go me fking court? You wanna find me? Ah, truly the words of a poet. But not even Oscar Wilde himself could have predicted the Batman-esque reaction of, yeah, actually, let's do this. Off the bus, you could hear a penny drop as the 256 MB brain inside Sheet Skull's sheety little skull ticked over. Finally, the judging eyes of the bus coupled with the high-pitched, slurring voice of his sister-daughter telling him to take him, and, quoting directly, "Don't take none that sheet babe," convinced them both to step off the bus ready to fight. Calmer than a monk on morphine. Our hero turns to the bus driver, simply says shut the door mate, and walks back to his Martha-faking seat. The bus driver shut the door, drove away, and the entire bus erupted. We were clapping, we were cheering, I gave Sheet Skull the finger out the window, and I'm pretty sure people hugged. TLDR, thank you stranger, for making humans okay in my book. My sister-in-law is sad. She is 10 years older than my brother, and grew up in a major metropolitan area. She lost custody of her daughter, which is a red flag enough, but they got a job together at a BB where she did breakfasts and cleaning and my brother did repairs and maintenance. We came to visit early on in the job and she did not know how to use a microwave or dishwasher, 55 at the time. She had to cook bacon for breakfast and the recipe said to cook it in the microwave, but was not otherwise explicit, so she dumped the unopened pound package in there for 15 minutes. It of course exploded open and bacon grease was all over. She takes the package and slips the grease all over the floor and stove. She was about to light the gas stove, but we stopped her as she was about to light the place on fire and light all the bacon grease and trail. She cleaned it with her MLM cleaner, which took forever, because it is just water and scent. Another time we were chatting over breakfast about how my brother would have saved money to have rented a bigger truck and made one trip to get our mom's stuff to his house instead of multiple trips because of gas and tolls. He said yeah, I forgot about the extra tolls on the trailer and it really cost a lot for the extra axle. It gets wide eyes and says OMG. That means 18 wheelers have to pay on 18 axles. I worked as a pizza delivery driver at a local place for about 5 years. It was actually a pretty fun job, and factoring in tips the pay was decent enough compared to other, similar jobs. It wasn't exactly rewarding work, but it was stupid easy, and I got to drive around listening to music all night, which was fine by me. In addition to myself, there were 3 other lifers, bright guys who, for whatever reason, stuck with pizza delivery long enough for it to be almost considered a career. Aside from the lifers, we had a constant revolving door of high schoolers, college students, and the absolute rock bottom semi-functional adults West Virginia had to offer. One of them, we'll call him Tom, was on an absolutely different plane of stupidity. We had plenty of drivers who struggled to memorize the 6 different streets we delivered to, or were somehow incapable of washing dishes without flooding the kitchen with suds, but Tom was all that and so much more. I wanted to like Tom, I think we all did. He seemed like a nice enough guy in a backwoods, or shucks sort of way, and he had a tragic childhood incident where his twin brother was swept away in a flood at a young age. We really didn't want to hate him, but the more we got to know him the more difficult it became. He was, of course, terrible at his job. We would get angry phone calls as he spent more than an hour delivering to a house that was within walking distance, backing up the rest of our deliveries, and making everything late for the next 2 hours. He was equally incapable of all other job duties. Need to roll out a crust. Hope the customer wants an uneven, holy mess of a pizza. Need to mop the floors. a single swipe down the middle, and he's done. Point 3 drivers worked each night, 2 closes and 1 early shift. They were scheduled ahead of time, but switching shifts wasn't a big deal. Despite being desperately broke, Tom begged and pleaded to trade for an early shift every single time he worked, usually because his wife and or kids suddenly developed the flu, or the one time he said his house caught on fire. It didn't. He wouldn't go home, mind you. He had just developed a thing for one of the waitresses, and would sneakily whisk her away for a romantic evening at the McDonald's across the street. I called him out on it one day, and he said, "Oh man, I didn't think anyone would see us there." He began to grossly overestimate our friendship as well. In a way, that would have made me feel bad if he were anyone else. The work culture was what you would expect from a bunch of pizza delivery guys in their early 20s. We constantly gave each other the most amount of shit about anything and everything. This extended to Tom, except that with him, it was completely sincere. "Tom, you are literally the dumbest person I have ever met," was a common refrain. His response one time was, "Haha, yeah, I told my wife we were going fishing tonight, so if she asks you tell her we went fishing." I'm not going to do that, Tom. Also, I have not gone fishing since I was 8. What the fuck is wrong with you? Haha. Thanks. Tom added me on Facebook, where he posted daily stories about the trials and tribulations of his garden. One such example, copied verbatim: "Have gardened at point the doctors. It's gonna be point a bad day from the start. Gotta live tucking lift is a beach. And won't http any better for a while. Got a lot of shit on my mind." I later found out he was talking about his son, Garen. Tom's wife began to question why he was bringing home so little money despite working late every night. He assured her that the owner was just screwing him over and that he would begin looking for another job. Somehow, he ended up with an offer for a decent oil field job, which was practically his dream, but he turned it down because he was afraid he would lose his food stamps. He hates that welfare trash that abuses food stamps. Mind you, Tom's hours slowly got cut back to nothing, and he ended up getting a new job, coincidentally, working under another driver's dad at a trucking company. He was somehow even worse at his new job. He continued his gross relationship miscalculations and opened up to his new boss about how he sometimes wished his brother would have lived instead. His new boss told him, "We all do, Tom." He got fired from that job and became obsessed with meteorology. He constantly posted bizarre and almost entirely illegible weather reports on Facebook for a while, until he got arrested and had his account temporarily disabled for threatening to whoop the principals as on Facebook Live while he was in the parking lot picking his kid up from school. Best I can tell now, he drives trucks across the country, which is horrifying for a multitude of reasons. At least I still have his inspiring status updates to keep me motivated. When you drive past a water bottle and see him broke down BC sheet won't Jen, and he walks away from her pickup, well son, have balls, drive a real truck. 412 down, look down on a car coming to her for help, and your hard hat I'm sure will protect you. Such a damn shame, amen. My coworker Ashley isn't only the stupidest person I know, but she's also the most stubborn. The first encounter with Ashley happened when I was explaining to another coworker, her name is Lily, that my friend had to have a liver biopsy because the doctors couldn't figure out why his bilirubin levels are so high. When I mentioned that my friend initially went to the doctor because he's been having pain and realized the whites of his eyes were yellow, Ashley, who was working nearby, interrupted and asked why they were yellow. I told her it was because he had jaundice, and she laughed and said, "Ooh, kinky." Confused, I asked her what she meant by that, and she replied, "Duh, you get jaundice from someone peeing into your eyes. That's why they're yellow." Taken aback by her answer, I tried to explain that wasn't right, which led to us having an argument about jaundice. When I finally gave up and told her to believe whatever she wanted to believe, she got a triumphant look on her face and went back to what she was doing. Lily, who had been silent the whole argument besides some chuckling, asked me when he had to get his liver biopsy. Before I could answer her, Ashley interrupted, again, with sudden concern and said, "I didn't know you can die from jaundice." I asked her with reluctance what she meant by that, and Ashley said, "It's not like you can live through a biopsy." After some back and forth conversation, I realized she thought a biopsy was an autopsy. Not wanting to get into another argument, I told Ashley my friend would be fine, and she mockingly said, "I doubt it, but believe whatever you want to believe," and again went back to what she was doing. I just waited for her to leave before finishing my conversation point. Besides that, I have gotten into a couple more arguments with Ashley. One time because she tried to explain the sun can't be a star because it's too big. That was a fun one. Then, another time because she insisted Hitler only had one name like Che. That one was not so fun. Nowadays I just listen to what she has to say without trying to correct her. When she says something stupid, it just makes life easier. Edit for grammar. My wife worked as a contractor at a large pharma company notorious for promoting people based on seniority, regardless of how laughably incompetent they were. Her supervisor was one of these. She was promoted to supervisor for the computer graphics team, having no supervisory experience, no background in graphic arts, and was completely computer illiterate, as in microwave blinking 12 o'clock. This same company was famous for their parking issues at this location. There were 4,000 employees and 3,000 parking spots on campus. By 8:30 these spots were full, and you had to park out in the residential neighborhoods and walk, sometimes for a mile or more. My wife was 8 months pregnant, and it was winter, so the long walks over icy concrete were not an option. She went to her supervisor to get a medical parking pass. Her boss was dismissive. "I come in at 7 o'clock, and there's plenty of parking. If everybody would just come in earlier there would be no problem." She knew about the 4,000 employees and 3,000 spots, and still believed coming in early would solve it. I have many more stories about this pasty to point. By the way, security initially refused her request for closer parking. I told her if she slipped, to just lie there, wet her pants and act confused when found, and I'd be on the phone to a law firm in Manhattan. She passed this on to the security guys in full pregnant rage, and they scrambled for her parking pass. My buddy's dad is a pretty good example. In reality he had a terrible alcohol addiction, but even when he was sober, got on the wagon a couple times. He seemed about the same. He wasn't a bad person, but he was genuinely infuriating at times. Here's a couple good examples. About a week after I met him, he almost set himself on fire trying to light stinging gasoline in his backyard while a bonfire was going. His leg caught fire and he just made a panicked moaning sound and looked at us, both about 15 years old at the time, I think, hoping for help. I kinda locked up until he fell on the ground and started yelling, at which point I kicked dirt on his leg and patted it out. I'm fairly certain he wouldn't have addressed it on his own. And no, the writing in the yard didn't spell sting, nor were there any discernible letters after Hurricane Ivan. We lived in Florida. Our city was terribly damaged and nobody had power for a long time. About 3 months-ish after the storm the first story opened, and we had an opportunity to eat something besides military rations. 5 of us got together and pooled our money to buy food. We got hot dogs, burgers, steaks, meat, as much as we could. Maybe $100-130 worth. We were excited as shit. We got coals and lighter fluid for the grill and headed back to my buddy's place. We returned. Then one of the guys said his brother would probably love some food, so we said sure and left out to collect him. Pre-cell phones. We left the food with my friend's dad. We come back 45 to 60 minutes later to find that he's cooked all of the food, which is not only fine, but actually quite impressive given the quantity of meat. But here's the thing, he made BBQ sauce. He doesn't cook. He doesn't know any recipes. He doesn't own ingredients. He mixed a half bottle of old ketchup with what I believe was literally a gallon of vinegar and what I can only guess is cayenne pepper. He put gratuitous amounts of it on everything. The food is not only inedible, but physically burns the eyes. To hold it near your face, and we can't express our anger because he's passed out drunk. We continue to eat rations for another couple months, I believe. I went to high school and had several classes with this one girl. We'll call her Molly. Her highlights include: geography teacher asked us if anyone knew what it meant to be a liberal. She said, "Aren't those the people who work in libraries?" History teacher jokingly asks the class why bells are on railroad crossings when there are also flashing lights and arms to block the road. After thinking about it for a while, she pipes up, "Maybe they're for the blind drivers." We had an egg drop project in physics. Basically, we had to put an egg in a shoebox along with a brick and pack it full of sheet, so the egg won't break, and drop it from the 3rd floor of our school. Most kids, including myself and her, put the brick at the bottom of the box in the middle to help the box to fall straight down, no flipping. I went first. I held my box on the sides and spread my hands apart at the same time, and it fell straight down, on the bottom, perfectly. She went last. After seeing all of the other kids do exactly as I did, she came up with a new way to drop her box. She has both of her hands underneath the box, holds it over the rail and slides her hands out as quickly as possible. Her finger catches a lip on the box and launches it to the side. I swear it hits every possible railing on the way down, then finally lands upside down and begins leaking. Point Molly, if you're reading this, you're really pretty. Back when I first started my degree, information technology, there was this guy in class who thought he was a hacker. Used to talk all kinds of trash on how he cracked passwords and would sell Facebook accounts. The computers in the classrooms were all on an Active Directory linked to our student email addresses. For you non-techers, that basically means you log into your student email and it brings up your desktop, no matter what machine you're on. Well, this kid forgot his password. So what does he do? No, of course he doesn't contact it and reset the password. He reboots the computer into the BIOS. He then proceeds to put a BIOS password on the machine. He reboots it, and I see him looking all smug as it boots up, and he enters the password to the BIOS password he just set up, only to be flabbergasted when, shocker, after the machine booted up it asked him to log in with his email and password. The next class, the kid sits at the same machine. Guess what? He forgot the BIOS password he set up. So during lab time I watch trying to hold in my mouth as he raises his hand and the professor comes over. He tries to explain that he has no idea why there is a BIOS password and that he didn't do it. The professor called him on his bullshit obviously, and the kid was removed from the class, never saw him again. Honestly, one of my best friends, he's done a lot of just downright stupid things and he's proven not to be the brightest spoon in the shed. One of the biggest things that stands out to me is that he has absolutely zero sense of direction or critical thinking skills towards direction. We drove across the state to go camping with friends. He needed to go back home. We lived together, to work in the morning, and would be back later. The way home, turn left out of the park, turn right to go north on the interstate, turn right at the exit that says to state. He got lost, found his way back to the camp, took one of our phones for the GPS, forgot the combination to unlock it, 12:43, and then almost ran out of gas getting lost in a cornfield. Going to the workplace that he's been working at for almost a full year. He needs GPS. It's a 6-minute drive. We were headed down to an event and it's literally following the highway until our exit, so of course he had the GPS going. I'm trying to sleep in the back seat and his new girlfriend is in the front seat. The GPS tells him to keep right to make sure to not take the wrong split. There's an exit there, no southbound re-entry. He takes it. Understandable that he may have misheard it. We go north until we can turn around at an exit. Keep right pops up again. He takes the exit. Go north, head south. Keep right. Exit. Go north, head south. The 4th time he gets it and just stays on the faking highway. Got pissed at us for laughing at him. I was riding with him to go pick up his girlfriend at her house. They were dating for about 2 years. I get in the car and he starts up the GPS. She hadn't moved or anything. He had been there plenty of times. Nope, just couldn't be bothered to ever learn how to get there. Man, formerly living in the poorest county in my state means that I know a lot of really stupid people. It's hard to pick just one when you have choices like the guy who genuinely believes that the earth is flat and SpaceX fakes their launches, to the guy who stole an iPhone from my store only to return the next day and try to sell it back to us. One guy, however, sticks out. I'm just going to call him Dave. Anyway, Dave is a bit of a pyromaniac, which is odd because at the time that I knew him, he was also a volunteer firefighter. As a result, Dave would do all sorts of crazy irresponsible things and get a free pass from the local police and fire station. He'd hold massive parties on his remote, wooded property and light bonfires so large that they'd singe your clothes from 6 or 7 feet away. Anyway, the morning after one of these parties, Dave was messing around by tossing gasoline-filled water balloons into an open fire when he decided he wanted to mess around with his pellet rifle. Dave took his rifle, put the butt of the gun on the ground, muzzle facing into the air, and then place a .45 round on top of the barrel. I'm not exactly sure what he was trying to accomplish, but the next thing I remember, Dave was on the ground with a huge, gaping wound in his head. The pellet gun had gone off, setting off the .45 round and ejecting the jacket directly into his face. We all figured he had died, but he was still breathing and we managed to get him to a hospital. He ended up mostly okay, with only a concussion and 20 stitches or so. He made a full recovery, minus the scar on his forehead. I wish I could tell you all that Dave experienced a profound moment after this, changed his ways, and took his safety more seriously afterwards, but this is Dave we're talking about. He held more parties, did more stupid shit involving fire, then ended up joining the Navy, which is when I lost touch with him. Dave is probably the dumbest person I have ever met. Well, this one pretty much makes me look like an idiot, but whatever. When I was young and dumb in high school, I used to have big bonfires and camp out in my backyard with friends. Well, we had a tradition where we would randomly TP toilet paper a house in the neighborhood next to us real late at night. Once my parents would be sleeping, 3 or 4 a.m. finally rolls around, so we head out to the neighborhood. We were all good kids and never ever got in trouble, so this was pretty big in our book. Our tensions were high, hoping nobody would be awake, slowly sneaking past open windows yard after yard, and dodging houses with lights still on. We all mastered Splinter Cell, so this was a cakewalk. We finally reach a house with a kid that we all hated, Bully. We took the shit out of his house. It looked like Christmas morning when we were done with it. After everything was all said and done, we booked it back to my house, which was probably a mile away. Halfway there, all my friends were way ahead of me, but I was still hauling us back home on the main road. Just then I saw the one thing that I feared I would see. It sent a chill down my spine seeing it. Flashing lights. They were heading straight for where I was. I quickly went prone in the ditch next to the road, which was fairly big, but half of me could still be seen. The lights got closer and closer and closer until they stopped right where I was at. I closed my eyes just as they approached me, thinking that would make me invisible. After a couple seconds I finally opened my eyes and looked up. It was the damn newspaper guy putting the morning paper in the mailbox. The guy gave me a really weird look and continued on his way delivering papers. To this day my friends will never let me live this down. I just laugh along, but deep down inside I shudder about how stupid I was to not notice the car wasn't flashing blue. Please upvote if you enjoyed my story about my dumb self, lol. Like some other posts, I could probably come up with a stupider person, but this is a good story. 2 summers ago I was living in Oregon for an internship. On the 4th of July weekend I went to the coast with my cousins, who live in Oregon full time. We went to a weed dispensary. It was my first time ever being in one. It was July 2016, and my birthday is September 1994, so I turned 21 in September 2015. For some reason, the receptionist lady could not get that through her head. Somehow she understood that one of my cousins, who was born about 3 months after I was 21, but I wasn't. The three of us were talking with her for about 5 minutes. Finally, the guy of a random couple sitting on a couch in the waiting area said, "If it says September 1994, he's 21. She eventually went into the main part of the store and got her boss to verify I was 21. I understand that once we started talking to her she probably didn't have time to think to herself through the math anymore, but I would figure, since that was literally her job, she would come into work every day knowing it's October 21st, 2016, so anyone born before October 21st, 1995 is under 21. Anyway, a few hours later we smoked some of what we bought, and I was probably an even bigger idiot at the dinner table with my aunt and uncle. My cousin has to be up there. He was a victim of a drunk driving wreck and I think he had some injuries to his stomach. Had to be airlifted to a hospital. and got a decent sum of money from the drunk's insurance company, 50k point. That 50k didn't last even one summer after he graduated. And no, he didn't have a head injury. He has always been like this. He paid $11,000 for a piece of junk because it was a big red truck and spent God knows how much on upgrades, like making the wheels bigger or a bass system that sounded like shit. He also bought alcohol for his friends, presumably through someone that was over 21, and they drank in the local Walmart parking lot. Point at the end of the summer he was homeless, jobless, out of any money, and only had his piece of shut truck that wasn't worth half what he paid for and probably trashed upgrading it. Then he wrecked it when he thought it would be a good idea to drive while drinking and also high on weed with large amounts of both in his car as well as steroids. He is an idiot that does things he knows is stupid and he'll regret in an instant. He will talk about anyone behind their back to make them look bad. And I'm starting to think he's a bit off-aisle because he always had lots of setback even in later middle school, early high school, and I don't think he's ever stopped spending time alone with girls in that age group. Point as far as I'm concerned he can go fuck himself. I don't want anything to do with the bastard again. Girl I work with. Point to stupid to replace a trash bag in a trash can. Instead of putting it in the can, she lays it over the can. The first person to throw something away will inevitably make the entire bag fall into the can. She has heard multiple coworkers complain about this, and once you tell her what the fuck, how do you mess up putting a trash bag into the bin, she will fix it. But the next time she changes the trash bag, it's as if you hit a reset button and she's oblivious to it again. Point cleaning. She's too stupid to clean anything. Clean her desk. She can't. She will literally use a tissue and rub it back and forth instead of wiping the table off. She also wipes around whatever is on her desk, be it a pen, a notepad, calendar, a calculator. She will wipe around it without moving it aside to clean the area underneath it. The same type of sheet. When she uses a broom, she literally brushes back and forth instead of sweeping everything into one direction, and she doesn't move anything out of the way, be it chairs, trash can, or boxes. She will just sweep around them. Cleaning her restroom. We have over 50 employees working here, and she is the only female. 49 men use the same restroom, and our restroom is cleaner than hers, that only she uses and cleans herself. Point she prints out documents that are pre-highlighted, meaning the area she wants to highlight is printed in yellow. She highlights them again anyway. Every time. Point she can't remember anything, she has to write everything down. Sometimes she writes herself a note that explains another note she wrote for herself. One time I was getting off work early and a male coworker told me that he will take care of the paperwork for me tomorrow and that all I had to do was grab it and deliver it to where I was going. So the next day, when I get into work, there's a note on my desk saying, "Tell 01-559-2620 about the paperwork." So I ask her what's up with the note. "What note?" she asks, and I say, "The note in your handwriting on my desk saying, tell me about the paperwork." And she just blank stares at me because she can't faking remember what her own note meant. So I inquire further. "I was supposed to get paperwork today. Where is it?" "I don't know." If she says, "I'm just supposed to tell you about it," and I ask again, "Tell me what about it? Where is it?" I don't know what she says. Basically what happened is the system went down after I left, and my coworker told her that he can't print it off and that I have to do it myself in the morning, but she didn't remember any of that sheet. I once told her not to answer the phone which is attached to the fax machine because I'm waiting for an important fax that under no circumstances she should answer the phone because it's a fax 100% guaranteed. She spoke to me and acknowledged that she understood. I had to use the restroom as I entered and did my business. I can hear the phone/fax combo ring outside and I'm like, oh, that's my fax, except it stops ringing after one ring. Like what the fuck? And I already know what happened even before I left the restroom. This stupid bitch answered the phone. So I come out and see her looking at the phone bamboozled, and she says, "It's only beeping." I tell her, "Of course it is. I told you I'm getting a fax, and I told you to not faking answer the faking phone." And she just says to me, "I didn't know. I didn't know. I just spoke to you about this. You said yes, you will not answer. You acknowledged what he said and said you will not answer the phone. And as soon as I leave, you do what you said you will not do." Like what the fuck is wrong with you? And she says I don't remember, there's a few hundred more stories. She's 35ish and she learned to be a faking dentist helper. Can you even imagine how many people's teeth she faked up before starting to work in this warehouse? I always say she does not celebrate birthdays, but years she just by good faking luck happened to not accidentally kill herself in some faking Darwinian fashion. He actually used to be my best friend. We've been through a lot together, and I have always admired the man. Although his flirting skills were subpar, he was a natural talent at almost everything else. But one day it finally happened, and he found a girlfriend, the love of his life. They didn't really have much in common at first. She wanted to spend her free time walking the world's beaches, but he was not the biggest fan of doing that. Despite their differences, these two have married after a while, and were seemingly very happy together, even though my best friend continued spending more time with me than with her. One day, I could see that something was very wrong with him. I say, hello there, what has been troubling you lately? And he tells me that his wife is going to die. She did not visit a doctor. Apparently my best friend had managed to diagnose her illness at home. How much worse can it get, right? Well, apparently, she was also pregnant. He spent so much time and effort trying to find a cure for her sickness that wasn't even ever confirmed by a real doctor. He had found some methods to cure her, but most would consider them to be unnatural. The only thing he was afraid of was losing his wife, which eventually, of course, he did. After she had filed for divorce, I told his wife about him seemingly going nuts. She did not believe me at first, so she and I went to visit him during his vacation. And then it happened. He had told us about how he was going to save her. The whole process involved him killing his boss, helping an old crazy dude, calling himself the Senate, take over the galaxy, killing a bunch of kids and finally, killing her as well. He then actually proceeded to choke the life out of his wife. I had to take the high ground, cut his limbs off, and leave him to die by immolation. Much to nobody's surprise, his wife ended up dying during childbirth and now it was up to me to raise their twin children. Well, actually one of his wife's friends took one of the kids, but not to worry, I'm still raising half a family. I have no idea what to do, so if any of you want to make a kind donation, contact me at 1-800-OB1 and we will figure something out. Thanks for reading my story, even though it was a bit uncivilized. Wow, to pick only one that shows this guy's stupidity is hard. He had so many great examples, but I guess his ultimate comeback for why the earth is flat will have to do point. So I worked in the warehouse at Walmart for a while and there was this guy, let's call him D. Well, D had many stupid beliefs, including that quarter after 4 was 425 cause a quarter is 25 cents. But the one he loved to constantly argue was the earth was flat. Now he had the regular arguments but a few were special. If the earth was round, how is the floor flat? But none beat the day he said the earth has to be flat. Spheres don't exist, or any third object for that matter. They are circles, and the government is lying to us. So, after staring in disbelief and he being very proud of himself, I asked if he would help with an experiment. I took a ball and a roll of masking tape, held the ball up to him, and asked him what he saw. His response was a circle and I repeated this to 5 other points 90 degrees from each other, getting the frustrated response near the end of it's another circle. So I set it down, pick up the masking tape on its side, and ask him what he sees. Is just another faking circle, and one last time I turn it flat onto him asking, alright D, last one, what do you see? And he is dumbfounded, like he cannot comprehend what I have just done to that circle. Yo, make it a rectangle. Rectangles aren't circles. He stood there for several minutes trying to comprehend what has happened, unable to accept that objects can have faces with different shapes. I've worked a lot of construction and you come across some interesting guys, but no one compares to Guy Point. First of all, his real name was Christopher, but he didn't care for it, so he gave himself the moniker of Guy. That's right. Guy didn't like his name, and out of all the names to choose from he chose to go by Guy. To me this sums up Guy Point. He had apparently lived in an Indian reservation his entire life. His dad was full-blooded Cherokee, but had died when Guy was young. He never graduated high school, worked as a Walmart greeter most of his life, had never had his own apartment, or paid bills or adulted whatsoever. Apparently one day he decided to move to Florida and start a new life at 30 years of age. I met him on a painting crew and was immediately awestruck by how sheltered he was. He was staying with family but wanted his own place. He came to see my apartment complex in hopes of renting his own place, but immediately stuck his nose in the air saying it was too small and too expensive. I had a 1-bedroom with a laundry room for $550. I told him that was relatively cheap and he'd be hard pressed to find something cheaper. I then had to explain the concept of a deposit which he didn't quite understand. "So does that go towards my rent?" he asked, and I swear to God cocked his head like a confused dog. Speaking of dogs, he had two and was unaware of pet deposits. He asked me if he chained them up outside if they'd waive that fee. No, guy, they wouldn't. Then I had to explain power deposits to him, which blew his mind because he didn't know he would have to get a utilities account. He had never heard of a power bill. Okay, so guy's just sheltered, right? That doesn't make him stupid. Well, he would always have me double check his time card to make sure his pay was right. He was convinced he was being shorted. After 3 weeks of this, I showed him how to use the calculator on his phone. Again, guy was blown away. He'd had this power in his pocket this whole time. He constantly used words and phrases wrong. One morning I was kinda tired and he told me I looked 3 sheets to the wind. I kinda laughed knowing I probably looked disheveled, but assured him I wasn't drunk. He looked confused and said, "No, man, you just look tired. That's not what you said, guy." He argued with me about the pronunciation of gyro almost weekly, always laughing it off, until I googled it one day and he could hear it for himself. I think he still didn't believe me. I could go on and on about guy, but I got here late and nobody is going to see this. He had no clue who Vladimir Putin was, asked me what pool darts were as we walked into a bar. The sign said pool darts, meaning the establishment had both forms of entertainment, and was confused about credit cards. Why couldn't you just buy a bunch of stuff and then, move? They'd have no clue how to find you. I think of guy often and wonder if he's still alive. I don't know how this big, confusing, scary world hasn't gotten the best of him yet. People here are talking about monumental, but brief, moments of stupidity. But true stupidity is persistent and habitual. I worked for a couple of years at a clinic for individuals in need of rehabilitation services. That is, folks who, due to chronic mental illness or moderate to severe intellectual disability, are unable to care for themselves and need someone to help them live in a house and not die. For those worried, this is not a story about them. This is a story about a staff member who, by all accounts, was a healthy and functional adult human in her mid-40s. Darla, not her real name, worked reception in the small office that housed the more administrative functions of the company. Being a staff member, I had frequent contact with Darla, checking in and out to attend weekly meetings, picking up my paycheck, bringing in clients who needed to talk to the higher-ups, or who just wanted to say hi. Darla would routinely forget my name. In fact, Darla would routinely forget who I was, or if I had ever existed. Of the 12 people who worked for that location of the company, she never seemed to quite grasp the fact that I was allowed to be there. Though the parking lot was plainly visible from her desk, and she could see me frequently pull up to the doors, park, and help clients out of the transport van, she would fearfully interrogate me with such questions as, "Who are you? And are you lost? And we don't take walk-ins." Which is much less a question and more an aspersion. This was a woman who I had sat at the same table with during staff training. This was a woman who I had been partnered with during a CPR class. She rushed her beats, by the way. While it would be easy for me to assume she had some kind of impairment herself, I was informed preemptively by my supervisor that, no, Darla is just like that. She's a very nice lady. That was not my experience. Darla was an evidently unwitting, expert practitioner of inconvenient incompetence. She would frequently fail to correctly transfer phone calls from staff to supervisors, in one case, nearly resulting in serious injury to staff, and she necessitated the implementation of a policy regarding stapling mileage claims to employee timesheets in 2 places, so that the mileage sheets were not accidentally discarded. From the years of 2012 to 2014, I collected about 48 checks. I patiently stood in line with the other 9 non-supervisory staff to get my paycheck. I would chat with them about how shifts had gone, what day off plans were like, and which clients might be having some trouble and so, who we should be careful to show some extra assistance to point about 80% of the time. When I approached the counter, Darla would ask my name. I would supply it. She would give a perfunctory rifle through her collection of envelopes, then say, "Nothing this week." As my coworkers looked on with tired bafflement and amusement, I would ask her to check again. Often she would, with the same result. "No, sorry." Upon supplying my name again, she would find it, and with a world-weary sigh, she would say, "Well, why didn't you say so? That would have helped." I hated Darla. But this was also long ago. This all passed from my memory, and over time it was easy to forget the challenges that Darla placed on an already stressful job. I forgot how she would sometimes ignore staff members or even supervisors who approached her desk until they figured out that they could use their cell to call her desk phone to snap her out of whatever reverie she had fallen into. "Look up, Darla," they would say. "Oh, hello," Darla would say, blinking. "Do you have an appointment?" Sometimes, the more senior staff told me, "Darla needs some help." Last year, I finally had accrued enough time in non-profit and public service work to apply for an albeit minimal dismissal of some of my student loans. The final step, sadly, was that I needed to contact my old employers to make sure they could verify the fact of my past employment. This necessitated calling Darla. The conversation went something like this. "Company name, this is Darla." "Yes, hello, this is Brent Worthington, and I have a quick question. I need to, if this is an emergency, you have to call 911. "Well, it's not an emergency, it's a question about, if it's not an emergency, why are you calling? Talk to your staff." She hung up the phone. My recollection of Darla returning to me in unpleasant waves. I dialed back in. "Company name, this is Darla." "Yes, Darla, I think we were disconnected. I used to work there, and I'm trying to see if I can get a call through to the supervisor person." "Why would you need that?" "I have some paperwork that requires me to verify my past employment, and I was hoping that I could speak to supervisor regarding this." "Well, I can't tell you that." "Sorry, I can't tell you that. Why do you need to talk to them?" "Look, I'm just trying to fill out some paperwork. I would like to talk to supervisor if they are still working there, or if not, site director." "Do you have a release?" "What the fuck, a release?" "Yes, I need a release of information, signed by them. Until then, I can't tell you if they work here. That's against the law." "It isn't. I'm not looking for any medical information. I'm trying to get in contact with supervisor so I can maybe fax them a page verifying that I worked at your location from 2012 to 2014. That's illegal. I'm going to call the police." "It's not illegal." "Look, is the site director in?" "Yes, he's here," she said, confirming that he worked there. "Could you transfer me to him?" "I can't tell you that." At that point, I decided that I was simply exhausted. "Thank you for your time, Darla," I sighed. "You have been painfully helpful." After doing some research, I was able to contact the location where personnel records are stored. In a nice chat with a woman at that location, I verified my name and birthdate, employment location, and had a fax number for my paperwork. The call lasted about 2 minutes and was very pleasant. I've since moved back to the area, and I sometimes think about stopping in to visit with old coworkers and maybe visit some clients who, I hear, are doing quite well. I remind myself, need to make sure to bring my cell with me to the desk, just in case I have to ring the desk phone too. Sometimes, Darla needs some help. For 5 years, I worked in a small photo lab with a guy in his 60s named Dan. This place required everyone to be independent and knowledgeable enough to just figure stuff out on our own. Nothing too difficult, just some occasional troubleshooting of tech issues, maintenance of equipment, keeping certain supplies on hand, etc. We all did our part to keep the place running, and Dan was officially the manager, which turned out to be a rather meaningless title. Dan knew photography, but was an absolute moron otherwise, to the point that I often wondered how he made it to his 60s without accidentally killing himself. I once saw this motherfucker search for a calculator for 5 minutes so he could divide 100 by 2. I once saw him let a $1,000 order walk out the door without payment because the customer somehow convinced him he'd come back and pay for it later. I once saw him look at an annual bill from our web host which consisted of a certain charge times 12. He didn't know what the 12 was for each month and decided they must be charging for each individual web page on the menu of our site because there happened to be 12. It took him several days to figure out it was a monthly charge point, but the winner of the dumbest done story is this. About once a month, we get a shipment of paper and chemicals. One month, our supplier accidentally shipped us the wrong chemical, and we desperately needed it soon to continue printing. So they were going to overnight it to us with a return shipping label to send back the incorrect one. Sure enough, the next day, the package arrived with the return label. I watched as Dan took the return label from the packaging, pulled off the sticker backing, and applied the label immediately to the package that had just arrived over the previous label. I couldn't believe what I was seeing and thought surely I missed something here. He's not dumb enough to immediately send back the replacement product, and if he was indeed that dumb, I needed to witness the repercussions. An hour later he mentioned he was making a run to the Up store down the street to send back the incorrect product. I didn't say anything because I guess I was morbidly curious what would happen. I knew the owner was coming in a couple of hours, and I thought it would be a good opportunity for him to finally see how much of an idiot Dan was. When the owner came in and asked where the replacement chemical was, I got to witness the blood drain from Dan's face as he slowly realized his mistake. He simply said, "I took it to the Up store." The owner didn't understand and kept asking why, and Dan had no explanation. I don't know, I just wasn't thinking. It was the most glorious display of idiocy I've ever seen. Words don't do justice to the feeling of satisfaction I had for Dan's embarrassment. 10/10 would let happen again. When I was in 6th grade, our English teacher had us write letters to ourselves at the beginning of the semester that we would open and read on the last day of class. Our assignment was to come to the front of the class and tell everyone one thing that was different / that you learned that year. Pretty simple point. There was a girl in my class named Carrie, and Carrie was a very nice girl, but also very naive. Her dad was a doctor, mom was a lawyer, she had one sister, and they lived in a massive $500,000 house. She grew up sheltered and wealthy and through no ill will of her own constantly bragged about her wealth. Brought her fancy digital camera to school and showed pictures of her huge bedroom with a platform 4-poster bed, balcony, sitting area, etc. She had no idea how good she had it, and being at a public school, she pissed off a lot of people when she would say things like, "What do you mean you don't have enough money? Just ask your parents. Wow, you have 5 siblings and your house is smaller than mine." She also wore pearls necklaces, high-end cardigans and pencil skirts to school at 12 years old. She'd like that point. I asked her once why her parents put her in public school if they could act private, and she said that it was so she could socialize with regular people. Major props to her parents for recognizing she needed it. Well, when Kerry came up to the front of the class she said, "This year, I learned that turkey the animal is the same thing as turkey that you buy at the store." The entire class faking lost it. Even the teacher couldn't keep himself from cringing. As someone who struggled with undiagnosed ADHD and dyslexia through my school years, this made me realize at least I have faking common sense. She laughed it off and seems to be doing well now, but Jesus Christ, I will never forget that. My old friend. 2 travel stories. Sum his stupidity up nicely. Friend has an online girlfriend in England and wants to go meet her when her parents are out of town. This involves a flight as we live in Ireland. He asks me to come in case she's not who she says she is. I agree. Anyway, we have to get separate flights due to a lack of tickets available. I arrive the next day with changes of clothes, money, hotels lined up, etc. He turns up with £20 and a leather jacket, with hair full of sweets and dirt. He ends up sleeping rough with this poor girlfriend, who felt too bad to leave him in the freezing cold, and barely eats the whole time with me feeding him out of guilt. He couldn't even afford a train ticket to the airport to get home, and tried to lie and claim he was under 16 to get a half-price fare. The ticket guy laughed his ass off. Best bit is exactly this kind of behavior that made his ex-online girlfriend decide he wasn't for her. Same friend and I travel to New York City. Guess I'm the stupid one for agreeing to travel with him again. Third night, he decides to stay out drinking. I head back to the hotel to get up early for sightseeing the next day. I fell asleep. At around 3 AM I wake up to a huge random guy towering over my bed and hear him say "Sup brother." Confused I shake his hand and look over at my friend throwing clothes frantically out of his suitcase searching for his traveler checks. This random guy starts shouting "Where the fuck is the money, man?" and my friend eventually grabs what he can and shows it to him with relief. We are talking $1,000+ here. Anyway, they disappear and I'm left wondering if it's all a dream. It isn't. He disappears for 3 days. I ask around pubs, search high and low, no sign. When he returns 3 days later, he's broke with absolutely no memory of the guy or the last few days. Best bit though, on the way to the airport on our last day there, he stops by some dodgy looking electronics store and buys an iPod for several $100s. It was in an official box, etc. He opens it when we leave in the taxi and this awful Chinese clone falls out and doesn't even turn on. I remember the omen he let out to this day. I was hysterical. Needless to say, that was the last of his money and he couldn't afford any more food or drinks until we landed back home. 24 hours later, I fed him and watered him again out of pity. Of course, point needless to say, not friends anymore. I used to work for a tree removal and landscape business. My boss hired a nephew of a friend of his as a favor, and we needed the help too. Anyway, this kid was dumb as a stump, no pun intended. One day we were at a customer's house, and she had chickens, so naturally he's looking at them completely dumbfounded. My coworker looks at him and says, "What's the matter? Haven't you ever seen a turkey before?" The kid smiles and replies, "Turkey? What's that?" Coworker tells him, "You know, a turkey, a mix between a chicken and a turkey." The kid kinda looks at him for a second and proclaims, "That sounds delicious." We chuckle and continue on with our work. At the end of the day the boss came by to see how we were making out and was talking to the customer about the chickens. He owned chickens himself. So the kid walks up to the boss and customer and says, "Those turkeys are pretty cool, right, Mike?" The customer and my boss both go, "UHM, what?" The kid says, "Turkeys. You know, a cross between a chicken and a turkey." We were literally on the ground, we were laughing so hard. The boss was pissed, and it was so worth it. Another time we were at a mattress distribution warehouse that we maintained. We gave him his job, which was to pick bagworms off of these arborvitae bushes. If you don't know what a bagworm is, please Google them for the sake of this story, lol. Anyway, the foreman was talking to the property manager, and this kid walks up to them with a bucket full of bagworms and says, "Man, it's a shame you can't eat these. Such a waste," and continues on his business. And another time we were at our yard and there was hundreds of toads jumping around the woodline. He asked me, "Hey man, can I take some of these frogs, or would that be considered stealing?" I laughed and told him to knock himself out. So he pours out his gallon jug of water, scoops up 5 or 6 toads, and puts them in the jug, and closes the top without poking any air holes. He then proceeds to put them on the roof of his car in the middle of the summer, and it was hot that day, for the last half hour of the day. The look on his face when he got to his car to find half a dozen fried dead toads was priceless. This list could go on and on and on, as he did something ridiculously stupid literally every single day he worked with us. This actually happened over the weekend. My so and I went to a small get together at a friend's house for St. Patty's. We were playing board games. A friend of ours had just gotten married, and I had never met his wife before. When they came in, we invited them to join the game. Let's call her Mary. First game was a Romeo tile game where you collect tiles to make runs or straights of all your tiles. Halfway through the game, Mary says, "I don't think I'm going to win. Why do I have so many 6s?" When I discarded a 9, she looked at it and said, "No, I don't need another 6. Then I said, "No, it's a 9. It has a dot under the number to tell if it's 6 or 9. And she says, "Oh, I wondered why I had all of these 6s. Second game, Family Feud. Girls against guys. It was Mary's turn to answer. The question was, name an animal that starts with the letter M. The clock is ticking, and she is just sitting there with this blank look on her face, and after the buzzer for off she says, "OMG, I can't think of anything. Can't you give me an easier question?" This was just the beginning of the night. She spent most of her time taking selfies while we were all sitting there chatting. It would take her forever to play her turn because she wasn't there in the moment. Blank stares, or texting or selfies. One of the girls asked her a question in response to a comment she made, and Mary just continued to take selfies. It was like she didn't hear the question. So the girl asked Mary the question again and still no response. The girl just looked at me and rolled her eyes. I don't like talking about people, but this chick wasn't all there. My so didn't like her at all. Said she looked like a porn star with extra filled lips and fake boobs and thinks all those fillers went straight to her head. My female roommate tried to cook. She couldn't cook. She wanted chips, UK here, so, fries, and decided that you cook them in the oven by just throwing them in there. No tray, no nothing. They were falling through the grill onto the dirty oven floor tile, and she was ready to eat them till we came through to make some dinner. Then my roommate from the previous year always cooked, while she'd-faced drunk. We were sure he was going to burn the student flat down at one point. He decided to also attempt cooking chips, fries, in the oven. Even managed a tray. Everything was going fine until he passed out over a few low-height comfy chairs lined up to be a pseudo sofa. As the smoke started filling the sealed kitchen, the fire alarms in the hallways were notoriously sensitive, so the heavy kitchen doors would always swing shut and were capable of keeping out smoke. It slowly made its way lower and lower until it woke him up with a smoke-filled kitchen. Those low chairs probably saved his life, since it took an hour or so to fill up, thus giving him time to sleep some of it off, rather than breathing it in when he was a paralytic blackout drunk. The very next week he made drunk chili, then ran screaming to the toilet as he had obviously tried to scratch his junk. Uni was a fun time. Work for a cardiologist. I once had a patient who was sent to us for ridiculously high blood pressure. I mean high enough to make a nerd squeal like a little girl. So we switched some meds around, tell her to check it every day, and call us back. She calls us back, no change. We double everything. No change. We check her kidneys, look for hormonal issues, everything we can think of that has ever caused high blood pressure in the history of humanity. Tell her to stay away from sugar and salt. She does, and loses like 20 pounds, which drops her blood pressure a touch, but it's still very high. Finally, after a few months of this, we have her maximumed out on every drug under the sun known to control blood pressure. We're out of ideas. My attending shakes his head and says, "I don't understand. Her pressure should be negative by now." So we call her in, and she's sitting in the office with us, and he asks her how she takes her medicine. "Well, I usually put half of them in the morning and half in the evening." Wait. Apparently this woman saw a commercial on TV saying that the vaginal wall is a more efficient mucous membrane, soaks up more stuff from anything you put inside it. So she'd been taking her medications vaginally. My attending got up and walked out. Once I regained my ability to speak, I explained to her that she needed to take her medications orally for them to work, because they need to be broken down by your stomach. We had to take her off all her meds and reiterate, "It kills me to think about the money wasted on the stupidity of that one woman." Okay, story time. In the UK, in year 10th, I think this is 11th grade in the US. We are 14 over 15 years old. Anywho, we do a thing called work experience, where you spend a couple of weeks in a work placement. Mine was at the lift, elevator, company my dad worked for. I was in the office, and was given some basic filing and sheet to do at first, but they quickly figured out I was halfway decent with computers, and gave me the new system to set up. So I'm working on that when a delivery arrives, and the woman in the next office, can't remember her name, so I'm gonna call her Rachel, gets all excited because it's her new fax machine. She takes it into her office and I don't see her for about 3 hours. Then, she comes out and says, "Zander, can you give me a hand with this fax? I have only used a fax machine once previously, but I'm willing to give it a go." I go have a look, and as far as I can tell, I follow the instructions to send the fax she'd been attempting for a couple of hours. Bleep bloop bleep. Fax is sent. So I say it appears to be working fine. At this point, Rachel picks up the invoice she was trying to send that had just faxed through fine and says, "Are you ready for this? No, it''s still here." She genuinely thought the original document was meant to vanish and appear at the destination. I spent 10 minutes explaining the meaning of facsimile. Obligatory Kevin. It's not uncommon as a teacher to have students who are a bit behind the curve in certain aspects, but 99.99999% of the time they are keen on something. They might not understand how to identify a noun or what the theme is, but they somehow know how to make a mean plate of nachos. You learn pretty quick to not judge fish for their tree climbing ability. Yeah, no, I thought this was the rule when I was teaching until I met Kevin. Kevin isn't his real name, but it doesn't matter because he can't spell it anyway. Kevin was a student of mine during my last year of teaching. He came to my classroom with very little to show for his academic past. He had moved a few times and thus was missing a lot of typical test scores that we used to try and ballpark their ability. Don't worry, it was a ballpark. We didn't make major decisions until we actually had a chance to talk and work with a student for a bit. I thought that's fine. I'll just do some one-on-one with Kevin and see what's up. One-on-one with Kevin was like conversing with someone who'd forgotten everything in a freak, if not impossible, amnesia incident. There was no evidence that he had learned anything past the 2nd grade point and now he was in 9th grade. Flabbergasted, I figured we needed to get more serious with this. If he was going to be in my class, I needed to know why and how. I decided to meet with him, his guidance counselor, his parents, and another teacher to see what was really going on. This is where it all became clear. It was by some incredible fluke that his family hadn't been wiped off the face of the earth years ago. Odds are his entire heritage was based on blind luck and some type of sick divine intervention that saves his family every time a threat presents itself. Kevin was the genetic pinnacle of this null achievement. Even my instructional lead, a woman who could find a redeeming tray in a Balrog, failed to see any reason this kid or his family should be alive today. So here's a list of events that made it abundantly clear that God exists, and he's laughing uncontrollably. Kevin frequently forgot when/where class was. On more than one occasion, I had to retrieve him from other classrooms. Kevin ate an entire 24-pack of crayons, puked, and then did it again the next day. This is 9th grade. I have no idea where he got crayons. Kevin's dad wrote tuition checks and mailed them to his English teacher. This was a public school. When I gave it back to Kevin, voided, to give to his dad with a brief note explaining that this is a public school, Kevin got in trouble for trying to spend it at 711 after school. Kevin was removed from the culinary arts program after leaving a cutting board on the gas stove and starting a fire. Twist. Kevin threw his lunch at the school resource officer and tried to run away. He ran into a door and insisted it wasn't him. Kevin stole my phone during class. I called it. It rang. He denied that it was ringing. Not that it wasn't his. Not that he did it. No, he denied that the phone was actually ringing. He tried it 3 times before the end of the year. Kevin called the basketball coach a motherfucking beach during gym. Basketball tryouts were that afternoon. Kevin tried out. It didn't go well. Kevin's mom could never remember which school he went to. She missed several meetings because she drove to other schools, none of which he ever went to. Kevin tasted himself in the neck before a football game. Kevin kept a bottle of orange Kool-Aid in his backpack for about 4 months. He thought it would turn into alcohol. He drank it during homeroom and threw up. Kevin said the N-word a lot. Kevin was white. The high school was 84% black. Kevin got beat up a lot. Kevin stole another student's iPhone and tried to sell it back to them. Kevin didn't understand that his grade was dependent on tests, quizzes, homework, class walk, and participation. Kevin finished his first semester with a 3% average. He tried to bribe me with $11. Kevin spit on a girl and said you should get out of those wet clothes. The girl was the Spanish student teacher. Kevin didn't know dogs and cats were different animals. Kevin tried to download Born onto a computer in the library at the circulation desk. While he was logged on. Kevin asked a girl to prom. He was in 9th grade and freshmen don't go to prom by asking for her phone number and then texting her his address. Kevin got gum in his hair constantly. Kevin regularly tried to cheat on assignments by knocking the pile over, grabbing one before I had picked them all up, and then writing its name on it wherever there was room. Kevin had several allergies, but neither his parents nor he could remember what they were. They were very concerned that the holiday party at high school, we don't have those, would have peanuts. When they finally got a doctor's note, he was allergic to amoxicillin. Kevin and his parents took a trip to Nassau. How the fuck did they even get airline tickets and forgot all their luggage at home? I didn't believe him when he told me until I talked to his mom, who told me the first thing when I saw her at the bi-weekly meeting. Kevin's grandfather apparently died in a chainsaw accident. I can only assume God was looking the other way that day. I had just arrived at Fort Riley, Kansas and was assigned to the holding battalion to await unit assignment, along with a bunch of other GIs that didn't have this. As someone has to be in charge of us transients as we come and go, it's typical for dirtbag sergeants to be permanently assigned to the unit because it keeps them out of real units where they are likely to fuck something up, or chances are that they've already faked something up and this is their punishment. Our man was a real winner. He had a catchphrase, "Welcome to Fort Riley," and it was said in a smarmy self-satisfied way that implied that we were but helpless babes in his personal big boy army now. It was the first thing out of his mouth when we were first assembled, and the 5th, and the 15th. He said it relentlessly, and we were all pretty damn tired of hearing it by the end of day 2. The week drags on. We put up with this sad D-bag when we had to, and avoided him otherwise. At the end of the week we were in formation once again, and when Sergeant Sheet 4 Brains drops his stupid line and a couple of guys in the back of formation say it right along with him, complete with his ignorant redneck accent. He didn't quite catch it and looked confused for a moment, but the rest of us caught it, and a couple of us snorted as we tried to stifle our laughter. Patton's foreskin continues his daily performance and drops the line again. This time, maybe a quarter of the guys in formation say it with him, and we all burst out laughing. Dude goes ballistic and looks like he's going to have a stroke. His face contorts, and he's trying to say something, but the words just won't form in the primordial juice box of his brain. His doughy face goes red then purple, and thanks to the facial moles he looks like a raisin bun that's been too long in the oven. Finally, he spits out the greatest quote I have ever heard with my own ears: "I will not tolerate stupidness." It was one of those record scratch moments, if ever there was one. As a unit, we lost it. I don't think this guy ever had full control of us again. I once knew a guy back in middle school. He was a high schooler who lived nearby, who was the spurgiest neckbeard I've ever seen. He would literally ride around on a micro dirt bike wearing a trench coat and shades. This was back in the late 90s. Oh, he also cut a hole in the back of the trench coat so the handle of his katana would stick out. Think blade. He would play Command and Conquer on PC while dressed head to toe in his dad's old Desert Storm gear and take it super seriously. He'd also have these fun, antisocial games he'd play. One of them was Sniper, where he'd take his pellet gun and sit up in his bedroom window and look down his scope at people walking down the street. One time he told me that he had been contacted by an alien and that they were going to take him to their planet for a week. This was followed by they are making a perfect clone of me to stay here while I'm away, so nobody will be suspicious. So, it was an interesting week, hanging out with his clone. He did all sorts of faked up shit he wouldn't normally do, and I found a DIY Setch doll in his room, made out of full carrots stuffed with clothes and a balloon head with sexy lips drawn on them. It was this week that he also showed me my first porno tape, which he literally beat off right in front of me, blanket overlap. He was laughing at the cum shots, and would frequently look over, and I check me. Isn't that weird? I never knew it was like that. Ho ho ho. I was pretty freaked out by the whole ordeal, and was just waiting out the rest of the week so this clone could go home, and that I'd have my friend back. I was walking home from school the following Monday, and I heard the signature micro bike behind me. He pulled up, and was like, "Dude, meet me at my house, you're not gonna believe this," and then sped off. I went home, dropped off my book bag and headed over. He first asked me how his clone was, and if his parents ever got suspicious. I decided not to go into full detail about all the times this set crazed clone would grab his crotch and say shit like, "Damn, I'm horny." in public. Over the past week he told me he was picked up by a spaceship out in the woods behind his house. His clone beamed down first and told him have fun on Animalia. Apparently this ship jumped to light speed and went to a planet 1000 light years away called Animalia. It was populated by humanoid animals who walked upright. After a brief description of this wonderful planet, he broke the news that he now has a girlfriend. She's a fox. Cool. I mean, no, really, she has a tail and everything. Anyhow, he clearly had issues, and I might as well share in his stupidity for being a passive enabler for his neckbud lunacy. Oh man, I have a good one. This girl I was seeing was beautiful, but it seemed like she traded any brains for beauty. The kicker for me was this: she was going to TX to visit her mom for Christmas. I was at her house the day she was scheduled to fly out, trying to help her get organized. She had an 11 p.m. flight, 45 minutes away, and she had a tendency to get lost. I told her she needed to be on her way to the airport by 7 p.m. at the latest. Around 6 p.m., she asked if I thought she had time to do laundry. I said no, because there's no way she'd have time to wash and dry her clothes in time to leave. She agreed. I helped her put her luggage in the car, said bye, exchanged Christmas presents, and left her place around 6:45 p.m. Around 10:15 p.m. she called me, crying. She just got to the airport, and they won't let her check her bags, because she's past the 1 hour mark to check the bags. They're leaking, and they're way overweight. I dismiss the overweight part to her carrying them versus me carrying them, and I'm wondering what the fuck went wrong in 3 hours. I ask if she had liquids. No. Were there any gifts that had liquids? No. Did she pack anything that had water? No. Snow globes? No. So then I ask what she packed that could have broken. She firmly said, nothing. Then it occurs to me to ask, what took you so long to get to the airport? What have you been doing for the last 3 hours? And here it is. Well, remember how you said I didn't have enough time to wash and dry my clothes? I didn't want to fly with dirty clothes, so I washed my clothes then put them back in the bags. I can just dry them at my mom's house. I was like, so your clothes are wet, and that's what's leaking from your bags? And she goes, oh, yeah, I guess that's what it is. I asked her to let me speak to the agent at the counter. I told him that she was really stressed and has been extremely forgetful lately, and explained that she forgot to dry the clothes before she packed them. He said they could garbage bag them, but she'd be charged for the overweight luggage. She ended up paying more to ship her wet clothes. Yes, I copied and pasted this point in 10th grade. The teacher forced me to work with this one kid, and he was that anim weirdo kid that ran everywhere despite being fat AF, and he would look up anim while we were in the library supposed to be working on the assignment. Well, his idea, by the way, was to split the work 50/50, and we had 2 weeks to do the work, and every day I would ask him how's the work going, and he would say fine. Stupidly I believed him, so the Thursday before the assignment was due, we were supposed to bring in our work, so we can proofread everything and make sure everything is in order. Well, when I brought my stuff and I asked where's your, and he said it's at home, and that he forgot to bring it. Just something about him saying that was like someone just punched me straight in the balls. So I asked how much he got done, and he claimed everything was done. Well, here comes that Friday. And, reminder, this class is the last class of the day, and I had a football game that decided whether or not, and if had anything lower than an 85% you weren't allowed to play, and I had a 91%, and it was worth like 60% of our grade, so yeah, it was important. I confronted him, and he gave me this grin, and I will never forget this grin. He said I didn't do it, and I was like, you're faking kidding, right? And he said nope, and walked down to the reading area, took out his manna, and started reading it. I told the teacher, and he said something like I will talk to him. I called coach to tell him what was happening, and he said he would deal with it. So like 15 minutes before the bell my grade was still faked, like I was pacing back and forth worried if I will play tonight, because I was the starting DT and my backup was awful. Anyway, I got one of them letter telling me to come to my office, and that kid, my coach, and the teacher was there, and he claimed that I didn't do the work and made him do all the work. I showed him the flash drive that had all the work done and other papers I wrote for other classes, and the teacher just graded my work alone, and I can't remember what I got, but I did play and we did go to the playoffs. He got suspended, and to protect him, he was taken out of any class with student athletes in it. Let me tell you about Cat. Cat isn't his real name, but it's as close as I'm willing to get, as this guy's actually fairly well known. He was on a TV show in which he portrayed an incompetent fisherman, except he really wasn't acting. I never watched the show, but I've seen him work, and I'm sure they just pointed a camera at him and waited for him to get tangled up in his own lines or whatever. When I met him, some landscape guys he used to work with that we still worked close to would give him shit. One particular thing that got under Cat's skin was this time he spent an hour and a half tying off a tree, something that should take only a few minutes. He defended himself against this to me numerous times. Despite that, I never cared. He was a very hostile and defensive guy. Cat was very stubborn. When he wanted to do something, he didn't care how much time he wasted or how shitty the result, and many times I had to dig up his work later on and do it right. There was one where he had to tee into 1-inch poly pipe and dug it out to try to fit them together at a 45-degree angle. I let him work at it for 10 minutes, then went over to give him advice. I told him how to dig it out and fix it, and he just kind of ignored me and kept trying to force the badly mangled pipe. I figured he'd give up eventually, and letting him waste time was better overall than ruffling the little princess feathers and having him be whinny and useless the whole rest of the day. 15 minutes later, 25 minutes total now for a 5-minute connection. He's just mashing it. I had to ask, then tell him 3 times to go do the next thing. I only had to replace 2 of his connections on that job, but it wasn't a big one in the first place. I actually faked that one up more than he did, but that's because I couldn't rely on him to tell me the valve box he's standing next to is getting pulled underground. He'd just stand there and watch every time, no matter who was running the machine. Watching him throw the pipe was always a hoot. I'd look back periodically and usually he'd slowly get himself more and more tangled. I hated when he did it because he never actually uncoiled the pipe, which caused tons of problems later on, but I guess my boss didn't care. His stubborn shit at least entertained. Sometimes I'd have to stop the machine and just sit there and watch him curse and kick around a roll of pipe that was not behaving. Usually guys would learn quickly not to fight it, but not Cat. Cat had his own way of doing everything. It's hard to sum up Cat's stupidity. The breadth and depth of it always had something new to prove. We found a cormorant on the side of the highway on the way back one evening, and he asked me to stop so he could help it. I'm all for that. That's awesome, I say, and we stop, and he gets the bird. It's surprisingly calm the whole drive back. I'm sitting there with this faking dinosaur sheeting all over the passenger seat, a Bowie knife on its face wavering uncomfortably close to me, and that cold glassy look of indifferent loathing birds have. So we get back to the shop and let it out. It runs around a bit while he's carolling it into part of the parking area. Eventually it stops, and he goes up to it. He's inspecting the injury, and I'm off talking to some of the landscapers about how ridiculous this is. I come back, and he's holding the bird on the back of the truck, sort of stroking and cooing to it, while he's holding a fairly blunt rusty pipe knife in the other hand. He begins hacking away at this thing's broken wing stub. The bird's trying to thrash like crazy, and he's just crunching away on the bone. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like, if I knew what he was planning, I could've at least helped him not do this. I think he thought it would cut it off clean like a plastic pipe, except the knife he grabbed was one we never used and had no edge to speak of. It only lasted a few seconds. It's not like he was torturing this bird, guys. And his heart was in the right place. Maybe the guy always wanted to be an animal doctor, but he was too dumb for school. The poor bird's heart exploded. I felt this weird mixture of wanting to burst out and die laughing and cry for the bird at the same time. We buried it under a tree. I didn't even make fun of him because it's just like, what the fuck were you thinking, dude? He never made it all the way through the bone. Yep, that dude was a ticket. There was a guy named Michael in one of my classes sophomore year. He was your stereotypical redneck, dumb as a rock, wore camo, drove a truck. He was held back a year so he could drive at the time, owned multiple guns, etc. That year, Some girl in the school went out the door at the end of the auxiliary hallway, which was right near the class I shared with Michael, to meet her 20-something-year-old boyfriend who had snuck onto campus, and who proceeded to slam her head into the door window, breaking both the window and her head, which was both impressive and terrifying. Our administration's response was to ban people from exiting that specific door. They didn't increase security to prevent more people from sneaking on, just said you can't use that door anymore. This was really inconvenient because it tripled the distance it took to get to the trailers outside on that side of the building. Our teacher, who was not a very authority commanding kind of guy, took it upon himself to tell people who were trying to exit through that door that they couldn't do that, but of course no one listened to him, so eventually he stopped trying, at which point Michael started doing that in mock of our teacher. One day, a group of 3 huge black dudes, one of whom was wearing a beanie, walked by our class to get to the door. Michael, in what I can only assume was a good idea by his standards, yells at the top of his lungs, "Take that hat off, ya filthy animal." Naturally, the class erupts into laughter, and no work is done for the rest of the class period. Luckily, the guys walking by didn't pay much mind. Michael ended up being expelled from school for bringing one of his hunting rifles to school to show to his buddies. My old roommate, I love this guy, always made for good stories. One time he and my other roommate went to a party in Mexico. Tweedledee comes back bissing in our living room because he was so drunk. Tweedledum was not home yet. We waited out a day or two thinking he stayed back or might have found a different way home, but after a few days missing, we seriously started to worry. We called the hospitals, police stations, friends, and family. Nothing. We asked Tweedledee what happened, and his side was that they were both partying it up and drinking and hitting different clubs when Tweedledee got stopped by the federales for making a ruckus. They grabbed him and arrested him, and because of this, he had to leave Tweedledum to get home on his own. After now almost 2 weeks, we considered finding another roommate since we were all broke and couldn't afford to cover his room. We removed everything from his room and took interviews for new roommates. A couple days before the end of the month, Tweedledum comes walking through. No call, no text, just a surprise for us. After Tweedledee got arrested, Tweedledum was soon targeted by the Tijuana locals to buy an El Camino for $600, but this was too expensive for him. He told them he can buy it for $150, to which they obliged. He was a proud owner of an El Camino now, then proceeds to drive this through the border. He gets sent to the second inspection and the border patrol agent asks him to get out of the car while they further inspect the vehicle. They then place him under arrest. Out of frustration, Tweedledum says aloud, "I knew there were drugs in the car." He was wrong, because an illegal alien pops out of the dashboard of the car, thereby putting a felony charge of human smuggling to Tweedledum. I'm a lawyer. I used to work in the legal department of a large Fortune 100 company. I had a somewhat specialized practice, and I say without false modesty that there probably aren't more than a few dozen lawyers in the US who know more about this field than I do. I'm not saying this to brag, I'm simply saying that I was hired because I know this field extremely well. Anyway, my boss, also a lawyer, once asked me if we could do something related to my field. Remember how I said I was an expert in this field? This didn't require expertise. What she wanted the company to do is the kind of thing that they teach you about in law school, not in the advanced classes either. This was basic stuff. I explained that to do what she was proposing would almost certainly expose the company to hundreds of millions of dollars of legal liability. So she called a consultant we were working with and asked him the exact same question. He explained that to do what she was proposing would almost certainly expose the company to hundreds of millions of dollars of legal liability. Still not content. She then called one of our outside lawyers and asked him the exact same question. He too explained that to do what she was proposing would almost certainly expose the company to hundreds of millions of dollars of legal liability. It was only after 3 different lawyers, all 3 of us very well known in this field, told her that her idea was stupid, in nicer words, that she conceded her idea was stupid. And I realize I'm being vague, so consider this analogy. Pretend my boss owned a restaurant, and she asked me, her head chef, if instead of buying mushrooms from a supplier, We could just use mushrooms she found in the forest, even though she knows nothing about which mushrooms are poisonous. And after I told her no, that's liable to get someone killed, she called up 2 other accomplished chefs trying to get a different answer. That was my old boss in a nutshell, completely convinced she knew everything, and completely unwilling to concede that anyone, but especially someone below her on the org chart, might know something she doesn't. Point man, I'm glad I don't work there anymore. My ex-boyfriend's brother, and honestly, his parents. My ex was younger by 5 years, went through college, had a job, helped out with the family bills, and was treated like crap. Meanwhile his older brother was a complete dirtbag and his parents made up every excuse, threw money at him to help out, and adored him. One of those scenarios where you looked at the 2 of them and thought, was the first one raised by wolves dropped out of high school 5 months before graduation, because it was too easy, and a waste of his time. Never even got his JED. Married his girlfriend of 7 months, who was 20, immediately got pregnant. She worked full time while he was unemployed. Moved into her mom's home who sold pills for profit. Adopted a dog who they didn't spay, so ended up with puppies, and decided to keep those 2 as well. Parents paid for flea/tick meds, and got them fixed once the brother and sister started humping each other. With their tax return, despite having no diapers for the newborn, they bought a PS3 and got mad when the unpotty trained dogs peed on it and destroyed it. Parents would lend my ex's car to him countless times without his permission, claiming that because he lived there it was their car, he paid all the bills for it. Eventually he got fed up with them, since the brother smoked, left garbage in the car and always forgot to fill it up with gas, so the parents gave him their car. It was okay though, since my ex became their chauffeur and they owned a motorcycle, so they didn't need the car. Within 6 months, it was an absolute wreck. The kicker? The brother and father were both car mechanics. I could keep going, but the last thing that happened, before I broke up with this deranged family, was the brother needed money, so he naturally robbed a tackle and bait store. He got caught. Of course his parents provided bail, and as soon as he got out, he robbed the same store again, but this time at gunpoint. When we broke up, he was in jail, with his wife, and 1-year-old still in the druggy house with the 3 flea-infested dogs. Honestly, my heart went out to that poor baby, for being born into such a horrible family. Almost called child services, but naturally, got threatened by the parents for attempting to break up the family. Oh boy, do I have a doozy. I work with a girl in a convenience store that also has a kitchen where we cook fast food basically. She's a kitchen manager, so there are actually people under her. During last year's eclipse, she had to stop what she was doing to make an emergency call home and tell her mom to put the dogs in the basement and cover any windows. Then she insisted we close all the shades at our store and close up during the eclipse. Fortunately the store's manager was there and was like no. She got hysterical and insisted that if anyone accidentally glimpses the eclipse they would go instantly blind. She thought looking at the eclipse makes you blind instantly. She couldn't understand why nobody was taking her seriously. She called her boyfriend who was driving and told him he had to pull over and cover his eyes. During the actual eclipse, she did the only safe thing in her mind. She bundled up and went into the kitchen freezer and waited it out. For the entire 20 minutes or however long it took. She was sure that the day after the eclipse, society would crumble from all the recently blinded people that can no longer show up for their jobs. I can only imagine what she must have been thinking, alone in the freezer. What kind of world did she think would be there to greet her upon exiting? It must be terrifying to live in her head. Don't forget Kevin. Credit to you/know that for this comment. It isn't mine. It's not uncommon as a teacher to have students who are a bit behind the curve in certain aspects, but 99.99999% of the time they are keen on something. They might not understand how to identify a noun or what the theme is, but they somehow know how to make a mean plate of nachos. You learn pretty quickly to not judge fish for their tree climbing ability. Yeah, I know. I thought this was the rule when I was teaching until I met Kevin. Kevin isn't his real name, but it doesn't matter because he can't spell it anyway. Kevin was a student of mine during my last year of teaching. He came to my classroom with very little to show for his academic past. He had moved a few times and thus was missing a lot of typical test scores that we used to try and ballpark their ability. Don't worry, it was a ballpark. We didn't make major decisions until we actually had a chance to talk and work with a student for a bit. I thought that's fine. I'll just do some one-on-one with Kevin and see what's up. One-on-one with Kevin was like conversing with someone who'd forgotten everything in a freak, if not impossible, amnesia incident. There was no evidence that he had learned anything past the 2nd grade, and now he was in 9th grade. Flabbergasted, I figured we needed to get more serious with this. If he was going to be in my class, I needed to know why and how. I decided to meet with him, his guidance counselor, his parents, and another teacher to see what was really going on. This is where it all became clear. It was by some incredible fluke that his family hadn't been wiped off the face of the earth years ago. Odds are his entire heritage was based on blind luck and some type of sick divine intervention that saves his family every time a threat presents itself. Kevin was the genetic pinnacle of this null achievement. Even my instructional lead, a woman who could find a redeeming tray in a Balrog, failed to see any reason this kid or his family should be alive today. So here's a list of events that made it abundantly clear that God exists, and he's laughing uncontrollably. Kevin frequently forgot when/where class was. On more than one occasion, I had to retrieve him from other classrooms. Kevin ate an entire 24-pack of crayons, puked, and then did it again the next day. This is 9th grade. I have no idea where he got crayons. Kevin's dad wrote tuition checks and mailed them to me, his English teacher. This was a public school. When I gave it back to Kevin, voided, to give to his dad with a brief note explaining that this is a public school, Kevin got in trouble for trying to spend it at 7-11 after school. Kevin was removed from the culinary arts program after leaving a cutting board on the gas stove and starting a fire. Twice Kevin threw his lunch at the school resource officer and tried to run away. He ran into a door and insisted it wasn't him. Kevin stole my phone during class. I called it. It rang. He denied that it was ringing. Not that it wasn't his. Not that he did it. No, he denied that the phone was actually ringing. He tried it 3 times before the end of the year. Kevin called the basketball coach a motherfucking beach during gym. Basketball tryouts were that afternoon. Kevin tried out. It didn't go well. Kevin's mom could never remember which school he went to. She missed several meetings because she drove to other schools, none of which he ever went to. Kevin tasted himself in the neck before a football game. Kevin kept a bottle of orange Kool-Aid in his backpack for about 4 months. He thought it would turn into alcohol. He drank it during homeroom and threw up. Kevin said the N-word a lot. Kevin was white. The high school was 84% black. Kevin got beat up a lot. Kevin stole another student's iPhone and tried to sell it back to them. Kevin didn't understand that his grade was dependent on tests, quizzes, homework, class walk, and participation. Kevin finished his first semester with a 3% average. He tried to bribe me with $11. Kevin spit on a girl and said you should get out of those wet clothes. The girl was the Spanish student teacher. Kevin didn't know dogs and cats were different animals. Kevin tried to download porn onto a computer in the library at the circulation desk while he was logged on. Kevin asked a girl to prom. He was in 9th grade and freshmen don't go to prom by asking for her phone number and then texting her his address. Kevin got gum in his hair constantly. Kevin regularly tried to cheat on assignments by knocking the pile over, grabbing one before I had picked them all up, and then writing its name on it wherever there was room. Kevin had several allergies, but neither his parents nor he could remember what they were. They were very concerned that the holiday party at high school, we don't have those, would have peanuts. When they finally got a doctor's note, he was allergic to amoxicillin. Kevin and his parents took a trip to Nassau. How the fuck did they even get airline tickets and forgot all their luggage at home? I didn't believe him when he told me until I talked to his mom, who told me the first thing when I saw her at the bi-weekly meeting. Kevin's grandfather apparently died in a chainsaw accident. I can only assume God was looking the other way that day. To preface this, I worked retail through high school and into college while not on co-op. This guy, I'll call him Robbie because that was his name. This kid was about 2 years younger than me. He was 18, a senior, in high school, and he thought everybody was his friend. His job was to go outside and collect shopping carts, but we would constantly have to help him because he was chronically stupid and chronically lazy. He was also a poor liar. On multiple occasions he would go to the bathroom and leave all his stuff, rope, vest, water, etc. outside the door, which would also get stuck on it and get stuck closed or open as it was a public bathroom. He locked himself and customers in there not once, but twice. He would be in there for about 30 minutes every 2 hours or so for his shift. When I noticed, I figured maybe he had some sort of medical problem or something, as I had just met him and didn't know him at all. Then he started bragging about how he barely works and this and that, so I went to a manager because I'm constantly having to stop my work, IT, to go help him, and I don't want to push carts. He starts full on denying that he takes that many bathroom breaks, so my boss tells me to call them when I see him in there and when I see him come out. Sure enough, he's taking too long of bathroom breaks and too many. He gets reprimanded but nothing major. He would also spend all of his money on Monster energy drinks and then complain that he had no money and try bumming off other people's lunches. Like, the kid would buy a whole pack every day he worked and then buy candy or something instead of real food and complain about being hungry until mine gave in and gave him food. He would also hit at least one car a month with his carts as he was pushing them because he would push them with his head down. Like, he would look directly at his feet and push 100 pounds of metal around. To put this in perspective, nobody in the 4 years prior to him being hired had hit a single car. He also told me that he failed his driver's exam multiple times, like the written portion, not even the actual driving portion. Despite being a senior in high school, he was in Algebra 1 and was struggling. He was constantly asking for my help because he knew I was taking engineering classes and that I knew math. I say help because he really just wanted me to do his homework for him for nothing in return. He somehow thought that he was the best worker at store name and that the CEO had personally paid him a visit and given him a raise to $20 because he worked so hard. I quickly dispelled this by pulling up his payroll information right in front of him, and he said it was all under the table, since that would look unfair to other employees even though only management and some IT could access other people's pay info. He also threatened to commit suicide just to keep his job, and then bragged that he just did it to keep his job. Mickey was a student at my university until very recently, when he got kicked out for being a dumbass. Mickey didn't have a great track record at my school prior to the incident that got him kicked out. During the clown phase, he ran around campus dressed up like a clown and terrorized people, which got him put on school probation. However, his crown jewel of stupid was bestowed upon him this last semester. My friend James was dating an African American girl. He was chilling in my buddy's room when Mickey, unaware that James was dating this girl, came into the room yelling a bunch of racial slurs about this girl. Nobody knows why. James was pissed and told his girlfriend, who told administration. Mickey, a scrawny white kid from the suburbs, loses his cultural scholarship that he had for some reason and gets pissed. This is where the fun begins. Up until this day, I hadn't really ever talked to Mickey. He lived on my floor and I figured he was bad news and stayed away from him. But one day, I walked in the bathroom and Mickey proudly tells me that he keyed James brand faking new Mercedes, rich dad, for snitching. Of course, I immediately told James, who went out and looked, and sure enough, Mickey had keyed the sheet out of the whole passenger side of the car. James and I filed an incident report about what happened. The next day, Mickey comes up to me looking panicked and tells me that bro, somebody keyed James' car. I was so fucking confused because he had just told me that he had done it the day before. A couple days went by and then I got the news. In a panicked attempt to cover his tracks, Mickey keyed his own truck and then mentioned to everyone how somebody must be going around keying people's cars. Mind you, I go to a tiny private college with less than 3,000 students in the middle of nowhere. A couple days later, the campus police haul Mickey into the office, tell him to confess or he's going to jail, and he confesses everything immediately. He gets kicked out of college for the rest of the semester. Can you guess who's starting back at my school full semester? Fuck you, Mickey, you stupid idiot. Claude menaced certain proof that God has a sick sense of humor. I first met Claude in high school. He looked about how you would imagine one would with that name. He was short, pudgy, wore glasses and had freckles still. There was nothing about him that could prepare you for the amount of sheer stupidity that was packed into his small form. Though the multiple facial scars were a hint, he spoke well enough, and I didn't think much about him until later that day in some class. He walked into the doorway and broke his nose and glasses. Now, I suppose under the right conditions, it could have happened to anyone. But it was the manner in which he accomplished it, a total disregard for physics. So the ambulance was called. I soon learned that this was a regular occurrence, the ambulance I mean. And sure enough, it was there for Claude. Claude broke his arm falling out of a window. Claude cut off 2 fingers in workshop class. Claude broke his leg falling off a ladder, and so on. That the kid didn't die by the end of the freshman year was a running gag, I kid you not. So after summer, we began sophomore year. And there was Claude, still alive, but with a cast on his left arm. So my little clique used to play touch football during lunch break outside. On this particular day, for some reason, Claude decided to join us. So the team picking started and was finished. I got Claude, last guy. Well, we got the ball, and I was the QB on this day. Claude ran in a straight line yelling at the top of his lungs, "I'm open. Throw it." Now, we used to play on the lawn outside the school. One ends the goal, and by the flagpole the other. Things turned strangely into slow mo. I see Claude loping along, arms outstretched before him, his gaze back toward me, yelling like a berserker. He's headed full steam for the flagpole. We all are now shouting at Claude to stop, turn around, but he just keeps running. That wallop resonated like a baseball bat hitting wood. He nailed that pole so hard it vibrates like crazy. But to our horror, he didn't fall. He had hit the chain that was used to hoist the flag with such force that it had embedded itself in his skull. He was out cold and just hung there, swaying. So of course the ambulance got called. The next day, he wanted to play again. I used to buy weed off a guy who was extremely relaxed about the whole selling of drugs gig. He lived with a couple who had regular loud domestic abuse sessions, and on one particular occasion a neighbor had become concerned and called the police. Both of the couple had left before the police arrived, leaving him to answer the door to several police officers investigating the disturbance. Him being the relaxed individual he was, invited the police into his house, where they immediately noticed a bong on the table and a bunch of weed bagged up for sale. They proceeded to charge him with a string of offenses. He argued that they weren't there for that, so they should have been cool about it. The next time I went there, I was only a pretty occasional smoker of the herb. He was explaining the whole ordeal to me. I asked him when he was due to appear in court, to which he replied they didn't give me a date yet. I then had a look at his charge sheet, which had the court date written clear as day on it. He had missed it by about 2 weeks, so there was now warrant out for his arrest, which he couldn't quite grasp when I was explaining it to him, trying my best not to burst out laughing. Next time I tried to score weed, his phone had been disconnected. Never saw him again. Dude was an absolute faking liability, mainly to himself. My cousin once removed. Background: I'm very much the youngest of my siblings, with a 19 years and 5-month gap between myself and my youngest, not younger, brother, then a 30+ year gap with my oldest brother and my direct cousins, with the same maternal grandmother. As such, I have nieces, nephews and first cousins once removed, near my age and a few older than I'm. One summer I was visiting family in Chicago, and one of my older, by a year or so, cousins tried proving she was smarter than I was/am. After I beat her at everything from geography to science to history and estimation of how big or how heavy something is. By the way, she was 11 and I was 9. My uncle Virgil, her step-grandfather, called "pop pop" by her, joins in with "who knows the most family." I guess he trying to give her a win, since I knew very little of the family in Chicago. Since I was born and raised in California. The first and very simple question: what is your grandmother's name? Me, Willie Me Slick Rock. Right. Her copying what I said, Willie Me Slick Rock. Wrong, since my aunt is her grandmother. Uncle V, who is your grandmother? Her. Oh, I mean great grandma Willie Me. Uncle V, no, who is your grandmother? Great Grandma Willie me butting in. Who is Uncle Virgil married to? Gwendolyn Flamerock point me. So who is your granny? This is what she called her. Gwendolyn Flamerock me. So who is your grandmother? Great Grandma Willie me stupid. Me. You're the stupidest. Jimma break I was 9. Cause you don't know that granny and grandmother are the same thing. But of course I got in trouble for calling her stupid, even though she said it to me first, and the fact she is / was being stupid. My brother's wife is easily top 3 stupidest people I know, and this is my favorite story about her. So there's 3 people in this story. Me, my GF at the time, S, and my brother's now wife, K. When my brother proposed to K, they came around to tell us, blah blah congratulations and all that jazz, and K asked my GF, S, if she would be a bridesmaid. Nothing out of the ordinary there. A few weeks pass, and K sends me a text, back quote, hey, I've been trying to get onto S about some bridesmaid stuff, but she hasn't been responding to my messages on Facebook. What's up, does she still want to be in the bridal party? Now the plot twist is S didn't have a Facebook, she didn't have much social media or anything at all. So I reply back quote, S doesn't have a Facebook. I don't know who you've been messaging lol, but it isn't her. K back quote, yes she does. I've sent her messages about the bridesmaids and added her, but she won't respond. Me back quote, no she doesn't. This is my girlfriend we're talking about. I think I'd know if she had a Facebook. Apostrophe K back quote, well I think you definitely need to talk to her about that, because I know she has one, and it's strange you don't know about it. Point I just stopped replying cause really, how do I respond without getting mean? Fast forward a few weeks and I get a new message from K. K back quote, hey Rory, we are just finalizing the wedding and engagement invites. What's S's last name, so we can put it in the invitation. I called my mum and S immediately and had to tell them. To this day we have no idea who the fuck she was messaging on Facebook. All we guessed is she searched S's first name in the search bar and picked some random innocent and said she'll do. Oh man, I have so many. I could come up with responses all day. Due to medical issues I used to be real dumb. I was basically Kevin. You know which Kevin I'm talking about. Point one time I was making tea, so I boiled the kettle and grabbed a mug from the cupboard. But then I grabbed a glass instead of a mug and tossed a tea bag in the glass. Then instead of reaching for the kettle, I grabbed my keys and tried to use them to unlock the fridge. Deciding that the fridge was sufficiently unlocked, I grabbed the jug of milk and poured it onto the tea bag. Point then I realized that I hadn't made tea because I hadn't added water. So I poured in some lukewarm tap water, and somehow I realized that this was wrong and my creation still wasn't tea. So I took the glass of cool tea bag milk and put it on the ground in front of the cat so he could drink it. FYI, cats are lactose intolerant and my cat has also never shown any interest in milk or cool tea bag watery milk. The cat was sitting in front of my dad's bedroom door, so he opened the door and immediately tripped on the glass of milk, white floors combined with poor eyesight, and asked what in the actual fuck I was doing. Point the thing is that I was 22, well rested, not hungry or anything like that, and stone cold sober. I was just dealing with medical issues that gave me brain fog. I was definitely the dumbest person I've ever met during that time frame, though. And this is off topic, but I got no support during that time because my doctor didn't think I was impaired enough for whatever medical welfare is called. My boss didn't believe that I was actually sick and thought I was just a piece of shit. And when I refused to drive due to my obvious mental impairment, my ex-friends accused me of being one of those girls who just wants to make a man spend his whole day driving her around. Whatever that means. So anyway, the moral of the story is that if a loved one tells you that they are suffering from serious brain fog, they might actually be as dumb as I was, and you should fucking believe them. I'm late, but this guy was really stupid. So a guy I knew from college asked me if I could help him land a job at the ad agency I work at. The guy seemed normal, but fact not only he was stupid, but annoying as hell. Point he firmly believed that if your ears were hot, means that someone is talking shit behind your back. Point in the agency there was a night dedicated for ideas and awards. After it they served dinner. He ate all the wings and left no dinner for everyone. The dinner for future nights got cancelled. He got drunk at a Christmas party, thought he could score with every girl, got rejected. Then he got wasted inside the taco car. He bought a PS4 Pro over a Slim because he needs all the graphic power. It was his first console, but FAC 4K TV graphics don't make faming. Good point. His father was unemployed. He was supposed to help on his house and claimed that it was really frustrating while he bought weekly special edition anime figurines. He was an avid Pokemon player. Called in sick to work cause Mutuo. It's Mutuo. A new Krispy Kreme was going to open and give free donuts to the first 100 people. Asked for vacation, camped outside the local, and still failed miserably. Point. He got called the attention daily on work, planned to work good for a week, and then asked for a raise, and finally he got fired because he didn't finish his works. Because there is a raid on Pokemon Go, they lure him to ours, that there are donuts. They fired him and asked him if he needed something else. He said yes, please pack my donut on my backpack. There were no donuts. Sorry for the long story, but this guy really made me realize that he ain't right. No too many. A lad who believed water filled the kettle from the plug. He blew the element as it was empty. My mum never puts water in ours. It comes down the pipe. It's a cable, not a pipe, and no, leave it, walk away. Point. Another one who wanted to know how much petrol was still in a metal jerry can used a lighter as it was dark. Thing was like a jet blast in his face as the fumes ignited. Burnt off his eyebrows, lashes and fringe. Point. Neighbor who jacked his car up with a scissor jack. The jack was upside down. Wide bit under the car, narrow bit on the floor. Ex-girlfriend who wanted to buy her aunt's cafe, but had no idea how it cost to run it, and therefore how much money she'd need to borrow. I explained everything the bank would need to know, but I was just shooting her dreams down. Basic financial planning wasn't a strong suit. Point. Helping a friend learn to drive and how to change a wheel. The back wheel went fine, but couldn't figure out why the front wheel kept turning. Put the car in gear. Muppet. He now fixes airplanes for British Airways. Another friend who needed to change a ceiling rose in his kitchen decided to do it late one winter's evening. I advised to wait until tomorrow because it'll be dark. It's okay, we can use the light from the living room light. You have to turn them off at the consumer unit. Ian. Can't I just turn it off at the wall? Only if you want to be electrocuted. Online dating. She insisted on a phone call before proceeding to speak further to me. Point. She said, call me after 9 p. I should be free. Point. It was 9:15 p when I texted. Now an okay time for a quick call. I am finishing up some work. Lem call you in a bit. Okay. Fine. Maybe something potentially urgent came up at work. I get that. So far no issue necessarily. Point. In a few she calls, and after a few moments asks about how long I've been on the dating app and how's that going. I recount one story about a woman whose photos happened to be very old, and it immediately was very clear that she had sort of let herself go a bit physically since said photos. After some reflection / thinking about that date, I was pretty sure this wasn't expressly deceptive on this woman's part, and I think she honestly didn't know how much her appearance had changed. The woman on the other line heard this and said that I should always insist on additional photos and a phone call before agreeing to meet in person, and called me naive for not doing so. Point. Well, maybe I'm naive. However, do you think it is a good idea to sort of start off a conversation calling someone naive? I guess I didn't at all think so, and everything went swiftly downhill from that point. As I basically then heavily internally questioned everything about her, like why she stayed in a marriage for years whilst her partner was cheating and was generally not at all present nor involved in the child rearing process, which she did alone, and ultimately it seemed like it had to do with the money he was making. Point. So she had possibly unwittingly changed my entire approach about how to evaluate her, and maybe that was a great thing in hindsight. An old roommate I knew from high school. This man lives and breathes stupidity, and this occurrence was the last straw. We lived on a property with about 10 acres. It is important to note that we were right next to a large subdivision. One time, he and his brother thought it would be a great idea to run around the property at 4 AM wearing headlamps while shooting their guns into the pond/woods. Cops show up. Everyone else is sleeping. I wake up when I hear commotion. It sounds like someone is very frantically playing hide and seek. They were 22 and 26 at the time, and in a few turns they literally ran into the house. to hide from the cops in the master bedroom. The cops opened the back door and shouted, "Come on out. We don't care about the weed. We are just here for the guns." I had left a cached bowl on the back patio table earlier that night. The cops asked them to gather everyone in the house. I remember when they came to my door to bring us to the kitchen, I asked the officer, "Yeah, but can my girlfriend put on a shirt first?" He let her do so. There are now 6 super pissed and sleepy housemates gathered and witnessing their most recent fuck up. In the end they received a warning, since we were technically outside the city limits, but one officer did ask, "So whose weed pipe is that out there?" My heart sinks as I slowly raise my hand. "Do you have any more in the house?" "No. I smoked the last of it earlier tonight." "Were you involved with guns at any point tonight?" "No. We went to bed at 11. "Okay. That's fine." They then wrap up the talk and essentially let them off with a slap on the wrist. Then before they go, the officer speaking turns to me and says, "We are going to have to take your pipe though. That was a nice pipe. I like that pipe. Fuck you, Todd." I'm sure that I've met a dumber, but this is the best example that I can really say anything about. College dorm roommate. His desk was next to my bunk bed, and he rested his feet on the side of it and bounced his legs. I think he thought that the wooden support was just something coming out of the wall. I sat up and asked him if he could stop jostling my bed. He looked at me and asked what jostle meant. He once tried to tell the story of how this guy he really didn't like and who practiced martial arts like me shaped his views on fighting and martial arts. As he was about to tell me that he threw the first punch, he stopped as he was saying so and gestured like he was hitting someone, apparently realizing that made him look bad. He then waffled for 3 seconds before trying to trick me into thinking that he didn't throw the first punch then lose. I'll let him tell the story. He was saying something, and then our other roommate added, "Your mama is fiscally responsible," or something equally ridiculous connected to whatever we were talking about. Clearly just making a meta joke about your mama jokes. Captain Dorman goes, "You don't know what she does for me," and proceeds to explain why he's insulted until your mama roommate, a quiet reasonable skinny white guy with glasses FFS, regretfully says, "Sorry, I had to intervene." I said, "No, Captain Dorman, that's like getting offended when I'm telling you about," and I gave him some good examples. I believe his response was "Oh," and a lolly smile. He liked me. I requested a room transfer because I got dumber having to slow my mind down for him to relate to me and for me to understand him. Also, he was too dumb to understand that people could read him and knew he wasn't trustworthy. He was self-absorbed. If he wasn't dumb, he would have been cool. He was almost a good guy even with those flaws. I hope he doesn't find this. I have many stories revolving around one specific guy I work with. So the following happened on a single day. This is usually standard. Walks into work with shoes untied and jogging pants backwards and t-shirt inside out. We help him correct this. Walks into the factory with both steel toe cap boots on the wrong feet. We help him correct this. Tried to hammer a nail in and hit his finger and thumb that many times in such a short time he broke his thumbnail and black blisters on his fingernail. We show him a safe way of doing it. Misses the edge of the bench and swings full speed with a hammer down. Miss the pallet. Hits his shin. We laugh. We give him a safer job of hosing down a filling machine. He just dropped the hose pipe on the floor whilst still on, only for it to bounce off the floor and into his boot. He does not notice until he is standing in a puddle and boots full of water. We laugh. After helping him tidy it up, he does it again, but his other boot. Break for lunch. Guy asks for a first aider as his foot is bleeding. I'm a first aider and have a quick look glass in his foot. Like a thumb sized piece. What the fuck? So I ask, this just happened now? No. It had been 3 hours. Though his boots were meant to feel like that point. If anyone wants more stories, please let me know. There are hundreds of these guys. It's a tie between 2 guys I've worked with. First guy, Glenn. Glenn was about to use a microwave when another coworker swooped in and put his meal in. Glenn complains, but the coworker has a solution. Hold your dish above the microwave and it'll absorb the heat. Took him a full minute of holding it there before he realized. Once, his pet was sick, and he couldn't afford to take it to the vet. Coworker tells him pets are covered under our insurance plan. It'll be okay. take him to the vet. The vet had a good laugh about that one. 2. Glenn's best story is, one day after work he and a couple of coworkers were in the parking lot pounding beers. It's the middle of the day and they've got to take a leak. But there's people everywhere, and they don't want to go back to work all hammered. So they go into the hardware store next door. The other two guys take the two bathrooms, and Glenn's stuck waiting. But he's got to go, and they are taking too long and well, this bucket's right here. So he whips it out in the hardware store and starts peeing in the bucket. Cops were called, citations were awarded, and an all-around fun day was had by old point second guy, Tim. Tim just graduated high school, but couldn't add 50 plus 3. He'd exclaim, 54. I'd tell him to just replace the 0 with the number he was adding to it, still couldn't get it. He thought Columbus came to America in 1944. Tim was short, and not just on marbles. One day a buddy of his from work was making fun of him for his small stature. Tim proudly declares, I'm not short. I got a 4.5 inch dick. We both burst out in laughter. He looks a little dismayed for a second, but to our delight he recovers. 4 1/3 when it's hard. A kid in middle school. He was a pretty smart kid when it came to tests and sheet, but he had no clue how the world worked and had no common sense. Despite this he was actually pretty popular, but the teachers all hated him because he would disrupt class to ask stupid faking questions. He was genuinely curious, but they thought he was trying to mess around for a while before they picked up on it. One time we were in App English, and we were watching a movie about JFK I think, might be wrong, and most of the footage was in black and white. After the movie is over the teacher asks if we have any questions before he starts asking us questions in sheet. So the kid raises his hand and says, when did people start seeing in color? The teacher responds, color TV was invented in X year, and tries to move on. Well, the kid raises his hand again and says no, like when did our eyes evolve to see color, and the teacher is so confused. He didn't know what the fuck the kid was getting at, and the class is all trying to make sense of it too. So we are all asking him what the fuck he's talking about. He thought that, since we movies were in black and white, that people only saw in black and white, and not only did we evolve to see color, it was the invention color TV that was the catalyst that caused us to evolve to see color. He also asked the gym teacher why his knees couldn't bend backwards in gym that same day. Got into an argument with an old housemate because she thought a carpenter was someone who laid carpets. Same housemate also argued that you couldn't see other planets in space from Earth after she asked why a specific star was so bright, and I said it was Jupiter. She also broke down crying because we locked the back door when we were heading out to class because she always forgot to do it. When asked why she was crying, she said it was because she was afraid of the house burning down with her stuck inside of it. The door cold been manually unlocked by hand, so the whole ordeal made no sense. A different friend of mine argued against having dash cameras because he thought they caused accidents. This was based on the surge of Russian dash cam footage that was coming out at the time. Same friend got shitty at me because I told him that the free energy video he watched was fake. I tried to explain how you can't get more than what you put in, but he got incredibly shitty, stating that I hadn't done as much research as him on the matter. He apparently did 2 weeks of research. I've been building drones and dicking with electronics for decades. I suspect the same friend is also a flat earther, as he's been pushing this nonsense about NASA being a conspiracy and how humans never went to space, let alone the moon. Also, satellites aren't real. The same friend also doesn't believe we can make circuitry so small and amazing, even though I'm showing him the actual footage from a microscope from the inside of a Z80. He thinks it's all fake and a conspiracy. SMH, it's so damn aggravating as no amount of logic and reasoning could be used to alter his opinion. He won't even humor the idea for a second. I worked as a host at a local bar grill while I was in high school. I'd been there for about 8 months when they hired a college-aged girl to be a server. The other servers training her quickly discovered how slow she was to pick up on anything. In fact, her training went so poorly that she got bumped down to hostess. I think they figured that the rest of us could keep an eye on her while she just rolled silverware or did other side work. It was an okay arrangement for a week or so, but I had begun to understand that she wasn't really all there. Then we get slammed one night. The lobby was packed, and we had about 4 or 5 reservations that we had to work in. I left her up front to check people in, while I went around clearing tables and seating the next group in line. At 7 p.m, I asked if our 7 o'clock reservation was here yet. She said no. I checked with her 15 minutes later, still no. After about 45 minutes, I figured they had ditched and gave their table to another group. At 8 p.m. there was only one group left in the lobby. We had made it through the rush. I said to her, I can't believe that our 7 o'clock never showed. It was at that moment when I realized that we had faked up. The last group in the lobby was in fact our 7 p.m. reservation, and they were pissed. I don't know if she misunderstood them when they checked in or what happened exactly. I quickly and apologetically ushered them to the first table we had. They asked me something like, so why did it take an hour to seat us when we had a reservation for today? I said something to the effect of, I'm sorry, B's new and she's not all there. Not really the right thing to say in that situation, but I was a frustrated 17-year-old who was bad in situations that involved unhappy diners. Turns out that they were that month's secret shoppers. They included my "she's not all there" quote in their report, which was posted in the break room for all to read. The rest of my coworkers thought that it was hilarious, and I became somewhat of a celebrity amongst them for the week. But when the woman in question read the report, she said, I can't believe those people said that I wasn't all there. Like, what's that even supposed to mean? Her inability to comprehend the report made the whole situation even funnier to us. Fast forward a month. I'm in jazz band class one morning. The whiteboard says we have a sub for the day, and she walks. Hopefully I'm not too late. I'll spin the tale of Devon. Devon worked with us for a little less than a year, but for those who worked with him, it might as well have been a lifetime. To say Devon was dumber than a bag of hammers would be an insult to hammers. While I didn't work directly with Devon, we are a small factory, around 100 people, so word gets around quickly, but I did at least see him every day. Devon also lived next door to a friend of mine, so I'll split his exploits up between the two. At work, he routinely burned himself on things that he was trained to know were hot, as in 300F to 400F kind of hot. He often would burn himself trying to rest his arm or hand on them. Despite having gloves to handle some of these things, he rarely wore them. Time management was not his strong suit. We start at 5:30 a.m., and this was hard for him to fathom, despite being told before he was hired. He would routinely come screaming into the parking lot at 5:29 a.m. He flat out refused to set his alarm before 5 a.m., despite living in the same town that I do, about 15 minutes away. Devon was a magician. He could make tools he set down not 10 seconds earlier disappear and reappear in places no tools should be, in areas he had business to be in. We think he stole some of them too. Paperwork to Devon may as well have been in a language lost to time. He could not understand any of the instructions and seemed to willfully do as little of it as possible, to the point that our CAM manager had to sit him down and explain why he had to fill it out every time. This happened multiple times. Devon could not be left alone for any reason because things would inevitably break down or in some cases catch fire. We still don't know how most things caught fire. Again, multiple times. Now, at home, Devon thought himself a mechanic. He had friends that would jack up their trucks and take them off-road, normally called mudding around here. I don't fault people for their hobbies, but once I learned this I was interested in his exploits. My friend regaled me. As we established, Devon cared little for written instructions and would normally dive into a repair or upgrade without even the slightest hint of what to do. I'll skip the small details, but suffice to say every one of the things he attempted on his truck would inevitably have to be redone correctly by his friends that actually knew what they were doing. Many of these projects would take Devon a weekend to finish, and then another week or more to actually fix and complete properly by his friends. Much like the postal service, Devon was not afraid to work on his truck when nature was clearly screaming at him not to. Much of his work revolved around his engine, which he would work on in the rain, with the hood up, without even the slightest attempts to keep it dry. He often complained about corrosion on wires and other sensitive parts of his vehicle. Along with working in the rain, Devon was told numerous times to unhook his battery when he was working. He never did, and once again nearly started fires on multiple occasions, along with getting shocks. Lots of shocks. According to my friend, Devon's ideas for his truck were also a thing of fantasy. I'm not much into that world, but suffice to say Devon had to be told by multiple people, multiple times, that certain combinations of parts were incompatible for his truck. Devon had little time for logic, reasoning and research, and was often found complaining that he could not return certain parts after he had installed them and found they would not work because they were often dirty, scratched, and otherwise unable to be put back on a retail shelf. Craigslist was not kind to him either, as of course very few people wanted mangled parts for retail price. Devon's logic was that he had not used them, so he would list them as new. The only story I can actually give was what sealed the deal early on Devon. He was hired early in the year, in the winter here in the Midwest. Devon's jacket was a typical snowmobile jacket, great for this time of year, just used and a little dirty, but otherwise normal with its logos and such stitched on it. During break on a Monday not 3 weeks after he started, we noticed some interesting scorch marks on his jacket. They were a bit irregular, and we were assured by Devon that he had not worked on his truck over the weekend, so we pressed him for answers as to how he burned it. According to Devon, the jacket was wet from shoveling snow, which seems normal. We did get a bit of snow over the weekend. In Devon's mind, the dryer would destroy his jacket. Hint, it wouldn't. So, he decided to put his jacket over his furnace. His gas furnace. For 2 days. 2 days, he said, because he had apparently felt part of the jacket after the first day and thought it was still wet. As such, the hot pipes took their toll on his jacket, which was sadly just about as permanent of a scar as nature could muster over this force of stupidity. I'm not a religious man, but there must be a merciful God to not allow his house to burn down that weekend with him in it. So, Devon is the stupidest person I have ever met, but I'm sure I'll run into someone else that will make him look like a damn genius compared to him. Welp, my cousin likely counts. He was adopted and had signs of FARS, but was never diagnosed. He struggled to learn, but my aunt lived in a tiny town, like 15 kids per graduating class, and being adopted, he was picked on in kindergarten. So she decided to pull him out and homeschool him. Which would have been nice if she would have tried to socialize him at all. But this was back in the late 80s, early 90s, no internet kinda thing, where she mail ordered his books. She didn't look into it the way they do now. Have all kinds of groups that meet up weekly/monthly just for that. They were also super religious, so he was seriously sheltered. I mention all this because even though I think he's low IQ, he also didn't have the benefit of learning social skills to help cope point. And then he turned 18 and joined the Marines. Before leaving he had met a girl at church, one girl, Eva, who he decided to come back and marry and have his first kiss on their wedding day. Never happened, as anyone who's been in the military can attest that he was in for quite a shock. He had some very strong religious opinions at first. Got into a lot of fights because of that point, and then at around 22 he got a girl pregnant. 2 months later he married someone else. Got her pregnant too. He tried to re-up with the Marines, but they wouldn't let him stay, so he moved back home. He couldn't keep a job, and ended up having to move to some place where they could get those welfare apartments. And then he found a job working for a school of troubled teens. Let me tell you, this is where it all goes downhill. He started sleeping with the underage girls. A lot of them. Turns out after the shock of learning about the real world for the first time, he cast aside all of that religion he preached and decided to sleep with every girl he could. And he didn't know a thing about protection, so he didn't use it. He wound up with several STDs, including herpes, which he's spread all over at this point. He came home one day to his wife and daughter with a girl from the school. She had just turned 18, so he kicked his wife out and said she was his new wife. Didn't bother with technicalities like divorce. Eventually this happened as the wife filed from her home state with the other kid, and his low income, 2/3 of what he was making at that point went to child support. His response to that was to stop working. He got fired from the school after bringing home the new girl, as it easily came out he'd been sleeping with students. At this point he decides to live off the welfare and food stamps the girl got. When that wasn't enough, they moved another girl with the same man and had a weird relationship with them both that only lasted a couple months. Then he does the same thing to the other girls by bringing home another wife and kicking them out. When he was 28 and the new girl was 18, she got pregnant, had his baby, played with the family. And this is where I decided he's the dumbest person I know. They decided to have an open relationship. He's on Tinder and likes messaging every underage girl he can. Straight up FB messages a 16-year-old girl asking for sex. The girl sees he's married and messages the wife. The wife says she knows and tells her to sleep with him. She announces to them both that she is 16 and he and the wife tell her that's the age of consent. It wasn't and it's fine. So the girl shows her mom and he gets arrested. He hands over his phone with all these messages soliciting sex from minors and tells the police that it's not illegal, it was, and that he had been sleeping with underage girls for years. Psy went to jail, took a deal that gave him a decade in prison, which no one thinks he should have, but his bad lawyer, and now is in prison. Guess who he's friends with and plans to get out and start a church with? A man convicted of raping children. It's like he doesn't learn. His wife didn't go to jail, she testified against him to avoid it. But she did lose the kid to my other cousin, who actually has her life together. So that's a plus in all this. TLDR cousin knocks up and marries several barely 18-year-old girls, sleeps with underage girls while working for a school, and gets caught soliciting sex from underage girls around age 30. Is in prison now, as he told the cops all about it, claiming 16 was the age of consent. Oh, this is a toss-up between a few people. Back in high school I dated a girl for a time. After we broke up we remained friends, so I was one of the people she told when she got pregnant. Later she tells me, I'm going to join the army. And so I respond, they won't take you, you're pregnant. She replies with, I've been preparing for this my whole life, and they'll help take care of my baby. I wrap up the conversation with, perhaps if you got pregnant after joining, but they aren't going to let you in while pregnant. So anyways she tries to join, and then a few days later I see her, so I ask, how did it go at the recruiters? And she tells me that she failed her physical. I ask if she failed because they found out she was pregnant, and she tells me no, it was for another reason. I didn't press on that, but the way I see it is either she was trying to save face because I had already told her they wouldn't take her because she's pregnant, or she really did fail for some other reason. If she failed for some other reason though, that does suggest she hadn't been preparing her whole life. Look, I'm not saying she's stupid for getting pregnant or wanting to join the military. I'm saying she's stupid for thinking the army would help take care of her baby. Is this seriously an idea some women have? That if they get pregnant a good solution? If you don't have enough money to take care of the baby, is it okay to join the military for the health benefits? How did she think she was going to get through boot camp? What job in the military did they think they would give her such that she would have time to raise a baby? But yeah, shortly after this, we stopped even being friends. I was getting really sick of the drama she would bring even to our friendship. My roommate this year in college lost his keys in the first 2 weeks of school and locked himself out of his room. Our apartment complex offers free room unlocks during regular office hours, but he couldn't wait, so he kicked his doorknob out. 2 weeks later we find one of our kitchen knives broken on the counter. We asked what happened to the knife and explained that it was a relatively expensive knife. He said his friend had locked himself out of his car, so they tried prying the door open with the knife, then got frustrated and stabbed the windshield, breaking the knife and windshield. His bathroom was also the laundry room, and when I went to do laundry, I noticed the distinct smell of 3-day-old poo. I asked him if he flushed the toilet. He said yes. I explained he is the only one to use that bathroom, and he still denied being a non-flusher. I didn't do laundry in the apartment again. Half a fifth of Jack Daniels disappeared from my half of the freezer. I asked him if he had drunk some. He said no. I explained that when I left for the weekend there had been a full fifth. He was the only one there all weekend and there was now only half a fifth. He said one of his friends must have drunk it. He recently got evicted from the apartment for failure to pay rent. Told me he forgot to reapply for student aid. Some people just should not go to college. He is one of them. True scumbag. I've got 50 other stories from this douche canoe. A guy I went to high school with and later worked with. We were in Boston, but he was originally from San Diego, which is important to this story. This took place almost 15 years ago. I can't remember how the subject even came up, but the geography of California was a topic of conversation one day, and he insisted that LA and San Francisco were right next to each other. I corrected him, told him it was actually Oakland and SF that were next to each other. He looks at me real smugly and says I'm from California, I'd know better. We went back and forth on this for a while, and he finally tried to win the argument by saying, then why did the Raiders move to Oakland and not San Francisco? This made no sense on a lot of levels, but I replied I don't know. Why did the Rams move to St. Louis? Is St. Louis next to LA too? He actually had the nerve to say that stupid to me. Same guy, different day. He asks me where former Red Sox pitcher Pedro Martinez is from. I tell him he's from the Dominican Republic. He says no, but where is he from? I reply again, the Dominican Republic. He says but where is he from? And don't say the Dominican Republic. I tell him that the doctor is the only answer, and I'm not sure what else he's looking for. He asks what country is he from? I say doctor again. He says he's never heard of it. I inform him that regardless of his prior knowledge of its existence, it is still a country and Pedro is from there. He asks where is it? So I drew him a map. I started with Florida, then drew Cuba, Hispaniola and Puerto Rico. I draw a line down the middle of Hispaniola and tell him that the left half is Haiti and the right half is the drive. He says so it's near Cuba? I say yes, just happy that he finally understood something. He then says, so it's part of Cuba? I didn't reply. I just left work for the day. A bit late to the party, but a former housemate of mine, while at uni, has got to be the dumbest person I have ever met. I now even use her last name Metcalf as a verb for stupidity. She was from Yorkshire in the north of England, hated anywhere that wasn't Yorkshire or Disneyland Paris, and was horrible. One time I was sat in the living room of our student digs with my iPod and an app that showed the constellations and the names of all the stars visible in the sky. She saw me playing with it, and the following interaction followed. Metcalf, not quite a man of steel. How far up is space? Me. Knowing that she is confused very easily, I went for the simple, easy answer. Well, the Kármán line is about 100 kilometers up. That is considered a common boundary of space. Metcalf, what, 100 miles? I said kilometers. But Paris is 100 miles from my hometown in Yorkshire. It's not. Is Paris in space? Now, at this point I was speechless. I didn't know what to say, or how to react, or how anyone could convince themselves that an entire famous city was actually in space within one sentence. She could see how shocked I was, and the cogs all turned in her brain, or attempted to. After what felt like an eternity, she uttered something even more stupid, with the biggest smile on her face. Metcalf, oh, wait. I forgot the earth was round. I had to leave the room at that point. There was also the other time that she begged me to show her how to heat up soup, almost burned the house down, and poured cake flour mix into it, then ate all of it off a crappy paper plate that the soup leaked through. Yug. She now works in a major theme park in England running some of the rides. Whenever I see that an accident has occurred on the news, I have to check if it was due to her. My friend, we shall call him Jack Ash. He was the biggest idiot I ever spent time around. Jack Ash wrecked a $60,000 car with all his friends in it on the highway, doing 90 miles per hour on the exit ramp, because he was driving drunk. It was only because the car had the new airbags that covered the side windows of the passengers that his friends survived when he rolled it. You would think he would learn, right? Jack was drunk and didn't want to drive his new car, so he got into his friend's car in the same parking lot and totaled his new car with his friend's car. I wish I was making this up. Jack got a tattoo on his butt of a monkey having sex with a coconut, in the style of Johnny Chimpo from Super Troopers. From idea to tattoo on as it was less than 3 hours. Despite my best efforts in between this time, he could not be persuaded that he may regret this idea when he sobers up, or perhaps years from now. Jack stole a big bag of money from his dad's closet, suspecting his dad may be in the mob or something, and proceeded to buy himself and his friends motorcycles, computers, and gaming systems with it in less than a 24-hour time span. Bad things happened after this. I will not disclose. Jack embezzled money from his parents by paying his roommate to Photoshop edit car repair bills and other bills for a higher amount, so his rich and careless parents would give him more money to blow. Jack Ash is a really nice guy and fun to hang out with, but bad decisions were like an addiction or something. You could see the fire in his eyes when people made the Jackie Chan what the fuck meme face at his choices. He loved it. So, way back in sophomore year of high school in southern Indiana, students have to take a health class, or sophomore health teacher was a faking moron. Constantly strayed from the topic in class, refused to use lessons prepared for the class, and instead wrote his entire curriculum. During the mandatory inactivity unit, the man tried to explain why smoking 2 packs a day is better for you than being consistently lazy. Many studies by the esteemed universities Harvard and Yale prove that inactivity and laziness is worse for you than chain smoking. When confronted, he slapped a lengthy self-typed report on the page that was chock full of errors. I, being the twat I was in high school, decided to fuck with him. Mr. Health teacher, this paper has an error I thought you might want to look at. I pointed at a line that had 3 different years printed that referenced the same study performed by Harvard University. He looks at me and awkwardly says, "You're very perceptive /Billybaff, very intelligent," to which I respond, "Yeah, sir, I might go to Harvard or Yale one day." His response, straight-faced and deadly serious, to the class's laughter and amazement, "Yeah, I never would have made it into those colleges. I flunked junior year of high school." I simply cocked my head and said, "You don't say." I worked with a woman and worked indirectly with her husband. Combined they were the Wonder Twins of dumb. She would often speak of her friend Monty Python. I just thought it was a python named Monty. She then went on to talk about how the lakes and swamps in our area are filled with Monty Pythons. She had been told they were there and assured by a friend of the family that if you get too far out, the Monty Pythons will get you. She thought pythons were called Monty Pythons. She had absolutely no idea that Monty Python was a comedy group. She actually thought I didn't know what I was talking about, and that it was indeed a type of snake. We live in TN, not a hotbed of rogue pythons, reptilian or British. I saw her husband one day, after what I thought was a few days vacation. He was as red as the devil's asshole, just a deep, deep crimson red, sunburnt, like, worse than lost at sea, burnt. Turns out he took a long weekend, so they could go float down the river and camp. Since it was the only time he would have to get a good tan, his wife suggested, and he agreed for her to cover him in Crisco. The reasoning was that you put Crisco on chicken and it browns really good when you cook it. TLDR. Woman thought pythons were called Monty Pythons, and to get her husband a great tan, she rubbed him down with Crisco and they floated down the river for 2 days, broiling him. I was friends with a girl who wanted to become a local fashion designer and was doing freelance commissions. She was always sharing posts about her business and they were completely filled with really horrible spelling and grammar mistakes. Capitalization, there/there, punctuation, not bothering to even look up words she didn't know how to spell, peridot instead of peridot, etc. I'd been working on my own freelance stuff and she asked me for help/advice. I gently suggested she work on the grammar in her promotional stuff and even offered to edit it for her, and she got super defensive and went on a huge rant about how grammar/spelling were overrated in the business world and she knew so many people who couldn't spell who were still very successful, and so on and so forth. There were a lot of other glaringly ignorant moments from her, but that was the one that made me give up trying to help her. We are not friends anymore, and last I heard she's been posting a lot about how college is not necessary and that it's a myth that you need a degree to be successful. She never finished high school and went to an unaccredited fashion school to learn how to sew. While I'm not against people choosing work or vocational school over a university, she's trying to argue that it's unnecessary for even doctors and lawyers to go down that path. My old housemate, we'll call her Stacy. Stacy saved up a bunch of money from her job for the future, college, etc. Then she met this girl, call her Jane, and they started going out. Jean has issues including depression/anxiety. She threatens to hurt herself if Stacy doesn't do what she wants, and says she'd kill herself if Stacy ever left her. She also got really paranoid. She accused me of random shit, like if she was gone for a few days and I had to look after her cat and the dish happened to be empty. When she got back she'd assume I wasn't feeding the cat. God forbid the cat eat all of the food, I guess. She accused me of using an app to change my phone number and sent threatening texts to Jane, even though I 100% was not the only one against their relationship. Eventually she couldn't take living with me because she thought I was doing all this shit and because I called her out for ditching me for Jane all the time. She ended up quitting her second job in a 4-month span and moving in with Jane in Jane's parents' house. Of course, when she still got mail sent to my place and I told her so she could come get it, she accused me of illegally withholding her mail from her because I wouldn't bring it to her. But it's been months and I have a sane housemate now and all is good. TLDR. Housemate started dating an emotionally abusive girl, spent all her money and quit multiple jobs for this girl, became paranoid/flaky/just plain faking rude to everyone that pointed out how bad her choices are, and ended up going from having a fair amount of money and savings and living on her own with a housemate to living with the abusive girl in her parents' house. I was a volunteer for a Renaissance fair, and I'd work the ticket booth most of the time. So there was a long line for the booth. It was the usual 9 AM rush, and I had stepped out of the booth to start taking prepaid coupons and vouchers by walking the line in costume and doing a whole little shtick about if you have a voucher from the Queen or from that mythical Lord Gruppen I keep hearing about, I can help you. If you have a coin of the realm, need change, or an emotional problem, I fear I cannot help you. Every year there would be someone who tries to give me a $20 for one $9 admission, and of course I'm not carrying any change. One year, somebody walked right past the line and me barking, walked right up to the front gate, was greeted by the Greeters Guild asking for proof of payment, and he seemed befuddled about having to pay to get in the fair. He literally thought that the ad he clipped from the local paper, which clearly said $1 off your $9 admission on it, was a ticket. There would also be people who would try to haggle with you on the ticket price. Once I had a guy who brought his whole family down about an hour before closing as we were breaking down the ticket booth for the day, and asked if he could pay half price because the joust wasn't going to be there and he just wanted to look around a bit. There was no other story, no OMG, we got stuck in traffic in Portland or some such. He just seemed to think that because he was there with his wife and teenaged kids an hour before closing he could get a discount. Made things worse because, again, we had already broken down the ticket booth and we were just in there putting the last little fiddly bits away. I explained that if you went to a movie theater late and asked for a half price ticket because the movie is almost over they probably wouldn't give it to you, and that even though the fair only has an hour left there's at least $9 worth of entertainment still going on, and that $9 is really not a lot of money even for an hour-ish of fair. Still wouldn't pay full price. At one point he walked away frustrated and he left. It was at that point I noticed that the Greeters Guild, again, the people that basically act as payment checkers, had started packing up too, and if he just walked into the gate nobody would say anything to him. I could go on and on about stupid at fairs I've worked, but Reddit would run out of disk space. Edit, and I made a mistake I needed to correct. Maybe the dummy is me. A woman who came to work at my coffee shop 2 years ago. She only lasted maybe 2 months, which was like completely nuts right there. That she didn't quit or was fired sooner. Literally everything she did was stupid, but the best example I can think of was one time. Well, after this woman was fully trained, a customer ordered an iced coffee with milk and vanilla flavor. Simple and easy, right? Apparently not. Dumbus poured milk into the top line of the cup, the line that indicates where the entirety of the drink should stop, then pumped in entirely too much vanilla, then topped the drink with 2 shots of espresso, and didn't put any ice in. She tried to hand it off, but I saw and stopped it immediately and asked her what the fuck is this? And she just stared at me and didn't respond. I showed her the order written on the cup and asked her to tell me what the order said. She repeated the order back to me correctly. So I said, okay, then why did you make this? She got this deer in the headlights look and kept looking from the drink to me to the espresso machine to the iced coffee pitcher then back to the drink. Like she was trying so hard to compute what the problem was. I could almost see smoke coming out of her ears. She finally just shook her head and said, I don't understand what I did wrong. I was shocked to say the least. I told her that what she made was not iced coffee with milk and vanilla. She shook her head at me again, got this incredibly offended look on her face, and again said, I don't understand what I did wrong. From there she got really mad and accused me of targeting her and making her look bad. etc. I don't really remember what happened after that because I've been trying to mentally block out the entire time I worked at that coffee shop because it was so horrible. I was invited to the birthday party of a girl I had a crush on. While she was inside, several of us were chilling outside, circling around a fire pit on this cool evening. We were in a residential neighborhood, but it was one with a lot of foot traffic to nearby bars and eateries. One such passerby decided to walk over, introduce himself and join our little powwow. Within a few minutes, he dominated the conversation and made himself the center of attention. He did so not by exercising wit or charm, but did so entirely by making the most obscene and absurd comments. He started off talking about how he hated movies. Not that he didn't enjoy them, but understood why others did. He actively hated movies and wanted to enact laws to ban them. He then went on to explain how schools make people stupider and smart people avoid them at all costs. The real kicker though was his 5-minute diatribe about how it shows moral weakness when one helps the homeless. At this point, another member of the party stopped him and said, which I'll never forget, I've never met a man so committed to demonstrating to a bunch of strangers how much of an asshole he is. A few weeks later, I learned that the girl I had a crush on started dating this guy who crashed the party. She's the stupidest person I've ever met. Okay y'all, sit down. This is gonna be a ride. My mom has a best friend who has a daughter who probably has a learning disorder, but never got help, and functions like a normal human. That said, she lacks any and all common sense, and is just plain stupid. For example, she was engaged to someone and living in their house, but not working. She hates working, but supports Trump, who says that poor people just need to work harder, but she doesn't want to work. She just wants to find a husband who will pay for her to stay home. Anyway, they had some dogs. She said taking a dog potty is a man's job, and going to work is also a man's job, which meant that her fiance would go to work all day, and she would not take the dogs out. She's the kind of person who sits on the couch all day on her phone, and is incredibly addicted to Facebook and social affirmation. So her fiance would come home, and the house would have dog poop and piss everywhere. She wouldn't have done any chores, and then she would complain that he was too hard on her because he expected her to spend her time doing something productive. I mean, he wasn't asking her to spend all day every day doing chores and have a spotless house. Just do the normal things a normal person staying home would do, pick up the laundry, take the dogs to the potty. Anyway, he eventually broke up with her, and she was crushed of course, because she had nothing else going on in her life. She was 100% invested in being a fiancé planning a wedding, except she was horrible about it. Send out save the dates without a faking date on it. So, living in the same city as my sister picks her up and puts her on a plane, paying for it herself with the impression she would be paid back by Dum Dum, who said she would. After she pawned the ring. Fast forward a week, Dum Dum and her mom come over to my parents' house, and she starts bragging about how she pawned the ring then spent all the money on one single shopping trip at the mall, and she still hasn't paid my sister back the $300 for the plane ticket. She got $900 for the ring, but couldn't put away $300 to pay someone back. Her mom eventually had to. And while she's bragging about this, she starts telling us about a boy she met at a HS football game she went to. She graduated 2 years prior, if that says anything. She got dumped by her fiancé a week prior who apparently was the love of her life, and she was already dating a new guy and had spent the ring money on lingerie to wear for him. So this guy is a real catch. He insists he is a firefighter, but he couldn't actually pass the reading exam. but she posts on FB all day that she's a firefighter's girlfriend, even though he's not. So she's 100% into the firefighter's girlfriend role, even though he isn't one. Anyway, she figured out that she needed to get pregnant to get a man to stay with her. She thought she was pregnant, but it turned out the sperm got into the egg, but their genetics were literally unable to communicate with each other. It almost sounds like their genres were too stupid to make a baby. I know this isn't the reality of the biological problem, but if any of you knew her, as long as I have, that would be your first thought point. She is the worst. Just so stupid. To top it off, so is her brother. But their mom isn't. It's the weirdest thing. My parents have bent over backwards to help those two people, mom's best friend's kids. Even gave the boy a car to drive so he could get a job to help his single mom pay her bills. He got a flat and decided he'd rather buy a new, used car than tell me dad he got a flat. So he avoided my dad's calls for literally weeks until my dad showed up at his house like, where's my car? Why aren't you answering my calls? Then they found out he stole my dad's CC to pay for the gas and fast food to drive to get the new car because he didn't want to tell my dad he had a flat. My friend went to one of the best schools in California. He comes from a very poor, Eastern European immigrant family. He is a first-generation immigrant here. Throughout school he definitely experimented with crazy drugs, anything from acid, PCP, to steroids. He is one of the smartest people I know actually. He always took accelerated classes and was set to get his BS this year, 1.5 years ahead of schedule. He had one semester left. He voluntarily left school and did not get his degree to pursue a career in a related field. We haven't been close for the last 2 years or so, and I found out this from a mutual friend. Out of all our friends it seems I'm the only one who thinks this is one of the most boneheaded decisions I've ever heard of. If he had his BS for the field he's going in now, not only would he have a higher chance of being hired, but also would make more money. Apparently his parents, who paid for his college through and through, the ones who were dirt poor when they arrived here, are fine with this as well, or so I've been told. I'm just sad for him. I don't know what to do, because it seems like this is fine with everyone else. I feel like I'm missing something. It hurts, especially when I couldn't even afford community college and have to take an elongated break to be able to work and eat. Edit. Smartest person I know makes the stupidest decision I know of. When I was in college a few years ago I used to work at a warehouse. Over the course of 3 years, I saw many people much like myself get hired, as in still in college or fresh out of high school. Many of them are not so bright, but there is one I will never forget. We will call him Jason. I was in charge of training him on his first day and constantly had to explain simple things such as counting. We had locations in our warehouse, labeled 1 to 12 in order. He could not figure out how, in his own words, a confusing system could work. On that same day he started to do pull-ups on some of the merchandise we had. Yes, he decided to start working out in the middle of his shift. The on-site nurse happened to be walking by and asked him what he was doing. Again, his own words, "I didn't come here to work, I came here to work out." To be honest, he did look really well. You could tell he went to the gym frequently. But the final thing he did, that I will never forget, and yes, this is still on his first day of training. We had a break room with a small television, where we could go and sit down for our 2 daily 15-minute breaks. He went missing for almost 2 hours. When he finally came back, he told me, "Sorry, there was a really good movie on, I had to see how it ended." He was not back the next day. I saw many people get fired over the course of my 3 years working there, but no one as fast as Jason. Worked for 8 hours, and then we never saw him again. We even started using his name as a way of saying getting fired. We'd tell the new hires, "Word hard or you will get Jasoned." I was a student in Sheffield, UK. We had a spare room in our house, so our letting agents found someone for us. This kid was a Sheffield local, starting his degree in railway engineering. His many achievements were astounding. Firstly, as a student you don't pay council tax, and most people wouldn't pay it living with their parents as a teenager either. But this guy moved into our house a few months before he started studying, which left him with a bill of about £300. His hygiene was off the charts in the wrong direction. Ignoring the genius idea of not washing the bowl he used yesterday because he's eating the same thing out of it. Super efficient. He just didn't see what the problem was with leaving things to go moldy. He once turned the dishwasher on with no soap because that was better than just leaving the dishes dirty. There was a shop 100 meters from the house. Best of all, he said cutlery didn't need washing because it's stainless steel, so it doesn't get dirty. Railway engineering student from Sheffield, where stainless steel was invented. But my absolute favorite was coming home one evening to find him and his girlfriend pouring a cup of water into the washing machine drawer because they couldn't work out how the soap gets into the machine from their. I somehow doubt this guy completed his course. We had a driver's ed teacher in high school, Mr. Whatever. I can't remember his name. I couldn't stand him. He had a heavy accent that I definitely couldn't place at the time. The problem is that he pronounced a lot of things wrong, didn't know various common phrases, etc. For example, he thought it was hilarious to stump students with a question on a quiz. What does it mean to give someone a break? And I think 50% of the class just thought he was too stupid to spell break the right way. So half the class is like to hit the brakes. It was meant to be a trick question, and he meant go easy on someone anyway. I got into an argument with him in the middle of class that lasted a good 10 minutes. It's not something I ever do. Even if a person is right, it was always really awkward when a student argued with a teacher. Everyone else sits awkwardly while it happens, so he tries to tell the class that the weight of a car shifts the direction that you're turning. Car turns left, the weight shifts left. But as any kid who has played the game where you try to squash your brother or sister when your mom/dad makes a turn knows, it's the opposite. Of course it's the opposite. It's physics, right? This was complete with him sitting in a chair in the front of the room with an imaginary steering wheel in front of him, shifting his weight as he pretended to turn. Other classmates started arguing too, but only one or two. Others were yelling at me to stop, cause I was gonna get detention. I didn't stop, I got detention. Some stories about my childhood buddy's baby mama. At the age of 19, she had to be taught, painstakingly, to use a can opener. She barely managed this, but it was a big accomplishment for her. One day she opened a can of peaches, dumped them into a bowl, then walked into the living room and declared I made peaches. Which led to a phrase that would be parroted from that day onward almost any time she did something stupid. You can't make peaches. She apparently didn't know how to wash her hair properly. After they showered together a few times, my friend told me that to wash her hair she put shampoo in her hands then just kind of rubbed her hair in a downward motion, just kind of flattening against her head, essentially petting herself. We were all watching the TMNT cartoon one morning. At some point, there was a large shot of New York that showed the Statue of Liberty. She said, "Oh man, that got cashed in 9/11. Every now and then she'd snort her medication because she thought snorting stuff made her cool. They weren't even meds that would have given her a buzz. She just did it. We tried to read the side effects of the medicine to her in an attempt to dissuade her from the act, but she didn't care. One of the potential side effects of the medicine was tardive dyskinesia, which added tardive to the list of things we'd use to describe her poor choices. There's so much shit, I can't remember it all. It was awful." My sister, she doesn't understand technology. She's the type of person who carried around an unused/uncharged iPod NHS because it looked cool, but had no idea how to put music on it or charge it. When I asked her why she was bringing it to school if she couldn't use it, she proudly says that it was a status symbol and that no one knew it didn't work because the school had banned iPods usage on campus. But here is the story that encapsulates her technological stupidity. I worked at a customer support desk for an online website. We did email, phone, IM/chat support. One day my sister calls in, pretending to be a customer, and asks for me specifically. Call gets directed, and my sister is on the line. I'm pissed because this isn't a work call. She knows I cannot take personal calls at work. She is crying. Jade, don't hang up. I need your help. I've gone to 5 gas stations and none of them work. I'm out of gas. If I cannot get this to work, I'll be stranded. I told her to ask the people for help, and she gave mixture of they won't leave the store. They said it's not broken. They think I'm nuts. I'm getting kind of pissed off because she is being really rude about it now, and my co-workers can overhear and are looking at me strangely. I ask her to explain how 5 different gas stations, multiple pumps at each gas station aren't working. She says the screen is completely blank. No prompts are coming up for her. As she is panicking and yelling at me, I have a realization. Jen, do you have your sunglasses on? Your polarized sunglasses? Yes, of course. Take them off. Oh wow. You fixed it. Yes, my sister had sunglasses on that made it impossible to see the text on the screen. And she couldn't figure that it was the sunglasses that were causing the problem. Oh, and she had put her credit card in every pump. People who came right after her saw the pending transaction and filled up. She had like 6 gas transactions, and I don't think she ever got them reversed. Oh, not just one. There's multiple for the same guy. He worked for my father-in-law. Started work Monday. Tuesday he's late. He said some guy was tailgating him, and he thought he wanted to race. So he sped up. The guy sped up. He sped up some more. The blue lights came on. It was a marked police car. Wednesday he goes onto a job site and causes several thousand in damage. He wanted to cut some steel, and prepared to do it over freshly laid metal floor paneling. I suggested this was a bad idea. He told me to fuck off and mind my own business. Okay then. He was fired on the spot. About 5 years later my file says he hired a new guy. He's coming over tonight for dinner. The guy looked kinda familiar. I said, hey, aren't that the guy you fired? Oh yeah, well everyone deserves a second chance and he's worked well this week. Anyway, he gets stinking drunk and calls Mysil a fat cow. He was told not to bother coming into work Monday. Well, the following week he gave a groveling apology and got rehired. Things go okay for a while. He's even allowed to park his motorhome in the work parking lot whilst he's saving for a new place. A month or so later he's boiling water naked, trips over his dog and burns his privates and ends up in the hospital for 6 weeks. Darwin Award material here. He was eventually fired for the final time for drinking on the job. Not sure if the saga will continue. I've told this story before. Mother of a high school student was doing all of his work for him. She had been since the 5th grade. The kid couldn't string 2 sentences together in class, but handed in essays that were university level in terms of language and prose. The only problem was that the essays, upon actual reading, were a hot mess. No citations, incorrect formatting. We use APA. These were MLA-ish, usually at least a week late, and had very little to actually do with the requirements of the assignment, as if the person writing it read the topic of the essay, but not the specifics of what we were looking for. Mother came to parent-teacher interviews furious that her son was failing and couldn't understand why he was doing so poorly on his essays, despite me having called /emailed home a number of times to let them know this was happening. I pulled out a copy of the most recent essay, where I had made notes all over it to show her, and told her that the work was probably plagiarized or written by someone else, but that it was of such low quality that it wasn't worth pursuing because the student's mark wouldn't get much lower anyway. The father, also there, gave the mother the best death stare as she turned bright red. Sadly, the kid stopped turning in work after that and failed the course, despite my best efforts to get him back on track and through the exam. He just hadn't developed the work ethic or the foundation of knowledge needed to be successful at that level, and then stopped showing up to class. I still feel bad for him. My former flatmate was stupid. When I left for work, I put laundry in the machine. He needed the machine. For once he wanted to get clean, so he took out my laundry and instead of putting it in a plastic bag, or on the floor, or putting it to dry, he took a Nike blue bag and put it on my bed and put the dripping laundry on my mattress. Not only was my room freezing, but there was a stench and my bed was wet. Needless to say his clothes remained in the tumbler for 2 days, and it stunk up the place. When I insulted him and asked him why he chose to put it here of all places, and why on the bag and not in the sealed plastic bag. Ike bags aren't waterproof, but hey, he acted really dumbfounded, like He didn't know how he could have done things differently. Once, I was working at 6 AM, whereas I usually worked at 1 PM. So I needed my beauty sleep, and I told him not to fuck up that very particular night. He rang the doorbell at 4 PM. It was January, below freezing. He was in a t-shirt. I lost my coat, key, and phone. But wait, I didn't lose my wallet, so it's okay. You lost your keys? The keys that the landlord specifically told you not to lose, because they cost $200 to be reproduced, because it not only opens the front door to the apartment, but also gives us access to the main building. The keys that require the landlord to sign for in person, but the landlord lives in Bologna, Italy, so it was out of the question that he would fly home just to change the key. That key. But it's okay, you still have yours. You can open the door, and you work next door, so you can give me yours, and I'll open the door to you when you come home at night. The fuck you think I'm going to give you my key? Now someone's got the key to our flat, but I didn't lose my wallet, so they don't have the info. They don't know where I live. How did you come back here? I walked and lead whoever right back to our place, so if they decided to follow you, now they know. You couldn't have knocked at your parents' place. It was right next door. Instead of crawling back here. I didn't want to wake them up. How about waking me up? And I work Sundays, unlike your parents. How did you lose your keys and clothes and coat? I left my coat on a chair in that bar. But see, I was smart enough to keep my wallet with me. So you were smart enough to know it would get stolen, but you were dumb enough to leave your keys and phone. I was mad. I yelled. I kicked. And I had told him not to wake me up. I couldn't go back to sleep. He went about aimlessly in the flat, making a drunk ruckus in the kitchen. The next day, as I came back from a very stressful day, he showed up, ringing at the bell. I told him to go back to his mother and to sort his own shit out. That I wasn't paying for a change of lock. That I wasn't changing the lock. That I wasn't gonna let him back in until he fixed this sheet. Later, he asked me to lend him the mailbox key to make a double. And lost that too. And then, as we were hunting for the mailman, in order to have access to the interior and be able to change the locks, one day he tells me he saw the mailman and there was a crapload of mail. I asked where it. He says, well, in the mailbox. That you fixed. No. You mean you had the mailbox open right in front of you, but didn't take the mail out? I could have killed that moron. And that's only the most memorable. I had a coworker once that I had to basically babysit. He had to have detailed, step-by-step directions for any task that he needed to do. Even tasks that he had done literally dozens of times before. Even if he had done that exact task the previous day. I came through the workshop on several occasions and found him drilling into pieces of metal that he had propped up on his body instead of using one of the many vices around the workshop. Usually with the drill bit lined up with his hand or foot on the opposite side of where he was drilling. Sometimes with the cord for the drill just an inch or two away from the drill bit as well, for a whole other level of danger. The best part was that every time I called him out for his dangerous lack of caution he would get mad at me. We're both men. You shouldn't tell me how to do things, so don't do stupidly dangerous things. I have a whole lot of first aid and CPR training I don't want to have to use. We had that conversation almost every week. The worst was if he decided to come ask me for something, because it always meant that something had already been faked up badly, and he knew that it had to be fixed, but he probably didn't know how badly it had been faked up. Him, hey, can I use a company credit card? My bosses had wisely not issued him one, when literally everyone else in the company had been issued one, whether they wanted one or not. Me, why do you need a credit card? Him, the computer virus scanned needs a credit card number to unlock the computer. He had been playing flash games on the work computer when he should have been working and had seen a flashing banner that said your computer has been infected with a virus. Click here and had of course clicked on it and then dutifully followed all the instructions to download the helpful program that the ad suggested and then run the program that he downloaded and promptly locked all the computer's files away behind a ransomware program. It was literally the only set of instructions I had ever heard of him following without someone holding his hand the whole way. I was almost impressed. He only came and got me when the ransomware politely asked him for a credit card number. He was going to use his, so he didn't have to bother me, but he didn't have enough of a remaining balance to cover the fee. I wished he had been able to cover it, because I would have loved to watch him try to submit that expense report. It took it a week to restore the computer to working order. And he never did understand why I wouldn't give him the password to my computer, but the absolute best thing he came to me with was the time the first aid kit was out of large bandages. This was especially ominous, as the first aid kits had literally been restocked the previous week. This was the first thing on a Monday morning after a long weekend. This will quickly become relevant. Point him, hey, we are out of large bandages in the first aid kit. Me, why are we out of large bandages? Him, I cut myself while cutting Reba Thursday afternoon. I took some bandages home to put on the cut and I used them all up. I used the last bandage this morning. Me, wait, are you still bleeding? It's been 4 days. Him, no, it's more oozing. Come to find out, as he had been cutting the Reba with a grinding wheel, he had not only cut his lower leg on Thursday, he hadn't been using gloves, eye protection or hearing protection, and had of course been wearing shorts, but had also burned the area because the metal had been hot. The wound was now very infected and was just weeping pus like something out of a sci-fi movie where a stupid crew member gets a deadly space plague point while he had been changing out his bandage every 8 hours all weekend. That was all he had done. He hadn't cleaned the wound. Yo, I'm a man. I know how to take care of a cut. He hadn't put any kind of antiseptic on it. Yo, that's for pussies and girls. And he certainly gone to a doctor. Yo, doctors cost money, man. At this point, dear reader, you are probably saying to yourself, but wait a minute, it happened at work. Shouldn't workers' comp cover the medical treatment? And you would be correct. Point. And you would also be skipping over the 45-minute argument I had with him that he should go and put in a workers' comp claim right that goddamn minute, as he was quickly approaching the end of the window for reporting the injury. Why was it an argument? Workers' comp is only for big injuries, like losing a finger or something. Eventually I had to call the main office against his protests and just tell them what had happened, and that he was refusing to come file a claim and go see a doctor. They of course told him to file the claim and go see the doctor, or they would fire him. Point. He came back the next day with a 1 inch by 1 inch by 2 inch chunk missing from his leg, as the doctors had to remove the infected flesh. Apparently the doctors also told him that if he hadn't come in when he did, there was a very real possibility his leg would have needed to be amputated. Point. He wasn't supposed to be back at work that day. He had a doctor's note to take a week off and recover from having a chunk of flesh removed. And he certainly wasn't back at work to thank me for insisting he go see a doctor. No, he was back because he wanted to personally thank me for the awesome pain meds he had been prescribed because of the surgery. So he had driven himself to work. Point. None of this led to him being fired, by the way. That didn't happen until he drove a company vehicle on a dirt road so fast that he disintegrated one of the tires. Man, this is how I drive on country roads all the time. Don't tell me to slow down. And then decided that the appropriate response to this was to crack open a thermos full of brandy while another car walker and I dealt with the spare tire. And then he wanted to drive after we got the spare back on. Apparently that was the final straw that finally convinced my bosses to let him go. Point. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with him anymore. Not just at that job, but in any way in life. My own dad. Point. We were going on a road trip in our truck that seats 5, 2 in the front, 3 in the back. Now the middle seat in the back has a seat belt that's a little short. If you pull it out all the way it locks and ratchets down until you fully let it retract, where it resets. My dad is a bigger guy, and when he sits down in the seat he faking pulls the seat belt out to reach over his gut. Every fucking time he pulls it out all the way. If he doesn't, then he usually leans forward to adjust after he's had the seat belt on where it locks, so he gets progressively more angry at the stupid seat belt that keeps constricting on him. I tell him it's because you keep locking it. He says your theory doesn't make sense, so I show him my own seat belt. Watch. Dad, I'm pulling my seat belt out all the way. Hear the click? Now watch as it ratchets. Click 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 click. He watches me do this and still doesn't understand. Sits back down, pulls the faking seatbelt all the way, loses his mind and yells, "Let me out of the fucking truck." I've only heard him say fuck maybe 5 times in my life, and starts freaking out on the side of the highway. We tell him to just sit in the front seat, which has more room. For some reason he doesn't like the front seat, and then he turns around and asks me why my seatbelt isn't tightening down on me. Fact just makes me angry thinking about it. Had a gem of a conversation with a woman and her teenage daughter at work a few months ago. M equals ME, H equals HER, D equals DAUGHTER, M. Is this everything today? H. M. Mom. Would you like anything else? Or is this everything today? H. Oh, you're still here, haha. Yeah, right, never left her line of sight. M. Okay, that will be $28.25 in total, please. H. And how much will that be? M. $28.25. H. Pulls out wad of bills. So how much is that? M. Points at total on till screen, $28.25. H. Starts looking at all her bills and comments on how funny each historical figure looks. I'm sorry, how much is it? M. Writes down total on a piece of paper and hands it to her. It's $28.25 in total, ma'am. H. Stares at paper, stares at money, stares at daughter. Did you say $25? M. No ma'am, it's $28.25. H. Oh, Oklahoma, thank you. Hands me a $10 bill. D. No mom, he said $28.25. Daughter puts $10 back in her mom's purse and takes out a $20 instead. Here you go, that should cover it. M. Actually no, it's $28.25. At this point the daughter pulls out her phone and just completely drops out of the conversation. H. Hands me about $200 in bills. Okay, this has to be enough, right? M. Takes out $30 in bills and hands back the rest plus change. Have a good night, you two. Both mother and daughter laugh hysterically, like I made a joke. M. Do you want to drive? D. No mom, I'm just your daughter. I don't do stuff like that. They sat in their car for about half an hour out front of the store after that. What the fuck? My girlfriend's sister and her fiancé pointer and her boyfriend are high school dropouts who both make $10 an hour. Her job refused to make anyone at her position full time, but since she's a resident assistant at a nursing home and has an SDNA cert, she says she's too good to get a second job in retail or fast food. Of course, if her man worked the hours she did, then that'd be unacceptable, and she'd expect him to get a second job. She's just lazy and worthless. She has a 7-year-old from a previous relationship. Baby daddy is dead, so no child support there. They could barely afford their $375 month rent. They got $5,000 back in taxes this year instead of working more hours and contributing that money to savings along with their tax return. They decide to move into a bigger apartment that costs $625 a month, and they buy a truck with little down payment and now have a $300 a month payment. The truck is old, has different size wheels so it shakes, and it's rusted somewhat bad. They bought a used couch off of Facebook prior to that, but decided that $5,000 tax return made them too high class for a used couch, so they got a faking rent-a-center couch. But it's a good deal to them, because it's only $53 a month. They spent over $4,000 of their tax return within a couple weeks. I'm curious to see how this is going to pan out for them. The worst part of all of this is that they're actively trying to conceive, despite being his dropouts who have no skills and are always broke. Kid, in his mid-20s, but he wasn't mature enough to be an adult. In my culinary classes, our second semester lab class started at 7 AM and generally finished at 10:45. Most of us had a lecture class after that started at 11 and dealt with things like inventory and finances. It's the last day of class, so we all show up at 7 to take the final in the lab class. It's a great final. 10 questions, and they were all multiple choice questions similar to what size is a 1/4 inch dice? A ½ inch, B, 1/4 inch, C, 1 inch, and what type of shoes are you allowed to wear in the kitchen? A, high heels, B, flip-flops, C, closed-toe non-slip shoes. For most of us, the part that took us the longest was writing our name. It took him 10 minutes anyway. We are sitting around after class because we have 4 hours before our next class. A bunch of people decided they were going to go to IHOP or Denny's or something for breakfast. We'd had a take-home final in our lecture class and weren't going to be doing anything else in class that day, so after determining I was going to stay on campus, I didn't have a car. Taking the bus would have meant I might not get back to class on time. They all asked me to turn in their finals. So I got a stack of finals. This guy wasn't invited to go with them, but he gave me his final anyway. So I'm looking through them. There was a question on the test: what does EBITDA stand for? The correct answer is earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. You can Google it and don't even have to click links to see the answer, and this was only 7 years ago, so Google was definitely a thing. This guy's answer was expenditure believers imitate turkeys during August. I'm not sure how he passed. The next semester was gourmet class and baking class for most of us. Kid was my gourmet partner in gourmet, and what a treat that was. I had classmates that would chip in and help out from time to time because it took me longer to fix this guy's mistakes than if he hadn't been my partner at all. For instance, we made fresh pasta every day as a gourmet, and one week this guy and I were in charge of pasta and a few other things. I myself place everything for the pasta. He pretty much just needs to dump it all in the mixer. I tell him I'll do everything else if he just mixes up the pasta ingredients, and there's a lot more to do this particular night because instead of serving our normal 10 or so teachers who like our food and friends and family members of the students, we are hosting the meeting for the local chef's cuisine chapter, and there's more than 60 professional chefs in our dining room. 30 minutes later, it's time to roll the pasta thin and make whichever type of noodles we are going to make. Dinner service starts in 10 minutes and the pasta needs to be ready by then. A classmate and I are dealing with the pasta roller, and as the dough gets thinner and thinner we notice that it feels gritty. We can't figure out why it's got that feeling at all, so we asked him if there was something in the mixer that he didn't clean out before putting the ingredients in, and he said no, so we had him go over the steps of what he'd done. He put the eggs in whole, shells and all, because I had told him I'd had all the ingredients prepped. He'd watched me make the pasta the previous day when I'd cracked the eggs, but that didn't matter. I don't remember if we made new pasta or if we told our instructor that there was a problem with the pasta and we couldn't serve it to the pro chefs. The kicker came in baking class when we were doing our finals. We were supposed to make a multi-layer cake from scratch and decorate it. He brought in a box of cake mix and was making his cake from that. He brought in 2 containers of icing because even though one store-bought icing was enough for everyone else in the world to decorate cakes, it wasn't enough for him. He was on a far table while we were decorating our cakes, and we said something that made us call our baking instructor over to watch him. You don't want crumbs to get into your frosting when you're frosting a cake, so generally, you scrape your offset spatula off before adding more frosting to a cake. This guy had a trash can next to him and was scraping his spatula off on the edge of the trash can. We wanted to make sure the instructor knew, because if he was going to be eating the cakes, we didn't want him to eat this guy's cake. That was too much of a concern. Instructor tells us that he knew and that the guy wouldn't be allowed to come back the next semester. Sure enough, he wasn't there the next semester in our guard manger class, and I'm quite glad he wasn't. In guard manger we played with molten sugar and liquid nitrogen, among other things, and I shudder to think of what he might have done when faced with those. A full professor at Madison. Published. Taught logic and reasoning. His work was actually part of the curriculum we studied. Asked the class to explain what a stereotype was. A student said, like if you said, don't take chemistry second here, the tar is mean. He said good. Any more? Yet another, may God strike me dead. Student, like if people said hey don't talk to Julie she smells bad. At this point I had to get involved, so I raised my hand. Right, but those aren't stereotypes though, right? Professor looked at me like I had just told him I would talk to centipedes. Well, it is actually, he says. If people are assuming, I interrupted as politely as I could. You're giving examples of assumptions or prejudgments, not stereotypes. He went on, okay, but you can't see how it works this way too. Yes folks, the logic professor at a Big 10 school is now arguing this point. Or may God silence me with fire from heaven. I had to explain it to the professor. If you had said, girls named Julie all smell, or chemistry classes are boring, those would be stereotypes. There were 35 kids in this class. Nobody was feeling my vibe in any kind of way. Professor says let's move on for now. I drop it. I feel faking dizzy leaving the classroom. Am I insane? What has the fuck even happened here? I actually went home and did research, if only to confirm the persistent nature of reality. And there it was. I even tried to memorize the definitions and etymology a bit for the next class. During the next class I once more was confronted with the idea that basically, an assumption is a stereotype. I once more felt the spirit move me when I tell you that, after explaining how the term was derived from a printing process, creating many identical iterations of a thing, literally assigning shared characteristics in this way, and sharing a simplified textbook definition, seeing as the one from our own text had clearly confounded student and teacher alike, they were not with me. I submit once more to any forces or celestial wills that may seem to strike down a liar. I am not telling you that the logic and reasoning professor at our Madison did not know what stereotype means. I am telling you that, after having it defined, described, and broken down in detail, to the best of my knowledge still, to this very faking day, has absolutely no idea what stereotype means. Pretty sure I've told this before, but it's good so here you go. In my high school metal shop class I sat in the front row next to this dude we'll call Joe. The first few weeks of the class were general shop safety stuff, showing how to use the machinery, and teaching us some basic math and engineering stuff in the classroom, before we were allowed to go out in the shop and actually weld and build stuff. This wasn't the best high school, but they took their trades classes seriously. Anyways, shop class was right after lunch and I suspect that Joe was high most days in that class. He was always staring in the distance and never really talked to anyone except for me. Joe only talked to me when he was taking notes, which consisted of him trying to think about what the teacher had just said for a moment, then turning to me and slowly asking, wait, what did he say? I would then repeat what the teacher had just said 10 seconds before, and he would write down about half of it, then get confused about something else, and the whole cycle would repeat again. So that's my impression of Joe. Anyways, one day in class we are all informed that we will be taking a math test. Being in App Calc and physics at the time, I ask the instructor if I can use my graphing calculator for the test. Instructor gives me a funny look and says sure, knock yourself out. We all get the test and I discover that the type of math involved is labeling a ruler. Yes, like we were given letter marks on a blank ruler and asked which one is 1/4 inches, 5/8 inches, 1 1/8 inches, etc. So I label the dozen or so different measurements and finish in a minute or two, and then after around 5 minutes the instructor makes us exchange tests with another student and goes over the answers. Joe switches with someone else, but as the instructor starts to give out answers Joe interrupts him and in front of the whole class slowly says in his stupid stoned voice, "Oh, I thought we were supposed to match the numbers with the letters." He literally answered on his test, abgdet. Instant class-wide facepalm. The instructor can't keep from cracking up and in between chuckling says, "Please, none of you never let this guy near a welder." Unsurprisingly, he dropped the class soon after. What I was surprised about is the fact that he somehow made it to high school. My old roommate had a girlfriend who was probably the dumbest person I have ever met. A few examples. At one point she told me that she had an elderly cat who was probably going to need to be put to sleep soon. She said she was planning on saving money by crushing up a bunch of Vicodin and putting it in its food and euthanizing it herself instead of going to a vet. I eventually convinced her that this was a bad idea for several obvious reasons, but she honestly thought that was a smart way to save money. My roommate wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed either. When he moved in he went to an estate sale of an old person who had died and bought a bunch of furniture for dirt cheap. When he moved it all in I pointed out that the leather chair he had bought had a huge grease stain on the back from the hair of whoever had sat in it for several years if not decades. Also there seemed to be fleas on it, and the leather was ripped in several places and smelled weird. I pointed all this out, and he agreed, and thought it was pretty gross, so I helped him haul it out to the curb, to get taken to the dump. I left and came back later in the day, and noticed it wasn't at the curb anymore, and he had dragged it back into his room. He said his girlfriend convinced him that it wasn't that bad, so he brought it back in. I told him I really didn't want fleas in the house, so we dragged it back out to the curb again. TL doctor, my ex-roommate's GF wanted to euthanize her cat with crushed up Vicodin. Also my roommate bought a gross chair that his GF convinced him was fine, but was actually covered in fleas and smelled bad. So, this is a story I love telling people. It's about a pair of roommates I had about 8ish years ago, back when we were all poor, and trying to live off jobs that didn't quite end up making minimum wage. Their names were Mike and Crystal, and they were married at the time. Mike's on his laptop, chatting with some girl online. His wife walks in, and asks what he's doing. He tells her that he's chatting with some random girl he met online. Her response wasn't one of confusion, jealousy, anger, or even mild irritation. Crystal simply said, okay, and went into the kitchen to start dinner. Mike follows her in and asks her if he can get a webcam. She wants to know why. Reasonably enough, he tells her exactly why, so he can cam chat with this girl. Crystal must have been in a good mood, because rather than neutering him with the knife in her hand, she decided to postpone meal preparation to drive him to the store so he could get this webcam. Time passes, they return. I have no idea where they went, but they picked up the most expensive one they could find. It must have been 40 or 50 bucks. Crystal returns to the kitchen, and Mike returns to his adultery point. Once Crystal gets food in the oven, she comes back out and again asks Mike what he's doing. Mike again says he's chatting with some girl. Crystal loses her sheet. The single biggest argument I ever had the pleasure of witnessing between them followed, ultimately ending with Crystal ripping the brand new webcam off the laptop and throwing it at the wall, breaking it into a few pieces. She storms into her bedroom and slams the door. Mike follows. Time passes. Mike emerges from the bedroom and attempts to try to salvage the poor webcam. It is, sadly, non-functional and cannot be returned due to physical damage. It is at this point that I'm addressed for the first time this evening. Hey, do you have any money I can borrow for gas to get to work tomorrow? When I was at university, I was the mother hen of my group of girlfriends. I was the most organized, by a long way, so all the bills were in my name, and I was responsible for contacting the landlord when things went wrong in our shitty student house. My housemates were happy with this arrangement and often needed my help with basic tasks. Changing light bulbs was a classic that they all seemed incapable of doing. One day I got a text from one of my flatmates. I didn't know her as well as the others, as she was more of a homebody and I hadn't lived with her before. It simply read, "You have to come home now. There is a large rodent in the bath and I can't take a shower before my lecture." Obviously I freaked out. I was on my way to my own lecture, but immediately turned around and sprinted home to deal with our newfound vermin problem. As I ran, I called her and told her to block the door with a towel so we could keep it contained until I got home. She seemed confused on the phone, but when I got back to the flat, after about 10 minutes she'd done what I asked. Nervously I removed the towel and went in with a bucket I was hoping to use to trap the rat or mouse that had made it into the bathroom. Inside, I saw a large, thick, brown slug in the bath. It was disgusting, but it was undoubtedly just a slug that had come up the drain. I was furious I'd missed my lecture and threw it back into the garden. That girl now has a Bachelor's of Science degree, but not before I created a PowerPoint for her outlining the defining features of rodents in comparison to mollusks and other invertebrates. I work with a woman named Leslie. She is from Michigan, in her mid-40s, incredibly kind, and good at her job. She is also extremely stupid. Common sense sheet, basic physical science, acceptance that other cultures deserve to exist, etc., does not compute for her. She's also pretty socially ignorant in the sense that she's an upteenth generation right-wing conservative that is quite out of the loop and is not open to discussion or debate. She's a rage quitter and will storm off in a huff. Several weeks ago, the dumbest thing yet came out of her mouth. She and I are in our shared workspace, and our coworker Kip comes in to ask me how I felt about Black Panther, as we caught each other at the door of the theater the night before, me leaving and he arriving. Point me, I enjoyed it. Did you stay for the after credits? Kip, of course. Leslie, what movie did you guys see? Kip, we caught different showings of Black Panther. Me, based on comics, it's a new Marvel movie. Leslie, I saw something on the news about that. Me, probably one of the actors being interviewed. The movie just released and is doing well. Leslie, no, this was CNN or something. It was political. Kip and I make eye contact and look back at Leslie. Leslie, was it about some recent protests? Kip, are you talking about Black Lives Matter? Leslie, yes. That's what it was. That's the same thing, right? Black Panthers and Black Lives Matter? Isn't that what the movie is about? TLDR, my coworker thought the recently released Black Panther film was about Black Lives Matter, and that BLM and the Black Panther movement were the same thing. I worked with a guy who somehow convinced the company that he was a 4th-year plumbing apprentice, but when we ran water lines he asked what potable water means. He was asked to take a bunch of lengths of pipe down from the 4th floor to the parking lot, and he got the genius idea that the quickest way to do that was to throw the pipe out the window into the middle of a job site. Nobody would park near his rusty white van because he couldn't pull out of his spot without hitting another vehicle. He took pictures of people when they weren't looking, especially any female workers. There wasn't a single word that came out of his mouth that wasn't sexist, racist or otherwise stupid. He legit thought his house was haunted. He had been fired from an electrical company because he wouldn't stop harassing a female employee. He found out where the boss lived and tried to contact his wife to tell her that he was cheating on her. He judged people by their looks despite being a fat piece of shit who couldn't even handle the workload of being on a construction site, and we frequently found him faking the dog in some random corner. He went to the welfare office to get free work boots despite the fact that he was somehow loaded. His dad ran a TV station in town until they got wise and stopped giving them out to him. He said interracial mixing was going against evolution. He asked me where my wife worked daily because he thought that massage therapy could only mean rub and tug. The only time his stupidity was mildly entertaining was when he decided to sing along to the rap he wouldn't stop listening to. Point TLDR, creepy fat dude who has no business interacting with other human beings gets fired from multiple jobs for harassment and generally being a piece of shit. Oh boy, do I have something stupid for you all. This stupid thing happened in my high school a year ahead of me. She is and forever will be the champion of stupid. This girl, all she wanted to be or talk about was being a fashion designer, flirted with teachers and students for grades, and was just as dense as a black hole. Point she has to that are my favorite that I'll gladly share with you. Point. While in high school, one of our history teachers played a joke on her that was so good the whole class nearly died laughing. She walked up to sharpen her pencil and he unplugged it. Of course it didn't work, and she's like, "Hey Mr. H, the sharpener won't sharpen." Well, K looks like you're right. Could you go down to Mr. M room, whose room is all the way at the other end of the school, and ask him for sharpened juice? Okay. She leaves, comes back about 8 minutes later after teachers called each other to give them the heads up. Mr. H. Mr. M did not have any either. Well, K looks like you're gonna have to go to the office then. She goes, ugh, fine, and leaves. The entire class busts out laughing. She came back 5 minutes later and guess what? Office didn't have it either. Mr. H plugs it back in and starts sharpening as she sits down, still sad about not being able to sharpen her pencil, literally feet away from Mr. H who is sharpening. She never did sharpen her pencil. Her friend felt bad for her and gave her another one till end of class. She also thought that in that sense you can see the moon and you can't see Florida, that the moon was closer. I kid you not, it quite possibly could be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Worked with a guy who claimed to have synesthesia. In my training class, he had to sit in the back row because the computer fans tasted like bananas, which he was allergic to. Point. He also wore a man purse with a rainbow on it so that people could identify him as being gay. He was perfectly okay with this, as were we. Who gives a fuck? But he insisted that if the yellow from the rainbow came close to his nose, that it smelled too, as that was the one color in his rainbow man purse. It smelled like, as I was curious. This was a weird dude. So I googled him and found him on Facebook. Every picture was him in the nude with his man purse covering his business. They all had the caption dance. I showed some friends and it quickly became a hot topic. Someone reported the photos, and he was convinced the FBI was tracking his every move, and that dick pics were something the FBI did not tolerate. Facebook code of conduct was the last thing on his mind. At the smoking pit, convinced there was a surveillance van nearby, he would pull out his penis to stick it to the man. He claimed that it was free speech, and that the FBI could do nothing about it. Our trainer was quickly informed of this, and multiple people corroborated the story. When confronted with it, he claimed that he was protecting his right to free speech, and no action was taken. As a result, a man who tastes bananas from computer fans posts nudes to Facebook and pulls out his penis. It will took your phone call when you called to resolve an issue with your internet service provider. Marty was his name.